I have an OnlyFans agency called Tana's Angels Agency.
Cool.
And I'm looking to recruit.
You're looking to recruit
some people.
Tana's like, oh, it's called Tana's Angels. Tana, you're a pimp. You're a fucking pimp. Fuck you.
When you're telling the truth about someone and they're a well-liked person, so many comments. But what was she wearing? It's Tana, so who cares? Well, it's Tana Mongeau. She's underage. Told him like, yo, she's 17, and then we still went and hooked up. If it was legal, I would consider it.
In a world that is as cruel as it is deceitful, tragedy is ignored in pursuit of a happy mind. Those who seek more venture beyond the veil. They venture into the vortex.
Tana Mongeau is a YouTube personality with a history of lies, controversy, and genuinely problematic behavior.
Call me the fucking villain for saying this. People might not like what I'm going to say right now. I was 19 and didn't know shit about that side of me.
Being stood by your own parent, I feel like it's like a stab in the heart.
I trusted a 20-year-old idiot who illusioned
It sounds like there was a...
I've said that before, and then I've been in court.
I don't deserve a platform if I continue to act in such a gaslighting and irresponsible manner.
Mongeau when... Okay, let's try that again. Earlier this summer, it was exposed to the public that longtime beloved YouTuber Cody Ko slept with infamous influencer Tana Mongeau when she was underage, making the whole thing an illegal act.
I hooked up with Cody Ko when I was 17 and he was 25. Yeah. It happened.
Then, a month or two later, it was brought to light that Tana Mongeau was soliciting young women to try and get them into sex work.
Oh, and then Tana Mongeau is in this, dude. She's f***ing DMing us on Instagram.
Signing them with an agency that had 9 lawsuits levied against them for inappropriate conduct. These two incidents encapsulates self-proclaimed problematic influencer Tana Mongeau's story very well. That throughout her whole life, she has been both a victim and a perpetrator on warring sides of good and evil, humanity in both its glory and its gore. Making it out of a troublesome childhood, surviving various traumas and exploitations that she was put through at a very young age in the entertainment industry, only to at times go on to repeat the same cycles and never learn from her mistakes. Some people vehemently hate Tana Mongeau, rooting for her downfall. Others root for her and hope to see her redemption. And somehow, either way, Tana Mongeau has been able to stay in the spotlight for the majority of her career and make millions and millions of dollars off of all the attention.
Like, and Tana's like, oh, it's called Tana's Angels. Tana, you're a pimp.
Ultimately, whether Tana Mongeau is good or evil is up to you as you watch the events of Tana Mongeau's life unfold in this video, as this video is going to be an in-depth analysis on the continual and endless rise and fall of Tana Mongeau, and how, through all of that, exploitation continues to thrive in the entertainment industry.
My 18th birthday was the happiest day of my life. I was a minor. They were controlling my finances.
Are we owed money? By him?
No comment on that. I really did have to grow up severely at a really young age. And because of that, a lot of shit ended up happening to me that probably shouldn't have happened.
It almost seems like if you want to make it in the entertainment industry, you have to be okay with either being exploited or exploiting others. And in my opinion, Tana Mongeau has been through and done both of those things throughout her entire career. So let's talk about the story not often told when it comes to Tana Mongeau. The train wreck you can't look away from, the endless rise and fall, the continual lessons unlearned. Strap in, it's going to be a doozy. This video covers topics of exploitation and may be disturbing to some viewers. Knowing and protecting your rights is often a huge topic in my videos, and is why today's video is sponsored by Morgan & Morgan. Morgan & Morgan is America's largest injury law firm with over 1,000 attorneys operating in all 50 states. All law firms are not the same. Morgan & Morgan is the largest because they have won a lot. The problem is insurance companies often lowball clients' claims. It feels like an incredibly unjust system and intimidating if you're unsure just how much you're able to get from a claim and what your rights are. In general, it's helpful to have someone who's on your side through that process. When you're seriously hurt, your injury could be worth millions. And Morgan & Morgan doesn't settle for lowball offers. Just in the past couple of months, Morgan & Morgan saw verdicts of $12 million in Florida, which is 34 times the highest insurance offer, $26 million in Philadelphia, which is 40 times the highest insurance offer, and $6.8 million in New York, which is 25 times the highest insurance offer. The best part about Morgan & Morgan is the fee is absolutely free unless you win. It only takes a few minutes to see if you have a case. Morgan & Morgan modernized the injury law process, so you can even submit a claim and communicate with your legal team all through your smartphone. Fighting big companies takes a big law firm. You can start a claim with America's biggest injury law firm in just one click. It's that easy. You can start your claim now with Morgan & Morgan at www.forthepeople.com/CWHM. That's www.forthepeople.com/CWHM. Or click the link in the description. I've done a video on Tana Mongeau before, trying to shed light on influencer scams.
And, oh, this was so scammy of me. And well, you're talking to me, so it's perfect.
But when I looked back on that video, now that I've gained more knowledge in the industry, I realized that the video only covers half of the story. We often look at celebrities, stars, and social media figures, basically those who are the faces of big brands, as the sole culprits of all that happens within that brand and star power, whether good or bad. The reality is there are entire teams working behind the scenes to help curate the image of that person, that brand, whether positive or negative. Those people are putting together the business deals that the star promotes, the talking points, the way a star responds to controversy. A good team or a really bad team can make or break a star. And if you have an evil team, or also you're a young star and you have an evil family who gets involved in your finances, well, that can be a terrible thing for your career and image. Starting with Tana Mongeau's parents. Tana Mongeau was born on June 24th, 1998 to Rick, who I guess also goes by Cowboy, because you just know he's a great dad if he goes by Cowboy, a term that invokes a lone rider rebel who doesn't play by the rules and often gets into trouble, and Rebecca Mongeau in Las Vegas, Nevada, where Tana subsequently grew up. Tana had a less than optimal childhood growing up with her parents, Rick and Rebecca, who allegedly created an abusive environment that had impacted their daughter for life. Tana is an only child. The family moved around Vegas quite frequently when Tana was only a child, which probably didn't make Tana feel like she had a very stable living situation.
I had little like crack shack houses for a while, but then I spent the majority of like what I remember from my childhood in a townhome, and it was like so insane. Like just it was all carpet. My parents were smoking. And like we had a dog and like it was just gross.
Tana claimed that her family sometimes lived in dangerous areas and her dad would often dig through the garbage for things to bring home. The family's main source of income was her father Rick's swimming pool cleaning. His parents struggled with their own respective mental health issues. Tana's father was a Vietnam War veteran, and from what Tana's described, it seems like he has a lot of at least PTSD symptoms. For example, Rick doesn't doesn't like loud noises. Tana had also said that her mom rarely left the house when she was growing up because her mother struggled with extreme social anxiety of the Vietnam War, possibly having PTSD, and suffering from extreme social anxiety are things that one could sympathize with. The only issue is when you have a child, you also have a responsibility to provide them with a stable living environment. So if you are struggling, it is important as a parent to identify that within yourself and get as much help as you're able to so that your mental health doesn't end up negatively affecting your child. Though, of course, there are certain things that are unavoidable. And in general, just because a parent struggles with a mental health issue or a disability or any variety of health issues doesn't mean that they're more unfit than any other parent. So much of Tana's story, her exploitation, her trauma, starts with the story of her parents. And unfortunately, much of Tana's terrible upbringing she currently can't talk about because her parents sued her and made her sign something so that she cannot make any negative statements towards them.
I want to write a book so bad. I've written so much about all the shit I've done in LA, but to me it feels so incomplete without
That's huge.
a childhood story. That's honestly the only reason I don't have a serious but life story up until now.
So today I'm going to try my best to tell what has been documented of Tana's upbringing thus far. And hopefully one day Tana will be able to tell her full story and everything that happened behind closed doors.
Credit so many of my OG scandals to me just being like a lawless fucking fatherless rat. You know, like I needed to learn a lot.
I grew up in Vegas with two parents who are completely unfit to be parents. Tana admitted during her MTV reality show holiday special. I still, in so many ways, just want nothing to do with them. During an MTV confessional, Tana explained how even going outside with her parents out of her home was an extremely painful experience.
It was really for me growing up. I feel like my dad was really peak level embarrassing, whether he was like screaming at me or just cheap and rude. My mom would have never like gotten dressed, been ready at like a normal time and like gone ice skating.
Many people can probably relate to having parents who just act, well, emotionally immature to the point where as a child, you had to teach your parents how to act or cover for them. Also, I'm the parent of my parents, Tana said in the MTV series. It sucks. I don't want to be that. I just want to be the kid. Even though Tana's parents did technically house her growing up and provided a base level of care, she had clothes, food, and a place to live. From what Tana has stated, it seemed like her parents were unable to take care of themselves emotionally, understand just how to operate in society in a way that deeply impacted Tana, led to her having to teach her parents how to act later on in life. There are many studies on how having emotionally immature parents can impact children. Emotionally immature parents can handle some of the responsibilities of adulthood and parenthood. Because they can provide you with a home, food, basic levels of care, it can be harder for children of emotionally immature parents to talk about the emotional neglect that they received growing up. But because emotionally immature parents can't understand their own emotions, they also can't understand other people's emotions, including their own children's, which means in general, they lack empathy. So having a childhood with this type of parent teaches someone that their emotions and needs just don't matter. So as an adult, you end up constantly questioning your own thoughts and experiences. You doubt yourself and have low self-esteem. You may feel unheard, misunderstood, unloved, put down. It also might be hard for you to understand your own needs and communicate how you feel because you're never able to growing up. You also might gain a strong need for reassurance and validation in order to feel good about yourself because, again, you never had it growing up. But beyond being emotionally neglectful, it seemed like in general, Tana Mongeau's parents didn't seem to care much at all about what Tana would do. Tana Mongeau alleged that during high school, her parents would allow her to just completely neglect her education, especially once her YouTube career picked up. She stopped going to school or taking taking school seriously. In an appearance on Jake Shane's Therapist podcast, Tana Mongeau said that she would only go to school on Fridays during her freshman year just so that she could know what's happening over the weekend, but said that even that became exhausting by sophomore year.
So a high school dropout.
Yeah, okay. Oh, you are?
Yeah.
What grade did you drop out in?
Sophomore year.
Shut the fuck up.
I only went to school on Fridays freshman year because I just wanted to know what was happening over the weekend.
Yeah.
So with all the distractions in her personal life, Tana Mongeau eventually dropped out of high school.
It's not necessarily that like back then I was the realest that I'd ever been. I had a lot of flaws then. You know what I mean? Like my parents never like instilled anything that parents instill in you, like structure, responsibility, or schedule. I dropped out of high school at 15 because I couldn't even like go to school on time. Like so many of the mistakes I feel like I made in the beginning of my career were from lack of so many things like I needed, you know? I don't really ever remember getting along with my family. Maybe I was like at like it's like 7 or 8 we got along type. But like after that it was just like very chaotic, very rebellious. The way they raised me wasn't it. They just neglected me in like a lot of ways. I definitely didn't get like proper healthcare, proper food, proper schooling, proper love, proper nurturing.
Tana also talks about this on the H3 podcast, saying that growing up with her parents, there was never a functional environment, which was a huge reason as to why she ended up dropping out of school. I'm sure some people can relate to this, just having apathetic parents, never keep track of your schedule growing up. So you'd have to worry about taking yourself to school and being incredibly independent and self-sufficient at a young age.
It's one of the main reasons I dropped out of school. Like it was just like nothing was a functioning routine and I never learned that. I was very much so independent. And anytime I really needed to fall on a parental figure for anything, it was always my best friend's family.
Because her parents were virtually just completely checked out and absent as parents, Tana credits her best friend's family and parents for saving her life and credits them as her chosen parents. This family that Tana references is Tana's friend Amari, and she basically calls them her adopted family.
Like my best friend's family like basically adopted me when I was like 13, like and took me in. Like now every holiday I go see them. They're my family 100%.
Well, so how long did you live with your parents?
I mean, I guess technically until I was like 15, but like by 14 I was like staying with my friends for like months at a time and shit. Like I was out. It was just a very volatile environment.
Often people get confused on the details and timeline of whether or not Tana's friend Amari actually adopted her, considering she's tried to have a relationship with her parents on and off throughout her young adolescence. Tana Mongeau now claims that her best friend's family had basically adopted her when she was 13, 14 years old. A post on the r/Tana Mongeau podcast reads, "Does anyone know why Tana ever stopped communicating with her birth parents? She fully claims that Amari's family adopted her when she was 13, which doesn't make sense because she was still living in her birth parents' house until she was about 17. I guess she just means she spent a lot of time with Amari's family and they treated her like her kid, but that doesn't mean they adopted her." Some people responded saying, "I don't understand why this is so confusing. The adoptive thing is definitely a hyperbole. She didn't get legally adopted. Amari's parents were just her support system because her parents were abusive. Not to mention, her parents literally found the smallest reason they could to sue her and get money that she made herself. What kind of parents, if they were good, would ever do that to their own child? I think this is something not everyone needs to know or speculate on anymore. Tana was out doing hardcore drugs and drinking at 14 on most nights. Not saying I was perfect, but I at least had to stick to Friday and Saturday nights for that. Her parents are narcissist mental abusers. She had plenty of old videos where she talks about her life where you wonder how the parents weren't involved. We don't need to speculate on how they treated her. It's obvious it wasn't good. On saying she was adopted, it's very clear as a longtime viewer, she is using that word loosely, as she often does with lots of words. In a video titled, "Letting You In on the Truth About MTV, Depression, and Life Update," detailed how years of torment caused her to internalize her pain, which she carried for years years before it evolved into severe depression and drug use. I don't even know how to say it, she said. My childhood was just the worst thing on earth, and I'm very lucky to have gotten out of that. But obviously, I spent like 15 years of my life being so incredibly emotionally abused and physically abused and mentally abused. I was like raising myself all of those years. I built up so much hatred for my parents and so much anger for the entire life they had given me. It was so dark, and they're never going to say sorry in the way I want to hear.
It's not something that I like talk about or open up about.
If you can relate and you felt pain by your own parents too, and they haven't said sorry, I'm sorry for what's happened to you, and that it's not right, because that pain definitely stays with you for a long time. In that same video, Tana goes on to talk about how she started smoking weed at 13 years old, continued to try to find new ways to try and numb the pain. As an outside viewer, I can't say definitively what level of abuse and neglect took place in Tana's home. From the statements that have been provided, it's my opinion that at the very least, Tana Mongeau was severely emotionally neglected and physically neglected by her parents. In a video Tana Mongeau made called The Truth About Everything, Tana talked about how she moved out of her family home at the age of 16 years old.
My childhood just like was so traumatic, and I moved out at 16.
Because of the pain of her childhood, she proceeded to just bottle everything up and did drugs, so much drugs to ease the pain and distract myself from reality.
And I did drugs too, so much drugs to ease the pain, to distract myself from the reality. I'm cut all this shit up.
Tana Mongeau created a YouTube channel on May 1st of 2015. Her first video, uploaded on May 16th, would be a story time titled Hairdresser from Hell.
Like, I want to bleach and tone. Like, can you do a bleach and tone for me, please? Like, smiley face emoji. And she was like, tone? A question mark. And I was like, a bleach and tone? Like, a bleach and tone? Like, bleach and tone? Like, what do you mean tone? Like, after you bleach it, can you tone it? Like, make it not brassy. Get up to leave the, like, room and go back into the, like, creepy, dark entryway. And she's like, you're gonna pay me or I'm gonna call the cops. Like, da-da-da-da. And I'm like, well, okay, you used $3 bleach on me, $3 shampoo on me, and towel dried my head with a towel. Do you want $6? Because, like, I'm not going to pay you $65. Like, you told me you would tone my hair, and you did not. It is orange. And I'm like, bitch, call the cops. Like, and then, like, and then I left.
Tana's talented storytelling ability, coupled with her no-holds-barred attitude, really resonated with young audience viewers who greatly appreciated her authentic personality. Maybe her stories weren't the most authentic, but her personality definitely was. There was no one else on the internet quite like Tana Mongeau at the time. So Tana continued to tell stories about her life, some of which would be kind of mundane, minor inconveniences, and yet through the lens and voice of Tana Mongeau were turned into captivating, entertaining, and outrageous storytime videos.
And then the guy takes out a gun, puts it to his chest, and is like, but are you strapped though? And then my guy friend's like, nah, it's not like that. Like, I'm not trying to like gunfight you. Like, what the fuck? I don't even know you. What's your problem? And the dude's like, don't fuck with me. And then takes the gun and shoots it in the air like 2 times. I put a cross around my neck and I'm holding the Bible. I'm carrying this yellow Bible around my house, like as I'm packing things, singing like, our God is greater, our God is stronger, God, you are higher than any other. Like walking around doing that because I'm so freaked the
in this moment, I just like engulfed with rage. I was the Nile River in rage.
Like if he wanted to literally come in my house tomorrow and kill me, I feel like he could do it without a trace, so I'm done like fighting it. I feel like these stories sound so like, there's a picture of me sleeping, haha, like believe it or don't. Like I feel like I sound like a liar. Googling if like pouring a drink on someone is a crime. I found out that it's not a crime if it's water, kids, but if it's anything else, the person could be allergic and that is assault. And if they're allergic to it, it is attempted murder.
For someone so young, Tana had seemingly endured more in a few years than most people had an entire lifetime, especially when it came to confrontations. And her primarily young teen girl viewers could live vicariously through her unique experiences. I'm sure it was fun for a lot of viewers to live vicariously through a personality like Tana Mongeau, especially if you're introverted and would never actually do or say those things. Because of that, Tana's first YouTube video accumulated over 3.7 million views. Another huge aspect of Tana's storytime videos is that they were, well, hilarious. Not only were they entertaining, but Tana was also just a funny person and told her stories in a kind of funny way that would make you laugh. While Tana Mongeau tried uploading other types of videos as well, like challenges and pranks, her storytime videos were the ones that were definitely the most popular and infamous on her YouTube channel, consistently gaining millions of views. Less than a year after posting YouTube videos, Tana gained 1 million subscribers on the platform, and the momentum only continued in the following years, with Tana reaching over 5 million subscribers by 2019. For the first time in her life, Tana had found something that she was passionate about, was fully committed to ensuring her channel succeeded. And the thing was, Tana was good at it. Yeah, her videos may have been over dramatized.
He f***ed me with a toothbrush.
Low production, maybe even low effort at times.
The couple would look at each other and be like, hey, so the camera died 3 days ago and I never filmed the rest of that video. So I'm literally just gonna resume the story in an entirely different fit on an entirely different day, and we're gonna pretend that I'm professional.
She clearly had a talent at the style of videos that she produced. On top of that, my theory on why Tana really succeeded was that she filled the void of the teen girl demographic at that time on YouTube, entertaining young teen girls in a way that not many other influencers were doing at the time. Sure, there were a lot of beauty influencers who were crafting perfectly curated content to teach young girls how to apply their makeup, how to do their hair, how to have this type of lifestyle, to do crafts and DIY. But in terms of pure entertainment, there were only a few creators at the time that teen girls could turn to, and not a lot of them were young girls themselves. So Tana was able to quickly resonate with that demographic and fill that role. And because of Tana's massive success, her channel quickly became a much needed distraction from everything else going on in her personal life. On top of everything that Tana was enduring with her parents, right before starting her YouTube channel, Tana also went through the death of a close friend. So to deal with that grief, Tana was spending her days filming and nights staring at the ceiling, according to her, just bottling in the depression. It seemed like at that time, YouTube was really the only healthy outlet for Tana, and the rest of her life was unhealthy, toxic, and even depressing. It took many years for Tana to seek the proper help for her issues. Tana just continued to bottle in her emotions and often found unhealthy outlets to help numb the pain. Unfortunately, since Tana was still a minor at the time that her YouTube channel began to take off, she claimed that once she began receiving checks from YouTube, her parents were completely controlling her finances. The insinuation being that they were not doing it for Tana's benefit, but for their own.
In my opinion, I think that my financial success excited them. There were a lot of instances where I was paying for things, you know what I mean, for them by force. My 18th birthday was the happiest day of my life because I'd been doing this for like 3 years. You know, I was a minor. They were controlling my finances.
Slowly, Tana has been mentioning the topic of her traumatic childhood more and more in recent years, and how much the way that her parents treated her affected her into her young adulthood. A 32-minute video that Tana made 6 years ago when she was 19 years old and had moved out of her parents' house, titled "Finally Opening Up About Growing Up in My Insane insane dad, Tana recounted her parents, particularly her father's, funny but dysfunctional moments. Tana talked about how now that she was moved out, she would reflect on the effed shit that her parents would do, which again, I'm sure many people can relate to. Particularly some of the abnormal things her father would do while she was growing up, which she made into a list for the video and tried to keep lighthearted and comedic instead of depressing at the time of making the video. Anyways, Tana made a list of her personal highlights, I guess you could call them, in this YouTube video, and some of the things that I thought were worth mentioning is that, first of all, Tana claimed that her father would choose to make their home really dark instead of providing any air conditioning for their family, which is a depressing environment for most children to be in, to just always have blankets on your windows, the blinds closed, just everything extremely dark. I imagine to just be sad. But also, they lived in Las Vegas, one of the hottest places you can live in. So to just never use any air conditioning had to be. In the video, Tana also talked about how because her father is a veteran and likely has PTSD, he didn't like any loud noises, including loud noises on the TV. So everyone had to watch TV on mute in her home, which meant that she never understood what was happening when she was watching TV, and also meant that she never really had an escape as a child, because when she wanted to just forget about her upbringing and childhood and just watch TV, she wasn't even able to do that.
Imagine growing up.
What I felt was relevant was that when she first began vlogging, her father was not supportive at all. He wouldn't even like it if she was holding up a vlog camera in his presence. Regularly tell her that her YouTube career is going nowhere, which probably didn't help bolster up her confidence. It came out that Tana's parents sued her so that they could gain hundreds of thousands of dollars off of her YouTube career, fame, and wealth. When Tana went on the H3 podcast, she never claimed that her parents abused her when she was talking about her childhood and upbringing. When Ethan Klein of the H3 podcast brought up the word abuse, Tana said virtually that she cannot use that word publicly because she's been in court for slander, for saying words like that before to characterize her upbringing.
It sounds like there was abuse.
Absolutely.
It sounds like
Yeah.
it was a really traumatic,
Absolutely.
you know,
But
and so
I've said that before, and then I've been in court having to almost pay millions of dollars for slander.
Really?
you
so
can
it's-
slander your parents?
Apparently,
Like,
you
what
can.
damage are you going to do to them?
Tana claimed that she was sued and in court 3 years ago at the time of the interview, which took place a year ago. So in general, Tana was sued by her parents around 4 years ago.
So are you going through litigation right now with
No,
your parents?
This was
It's over.
This was like 3 years ago.
Tana also spoke on the H3 podcast about how she settled with her parents and signed a non-disparagement, so she cannot disparage or speak negatively of her parents publicly.
Did you guys settle?
Yeah,
out of
because
court?
it's basically. I guess I can talk about this. I don't know. I mean,
Well, did you
my
sign
lawyer-
an NDA?
I signed a non-disparagement.
So don't disparage them. That means
Yeah.
you can be honest.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
I'll
received-
disparage
I
them.
Tana claimed that the source of the lawsuit came from her MTV reality show, where in parts of the show, she toured some of her family homes and made statements about her upbringing.
Do you remember that one time my dad was driving you to school and then like had him drive me home and didn't go? Oh my god! And then dropped me off right there and let me walk, and you're just like sitting in the front seat like no pants on, like some Nike clothes, no shoes, like holy. Like, but I have a good day at school. Exactly. Like, you're 15. Let me know if you want to ditch and smoke. Like, my dad's just driving. Oh, what parent? I want to see how ghetto one of my old houses was. Imagine that house like filled with bugs. Really? There was cockroaches like crawling up the walls like every day. And my dad would just be like, the house isn't infested, all of it just has bugs.
After the show aired, she received a letter that said that the statements she made about her parents could cause them a loss of income, basically damage their business. And because her parents just continued to drag out the court process, Tana also alleged that she decided to settle just to get it all over with and not have to interact with them. And so she ended up paying her parents a couple $100,000.
We went and kind of toured my childhood homes, and I said a lot of things that someone in court could say create a loss of income which is so untrue. It was definitely just a cash grab. Everyone was in my opinion, everyone was very aware of it being like that. And it went back and forth for a while. Just awful for my mental state as well. Like having to just relive so much stuff all the time that to me, I felt like I had been beginning to put to rest. It got to a point where it would have been years in court and it would have been a public trial and it would have been medical subpoenas.
Seriously?
Medical subpoenas all the time and just so much shit.
You couldn't get rid of it on before a trial?
I tried as hard as I possibly could. And I don't want to see them. I don't want to talk to them ever again. I don't want to feel that way ever again. I don't want to watch them defend that all the shit that they did to me was that they were good parents. Just watching, in my opinion, lie. And we settled and I had to pay them a couple $100,000.
Wow.
That was the day in my head where they really they were dead to me.
Imagine your own parents suing you for you saying how you felt about them raising you. Years later, after a long time of going no contact with her parents, because why would you speak to someone after they sue you for hundreds of thousands of dollars? Tana and her co-host Brooke of the Canceled podcast did a podcast episode where they each open up about their respective childhood traumas. And in it, Tana Mongeau talks about how her mother had recently shown up to a poker tournament that Tana had done in Las Vegas out of the blue to try and talk to her after years of no contact.
I play in my poker tournament, right? And I place second and I walk out and I'm doing my exit interview, right? And Makoa comes over to me and he drags me into the back room of the thing and I'm what's up? I need to get my what's wrong, whatever. And he's your mom is here.
Tana went on to explain in the podcast that she just isn't interested in reopening a relationship with her parents. They sued her and got a couple $100,000 out of that whole ordeal. Why would you want a relationship with people who would do that? If I had someone in my personal life who sued me for hundreds of thousands of dollars and got that money, I would be congratulations, you got that money, but you have lost a relationship with me forever. Just me. Tana goes on to explain that she was nervous going no contact with her parents would lead them to pulling a public stunt like this at one of her live shows. So when it happened, she didn't give her mother the satisfaction of a response or a reaction.
I had this kind of knowledge that she had been trying to show up where I was, right? Even if it makes me seem like such an evil person, I'm get her out. I don't care. I don't want to do this right now. It's sad.
Yeah.
It's just you were never ever fucking there. And now you want to be there. And you don't know me. And that makes me sad. But it's what am I going to do? Play catch up for a million years? You also actively chose to sue me and choose having my money over a relationship with me.
Tana's upbringing is a huge factor in the way that Tana acted as a young adult, having no guidance and no one to help her as she was learning and growing, developing and navigating her early years of being a massive YouTube creator, just influencer with a lot of money, a lot of influence, just a lot of things at stake and a lot of people who want a piece of the pie. Tana was not only exploited by her own parents, but because of her parents' neglect, Tana was left even more vulnerable and open to be exploited by others. She entered the world of fame and money. You could say, after the popularity of Tana's storytime videos and the eventual development of her career, Tana Mongeau created a successful career off of being messy.
Everyone, he literally took his toothbrush from his bathroom counter, put it in your vagina, and you with it. I am so sorry for the graphic. If you're 10 or your mom is hearing this, praise Jesus, hallelujah. Someone in the middle of Target, literally riding in the middle of Target, but they're inside of a dog! Ha ha! Bleach and tone, bleach and tone. I will touch a fucking firstborn child with my hands around his throat. What?
One of those Mean Girl moments where I should break it off and give it to everybody who actually deserves it, because I don't deserve this.
Mongeau seemed to follow the Trisha Paytas model of being a YouTube creator in that she was intentional with her controversy. To many of Tana's young viewers at the time, Tana came across as authentic. Even if that meant that Tana was perceived badly, She shared a lot of her real self, the good, the bad, the ugly, with her audience, which really resonated with a lot of young teen girls who were beginning to feel this pressure when it came to social media and this need to present this perfectly curated image of themselves or to uphold a perfect standard online, as a lot of influencers will continue to perpetuate this idea that they are perfect, everything they post is perfect. And Tana Mongeau represented the antithesis of that, which probably made a lot of young teen girls feel more comfortable with themselves as well. According to the Harvard Crimson, Mongeau immediately diverged from other creators on the platform with her explicit language and party girl personality, a foil to the fashion and lifestyle content, which at the time reigned supreme for young women on the platform. Growing up in Vegas in an abusive household, a topic with which Mongeau doesn't shy away from on the Cancelled podcast, Mongeau's trademark dark sense of humor and shocking escapades quickly grabbed attention on the internet. In an interview with Forbes, Tana Mongeau describes her young self and her early content by saying, "I was just unhinged, and the other girls that I was competing with were the beauty guru girls who were getting those Neutrogena deals and those Dove deals and the Coca-Cola deal, and that's never gonna come to me."
Reply back to your mom and dad. Literally. It's you with blue dots or mom and dad.
Dude, I'm a failure. I'm a mess. Bro, this is like one of the weirdest videos I've ever put on the internet by far.
But ultimately, though other influencers and creators built their personality around what was trending at the time, through Tana being her authentic self, though it may have not initially been as brand friendly, it did in a way become more uncancelable because her brand persona and online personality wouldn't just fade out with the changing trends. People followed Tana because she was truly Tana, which is why as an influencer, she's outlasted and out-earned far more than her brand-friendly colleagues in the same space. As Tana gained a larger and larger platform, Tana was undoubtedly going to receive criticism at some point with people who interacted with her content. And that happened to be the case in May of 2016 when Australian YouTuber Freely the Banana Girl began to target Tana Mongeau. Freely, whose real name is Leanne Ratcliffe, is a self-proclaimed health guru who advocated for a high-carb, raw vegan lifestyle and made a lot of very hateful content on YouTube back in the 2016 era of YouTube, often attacking people who did not follow her very specific guidelines of high-carb, raw vegan dieting. So back in 2016, this 35-year-old strangely targeted Tana Mongeau when she was just 17 years old. Tana had frequently talked about how she was also vegan at the time. During a Q&A, someone asked Tana Mongeau how she stays skinny, and a 17-year-old Tana Mongeau responded to that question. Now, of course, Tana, being 17, probably shouldn't be giving advice on how to stay skinny, so Freely responded with a hateful video back. While Tana isn't qualified to give any dietary advice, I don't really think that Freely was either, especially in hateful ways towards 17-year-olds. Freely reacted to Tana's statements in a video and said, "This video should really be called How to Get Fat." Then Freely's partner popped his head in and responded, "Mongeau's going to blow out. By the time she's your age, Freely, she's going to be 80 effing kilos. She looks washed out as."
She's gonna blow out, mate. By the time she's your age, Freely, she's gonna be like 80 kilos.
Well, this video really should be called How to Get Fat.
How to metabolism.
How to be a yo-yo. How to metabolism.
She looks washed out.
So Tana responded to this very weird video. Why would you make a video like that as a 35-year-old to a 17-year-old? And Tana opened her video with, "Freely, why you gotta be a bitch?"
I am making a video to ask Freely why she is... I feel so weird confronting someone so hardcore like this, but like, Freely, why you gotta be a bitch?
While the Tana versus Freely drama may have seemed harmless on the surface, as a lot of Freely the Banana Girls content is so outrageous that it's easy to make a joke out of. Well, first off, I do want to point out that a lot of Freely's diet content is extremely toxic for young and naive people. It gets sucked into diet culture, EDs, orthorexia, which I was a victim of as a teen. And his audience was mainly young teen girls. So by Freely targeting them with this sort of internet drama, she was trying to target them with her messaging. But it's also just shocking to see how many adults so easily talk to this 17-year-old at the time in a degrading, demeaning way.
You were a child.
Yes.
You were young.
I think a lot of things like that happened to me as well because I really did have to grow up severely at a really young age.
100%.
You know what I mean? Like by the time I was 16, I truly was just like, even when it came down to knowledge and wisdom and everything, I was a 21-year-old.
You were forced to grow up so early.
And because of that, a lot of shit ended up happening to me that probably shouldn't have happened, right? Yeah.
Yes, Tana did have to grow up from a very young age due to her childhood and upbringing. But even so, she was still only 17. Even if she made mature content, she was still a teenager. And to see adults react to her and demean her so easily could have possibly contributed to the exploitation that occurred later on.
And yeah, make sure to subscribe if you haven't already done that and follow me on all my social media.
As Tana Mongeau's channel became more and more popular, she began to collaborate with other YouTubers. Through collaborating with other creators, Tana not only was able to bring fresh ideas and perspectives to her channel, but also gain new subscribers who weren't aware of her channel. One of the first collaborative joint videos featured content creator Cody Ko for being a larger creator on the platform Vine and would upload short comedy videos.
You know what I hate? Here's something that I f***ing hate. Alright, let's say you're at a hotel somewhere, right? Come out of your room and you walk down the hallway and you go to that weird like elevator waiting room, you know what I'm saying? You press the button, you're waiting for the elevator, right? Let's say you're in a Holiday Inn in Memphis or something. I don't know, that's not really relevant. I'm just trying to paint the picture here, alright? A dude walks around the corner, right? What does he do? He sees you standing there, and he leans forward and he presses the button, and he stands right beside you. Why did he press the button? Why did he f***ing do that?
But once Vine shut down, he quickly transitioned to YouTube and began to try and build up a YouTube presence and career. At the time that Tana Mongeau and Cody Ko collaborated, Tana Mongeau was only 17 years old and Cody Ko was 25 years old. People didn't really think much of it at the time, since nothing inappropriate happened in the video itself, even though in the video there were some jokes made about the large age difference between the two people, particularly by Cody, where he would make shots at himself, calling himself old, etc.
Teach me some slang. Teach me some teen slang.
Well, I was gonna write it.
Alright, so I'm way too old to be on YouTube. Obviously.
Tana also went on to collaborate with Gabby Hanna, another popular storytime YouTuber at the time, as well as Nikki and Gabby, popular YouTuber twins, and also collaborated with frequently and seemed to be very close with disgraced YouTuber Shane Dawson.
Shane's gonna take my
Have you ever had sex with a YouTuber? Who?
No, no one. I'm saying no one.
Who?
I'm saying no one. And he's like,
Even making the infamous collaborative video of her, peeing on Shane Dawson when she had freshly turned 18.
when Shane and I met, I was 17 and it was just like a thing.
This sounds like the start of a really scary Tumblr post, and I know.
Like if you said something in front of me that was like sexually like fuck, she's 17. We were gonna watch horse porn and you were like, oh my god, she's 17. It was just like a struggle, you know? Yeah. So now I'm 18 and today we're gonna do things that
I have a list of things that I want you to do now that you're 18. Well, first things first, I think like the initiation process should be for you to see naked.
Okay.
Well, I don't know if I want to show you everything, but I feel like I should show you like a piece of my body.
I'm terrified.
Or I had somebody pee on you, you're 18 now. We should do it!
Can I piss on you?
Yes!
All of these collaborations with much larger YouTubers helped to boost Tana's YouTube channel more and more into the spotlight because Tana gained more and more popularity for this problematic persona, and her face, name, and image brought in clicks for other YouTubers. She only continued to collaborate and become involved with more and more toxic influencers. When Tana Mongeau was 18 and 19 years old, she became involved with the formerly famous, now infamous, Vlog Squad, and was featured in its leader David Dobrik's vlogs a few times. And usually when Tana Mongeau was in a vlog, it had to do with her, well, for lack of a better word, getting creeped on by older Vlog Squad member Jason Nash. For example, there was a video filmed where the concept was that Tana would take Jason Nash out on a shopping spree to help sort of revamp his style. At this time, Jason Nash is in his 40s and Tana has just turned 18.
Jason's 44 in this clip. Tana's 18. And he like tried to kiss her and Tana's like, I didn't want it. Why did you do it? The cameras weren't on. And everyone's like, well, she was legal. She was an adult. But she's clearly saying she was uncomfortable, didn't want it. He's 44. She's
No, that's
18.
disgusting.
That to me should be a pedophile because that's a child. You're a grown ass man.
The way the entire situation happened, I'm sure made Tana Mongeau feel trapped and cornered into kissing him. Even as a viewer, I felt that way just watching the video.
I don't know what's going on. I really thought this was a fake date, and I think he just made it a real date. He just kissed me. I pecked you on the lips. You kissed me. No. You pecked me on the lips. I will fight you right now. Literally, I will fight you.
They were in the dressing room together. They were shooting some kind of a sketch, and the cameras were off. I've said this in my vlog before, and Jason felt something. Jason was like, "This is my time." And he leans in for a kiss.
He just kissed me in the dressing room. I don't know what's going on.
Even worse, over time, Jason Nash escalates his behavior with the help of David Dobrik. Trisha Paytas, fellow influencer with a similar career trajectory to Tana Mongeau, and who had dated Jason Nash around this time, had alleged in a TikTok that David Dobrik pushed her to have a threesome with Jason Nash, who was 44 years old, and Tana Mongeau, who was 19 years old.
I mean, starting from, whatever, trying to kiss you when you were like 18. And I'm just like, what is with these people? First of all, grown ass men. Fousey's like 10 years older than you, which is a big, I don't know when this happened, but a big age difference. Still a big age difference. He's 33, you're 24. A 40-year-old trying to kiss you when you're 18. I'm just like, what is wrong with people?
I actually always have appreciated that about you. I think you're one of the first people ever in my life that made me realize so much it wasn't okay. Cause I always I grew up in Vegas. I grew up very big and bad. And I still am. It takes a lot to affect me. So a lot of shit, I will just laugh at someone and be like, you're gross. This is weird. Get help and make fun of them. Yeah. But also recognizing people's behaviors aren't okay. And you almost instilled that into me that I now have that same protective nature and aware nature that you once had for me. I have that for so many young girls on TikTok.
Tana Mongeau responded to this TikTok saying that she's now in therapy, posted in February of 2019. Tana Mongeau asked why Jason Nash wants to have sex with her, which is probably a good question. The dude could be her father. And David Dobrik answered, because he likes broken girls.
He just wants to f me.
True.
And that's really the thing, isn't it? Broken girls become identified as easy targets or exploitation, to be taken advantage of, to become further broken. Broken girls have a wound that can be easily reopened. Rather than an abuser having to find, broken girls don't know how to be treated right, how being loved and respected should look like. But being broken and damaged, unfortunately at this point, became intertwined with Tana's image and brand. She had shared so much of her life and her reality with her audience, and her messy, broken life lifestyle was unfortunately a part of that, a part of her image. She leaned further and further into this. Instead of trying to step away and become more brand friendly so that she could work with major companies on sponsorships and collaborations, she released music and went on shows that would further align with that image. Tana first tried crossing over into the music industry and released her debut single Hefner in 2017. The song was accompanied by an official music video that featured actress Bella Thorne. Tana Mongeau also appeared on the TV show Mari.
Currently, I don't have any juicy confessions, but I really have to. And I was gonna do it before the morning show, and I didn't get to, so.
Tana tried to release more music like the song W and F Up, though her songs were pretty negatively reviewed. Tana remained living in Las Vegas for really as long as she possibly could. As soon as she was able to provide for herself, she moved from residence to residence in Las Vegas, but she was constantly traveling primarily to Los Angeles, where most of the YouTube industry, collaborations, and business aspects of YouTube take place. Not all YouTubers or social media influencers have to live in Los Angeles. There is certainly a lot of pressure for people in the industry to move to LA. There's this idea that there will be more opportunity for them waiting in Los Angeles, a greater ability for them to network and collaborate with more people, and just be around where everything is happening. It's career FOMO, if you will. Though initially, Tana Mongeau did seem to express some reluctance at the idea of moving to LA. In a tweet where she said, "Losing desire to move to LA, scared to turn into someone fake like every other YouTuber said they wouldn't and did." That was written in 2016, but 3 years later, Tana had moved to LA and was clearly loving it. In a tweet where she said, "I love LA so much. It's my favorite place in the world and I'm so lucky to live here. Thanks guys for moving me to this awesome city." Tana often had her friends that she knew from childhood, like her friend Amari or friend Ashley, living with her in the various homes that she rented out and lived in throughout her career, virtually creating her own family that she kept close to her through the experience of growing, becoming famous, and then moving to Hollywood.
Merry Christmas to all, from my family to yours.
And leaning into the authentic persona that had given her all of her success and continued to make story times about all the events that were happening in her life from, well, her teenage point of view. Eventually, another YouTuber was able to utilize this for controversy, creating a massive scandal for Tana Mongeau, adding to the dismal view that many had of her at the time. I have already talked about the iDubbbz controversy in a previous video, so I do want to keep this coverage of the situation fairly brief and mainly go over the facts, while also focusing on how this controversy added to the problematic persona, brand, and image that Tana Mongeau started to develop, which ultimately led to a lot of her perspectives and experiences just not being taken seriously by the general public, until that is later on into her adult life. In 2015, Tana's old tweets from 2012 to 2014 had resurfaced, where she had made several racist remarks towards Black people. Now, I initially just wanted to briefly touch on Tana Mongeau's past tweets, not because they're unimportant in any way, but because they've been so heavily discussed in the past, and in my past video I covered them. Recently, Tana Mongeau's close friend and co-host on the Cancelled podcast, Brooke Schofield, had intensely racist tweets that had resurfaced to the public that Brooke herself had posted up until her college years. And since Brooke was a person that Tana had closely associated with, they had a whole podcast together. We will be discussing this in depth later on in this video. I do feel like it's important to acknowledge the continuous patterns of racism and racist allegations that have popped up throughout Tana Mongeau's entire career, and the general frustration that I have around that I'm sure a lot of people feel similarly towards. Because no matter what environment you grew up around, when you spread countless, not just one tweet, but multiple tweets, videos, countless posts online that you put out into the ethosphere that targets an entire group of people, it spreads incredibly harmful and hurtful ideologies and normalizes it. And it is just in general frustrating to see time and time again that those same people are able to completely gloss over their past, to be forgiven, sometimes almost immediately, have incredibly successful careers in almost any given industry. If a person of color makes a single mistake, their entire career is over. Have you noticed that? I think it's very interesting. I think ultimately that's why people are saying forgiveness is not owed when it comes to instances of past racism. People of color are tired of having to be on the receiving end of racism, having to find out yet another incredibly successful and well-liked celebrity or influencer did something incredibly racist that was targeted at them. Now, yet again, it's their job to forgive that celebrity or internet figure, just so that celebrity can go back to making millions and act like nothing ever happened, so that their career can be just fine. The thing is, time and time again, that is exactly what happens. So that's my rant on the situation. We'll be covering the Brooke situation later in this video, but right now, when we were talking about these tweets, I thought it was important to mention. So anyways, Tana Mongeau's racist tweets were uncovered by the general internet in 2015. Fast forward to December of 2016, Tana Mongeau, who had just surpassed 2 million subscribers, tweeted to another YouTuber named iDubbbz at iDubbbz. So 3 million people subscribe to you and you openly say the N-word and R-word, unalive yourself. In 2015, Ian Carter gained a huge fan base for his comedic content, commentary, and critique videos. Though the approach to his content is kind of what you could call, in the kindest way possible, edgelord humor, often using offensive language or offensive humor to garner shock and outrage, which, well, offended a lot of people. And Ian himself has recently spoken out about how he disagrees with the way that he approached his content in the past. Tana also deleted the tweet she made to iDubbbz shortly after posting it. While she might have deleted the tweet, it still made its way to iDubbbz, who had made a plan to embarrass Tana when he got the chance. On January 21st of 2017, a month after Tana had posted that tweet, she held a meet and greet in San Francisco, where you could also purchase VIP meet and greet tickets. iDubbbz decided to purchase these VIP tickets and disguise himself as a fan. Then when he got a chance to take a photo with her, instead of saying something like "say cheese," he blurted out "say the N-word," to which Tana looked visibly scared and ran away before iDubbbz was escorted out of the venue. Tana then talked about the interaction during her live show. And after the show ended, she posted tweets about the incident as well. "Today, I experienced intense racism in front of my face and was literally terrified for my life and had to have someone removed from my show." To be fair to Tana, as I think I mentioned in my previous video where I touched on this situation, though a lot of people laughed at her reaction after iDubbbz's response, it really seemed like Tana did not recognize iDubbbz at that time. Which, who would recognize another YouTuber out of thousands of YouTubers on the platform during a day where you literally have to stand there and meet hundreds of people one after another? You're not going to immediately recognize somebody like that, especially when they wear tons of different costumes in their YouTube video. In another tweet, Tana wrote, "Seeing racism like that before my eyes brought me to tears, and I'm so shaken from it. I need to make a video about this as soon as possible. possible. Then on January 24th, Tana uploaded a video titled The N-Word. Throughout the video, Tana doesn't mention iDubbbz specifically. It seems like she still doesn't know that this was iDubbbz at her show, but instead just explains what happened at the meet and greet. Later that day, Tana posts a series of Snapchats where she tells her audience that she put the dots together and realized that the man who approached her was iDubbbz. Regardless, Tana claimed to stand by everything she said in her video, reaffirming that she believed that iDubbbz was racist, even if what he posted was satire. Which, I mean, if people don't understand your satire, you could be potentially spreading vitriolic content. In a You Now, Tana explained it further. He says all this effed up shit all the time and nobody says anything about it. How can someone parade around on the internet making videos like that?
But I don't understand how me saying yourself is like just as bad as him saying all this fucked up shit all the time and nobody says anything about it. Nobody cares that he says that. Nobody gives a fuck. Like, how can somebody just parade around on the internet making videos like that and saying things like that? And so I didn't know that when I tweeted him, he was gonna buy a ticket to my meet and greet, come to my meet and greet, try to get me to say the N-word, scare the fucking shit out of me. And like, if that wasn't enough, if doing that to me wasn't enough, he's gonna make this video about me that gets millions and millions of views and make me look like a terrible person. Every YouTuber is texting me be careful, like be prepared, like you don't know what's gonna happen to you. You could lose all your subscribers. Like, he's really good at making people look so shitty, and I just don't know what I did to deserve this. Like, I don't understand what I did to deserve this.
Tana continued to post Snapchats about the situation. People were starting to get excited about iDubbbz's video on Tana and were already giving Tana Mongeau backlash even before his video. And Tana was becoming paranoid about iDubbbz's response.
But I honestly don't understand what I did wrong at all. And it sucks. Like, I'm getting so much hate on Twitter and so much hate on that video. Someone showed me this guy's videos and I tweeted him because I thought what he was doing was racist. Like, how do you just say the N-word all the time in your videos? And so because I tweeted him, he didn't respond, he didn't follow me, we could have, talked out via Twitter. He bought a ticket to my meet and greet and showed up to it, waited in line for hours to harass me and try to get me to say the word that I originally tweeted to him that I didn't like him saying. Like, I don't understand how anybody can be mad. To all of his fans being like, there are videos of you saying that word. I'm not hiding that. I know that. But I was also fucking 13 or 14, and I've talked about that. I've addressed that and just because I said something when I was 13 or 14 to somebody and had no idea the context of it doesn't mean I can't grow and learn that it's wrong.
iDubbbz content cop on Tana came on February 7th and showed a compilation of video clips where Tana used offensive language, both in videos and on social media.
For those of you who don't follow the drama, I'll give you a brief rundown of what's happened so far. A couple months ago, Tana Mongeau tweeted at me that she was very unhappy with my use of the N-word. I didn't respond to her tweet. Instead, I did a bit of research and I found out that she used the dreaded N-word in the past. But she didn't use the N-word in the same way that I use it. She used it in a very mean-spirited way.
Growing up in Vegas, everybody said those words, and I didn't even know that they were considered racist at all. They were in rap songs, and I totally thought it just meant homie or friend.
She does a very poor job of trying to explain it away. She's saying, I was 13 or 14, I didn't understand the use of the word. I always thought it meant friend or homie, despite my use of it being, you a stupid right? No one says friend or homie in that way, Tana. Also, you can't plead ignorance because every high school student in America has learned about slavery.
You would think that racism and racist language would be the main focus of an expose video on Tana and her hypocrisy at the time. But because iDubbbz was still making a choice to use that same language in his videos at the time, it seems like he couldn't really too heavily focus on that aspect in that video to criticize her without his logic starting to appear a little bit circular. So instead, the main part of iDubbbz video on Tana was to focus on her constant over-exaggeration of her experiences during her story times for the sake of views. This, in my opinion, is a little bit funny at face value. Someone who makes story times about their life telling false or fake story times. But it's also very obvious. And can we just think about it for a moment? If your entire career, your entire livelihood and income is dependent on telling entertaining and captivating stories to gain as many viewers' attention as possible, I don't care how honest of a person you are, you're probably going to start telling that story in as dramatic of a way as possible. Your voice is going to rise a few octaves and get very dramatic. You're going to be adding in a few extra extraneous details that probably may or may not have happened. That story time will guaranteed be the most extreme version of the actual incident. What did we expect here? This is to entertain the people. In general, it's like reading a bedtime story where you know it's all make-believe, but instead of it being a light-hearted story in fairyland, it's a story about someone getting banged by a toothbrush. Same difference. The problem is being labeled or busted, as iDubbbz's thumbnail read, as a liar, a false storytime teller, created a reputation for Tana Mongeau as not only problematic, not only a hypocrite, but a liar who can't be trusted. So when she continued to try to tell her story, who would trust what she said? In the back of their minds, most people began to question if Tana was ever telling the truth from this point forward. Unfortunately, as a teenager, this would not be the last major learning lesson Tana Mongeau made that definitely should be touched upon, as there is a video that Tana Mongeau made during her early years of content creation that has completely flied under the radar. That is, well, Tana Mongeau pulled a Logan Paul when she was only 19 years old. In October of 2017, Tana Mongeau uploaded a now deleted video titled "Found a Dead Overdosed Man Live Footage Story Time." Tana's choice to film this person who had passed was before Logan Paul's infamous vlog that must not be named or YouTube will hate me, though other content creators didn't talk about Tana Mongeau's vlog until months later. And the YouTuber iDubbbz was one of the first people to shine a spotlight on the situation. Shout out to iDubbbz and OG for touching on this situation. While I understand that Tana was still young, fairly young at 19 years old, as I've given her a ton of grace in this video, I also think that this vlog is really important to talk about because it just shows the mentality that Tana Mongeau had at the time. Because Tana used YouTube to escape her childhood and terrible upbringing, in my opinion, you can see Tana becoming too dependent on the YouTube algorithm with a lack of consideration for basic human ethics and morals. This is not a new concept by any means when it comes to social media fame and stardom. In fact, as I make more and more of this content, I would say that it's my opinion that the majority of famous YouTubers and content creators get sucked into this system. Shout out Logan Paul. Shout out Jake Paul. Shout out David Dobrik. Shout out Mr. Beast. Unfortunately, that system can be a major contributor to the creator's downfall. Also, I'm personally curious how it can contribute to that creator's overall psyche, their general view on their relationship to other human beings. Their viewers just become a numbers game to them. Other people around them become a way to create engaging content. Over time, you can see these creators dehumanizing people in general as a way to gain more viewership, more notoriety, bigger hits. But I'm not a psychology expert, so I don't know if I'm the person to dissect that necessarily. In iDubbbz's video on Tana's vlog, iDubbbz specifically highlights all the footage where Tana filmed the body of this deceased person. While iDubbbz censors the footage, he claimed that Tana Mongeau did not censor the original footage at all.
And I was originally just going to include all of those clips in a vlog, and then I was like, live footage story time.
Now, I personally had to censor that because Tana didn't censor the body. I'm not fucking joking. I'm not kidding around. Tana didn't censor the body whatsoever. She didn't put a blur on it. She didn't put a black box around it. She just left it. There is a fully clothed dead body on the floor and she didn't even censor it.
The time that Tana Mongeau posted this vlog, her channel had nearly 3 million subscribers, with mostly a following of young teenage girls. So I can't imagine how many of those young teenage girls were traumatized by this footage of an uncensored body being posted by Tana Mongeau. And after just posting that for all to see, Tana spent the remainder of this vlog slash story time sitting down and talking to her audience about herself and how finding this person put such a damper on her day. Shortly after Tana filmed this deceased person's friend who had just been informed of his friend's death, Tana says, "This would only happen to us. Only we would want to have a nice beach day and then have to like save a dead guy."
I really hope that man isn't dead. Like, I just really hope the man isn't dead.
I can't help but laugh in an appalled way at the absurdity of it. Tana Mongeau was not going to even try to pretend to be an ethical influencer. The worst part of it all was Tana was being influenced by older adults who were seemingly showing her that this kind of behavior is okay. Tana was not alone when she discovered and exploited this deceased person. YouTuber Shannon Rose was also with Tana and uploaded her own graphic video of the moment, which is still on her channel. Shannon was much older than Tana at the time. The time of this incident taking place, Shannon was 32 years old, while Tana was only 19.
Let's do it.
What? It's so raunchy. Okay. Porn, nut,
Jerk off? Come? In your mouth? Getting pissed on? Swallow. You swallow.
Or?
Swallow or spit.
LA has a serious age problem. There are literal children going to 21 plus labeled clubs, going to after parties where they associate with adults, either participate in or are around adults who are doing many different illegal activities. All of it is extremely normalized. Like there's a don't ask, don't tell policy when it comes to age. I grew up in Southern California, so while it's hard for me to talk a lot about my own personal trauma, I say this largely off of my own personal experience. Also, you can simply look at the facts. A large amount of scandals and controversies associated with age in Hollywood. I wanted to put that out there because the more and more I cover these stories, the more I see, in some ways, a reflection of my own childhood, which is rough, but also just the same patterns repeating themselves. These very, very young stars who are naive to the industry, they gain a following, so they become involved in LA and virtually overnight become preyed upon when they're underage and extremely naive. Tana Mongeau has mentioned periodically throughout her career how she struggled with her mental health and used substances and partied from a very young age as a way to cope with her childhood and certain aspects of her upbringing that she couldn't control. You would hope that once Tana Mongeau became extremely successful, famous, and rich, that all this behavior that she utilized to cope would subside and she'd get a handle on her life as she escaped her parents and her childhood. But when Tana Mongeau became involved in the LA scene and show business as a whole, she associated with people who also enjoyed partying. Her party habits only escalated and became more and more dangerous.
I got the idea to do a few drunk videos in Cabo because it is legal for me to drink in Cabo San Lucas, Mexico. I'm 18. If I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna black out. Yes!
I'm crying because my phone's broken because of the rain. So ma'am, I can't hear. My phone's broken. She's missing a tooth. It's been 2 fucking days.
Someone stole my phone at the club, remember?
I could see myself ending up going out again tonight, which is just like insane. The city is insane.
Even when Tana Mongeau was still a teenager or a very young adult, as she became involved in the YouTube industry, she became fully surrounded by older adults who treated her like she was somebody simply because of her following.
And so the way the Vegas party scene works is a random address every night during the summer is just sent around via text. So I show up to this house and it is a really, really nice house. And it is obvious upon walking in that this is the house of a very rich adult. And this guy walks up to me and he introduces himself and he tells me that it is his house. Let's call this guy Brian. So Brian was like 23 or 24. He ended up being a really crazy person and a pathological liar and having all these problems and being 24 and being like obsessed with girls that were 15.
I can't get this image out of my head. I fell onto this picture by accident, and God, now every time I see Tana, I see this. Hell, never forget the story behind this. Tyra refused to take a picture with Tana. Then someone on her team told her who Tana was, and she decided to do it. Then Tyra followed Tana on Instagram, and Tana didn't follow her back. So Tyra unfollowed her the next day. Iconic. OMG, that's brutal. Do you know how old she was? She looks really young. Instead of the adults around Tana trying to set a good example, encouraged Tana to act positively for her own health, they encouraged her partying behavior.
I look like your mother.
You are
I
my
look
mom.
like your aunt.
But we're flying to Greece.
These shots were being made and Tana was having a cow.
Yeah, like I was gonna ask him.
I'm such an aunt that I try to shrink my tits.
Not to make you like not to make you.
No,
like,
I've seen your tits.
No, but grab the
on a save the night when you kept talking about like your boobs being like real and you're wearing a bunch of on it. Tana has the greatest.
No, she is.
Tana has our boobs were like if you were like watching, your boobs are so like they sit in a way that feels like not natural. Like if I didn't know Tana and I saw Tana's boobs, I would 1000% think they were fake in a good way. So drunk, but I feel like I can't express to you the shape of your.
And Tana only dove further and further into substance use and partying as a way to meet and bond with other people in the industry.
I love him. I love his work.
Natalie and Nikita just switched outfits.
Style by Nikita.
So Jake won.
Hi friends, it's 5:01 in the morning in Miami. Jake won the fight. I went to 11. I'm in the club in Miami. FaZe Banks dares me to eat a dollar bill. I'm like, you know what? It'll be a funny video. Let's do it. He crumples up this dollar bill, puts it in my mouth, and I bite it. I hear the crunch of a lifetime. And I'm like, did I eat granola? You know? And so I take the dollar bill out, and inside of the dollar bill is my veneer.
I think that this chapter and the previous chapter about Tana filming the dead body are a really good example of how social media fame, power, money, and influence can really negatively change a person if they are not careful to stay grounded along the way. And if you don't really ensure to fix or at least take care of your mental state and any trauma that you might have that can stick with you, fame and money can only amplify that trauma or shine a spotlight on it. Her ex-boyfriend, Summer Hollingsworth, expressed his frustration with Tana's change at this time as they were breaking up in some tweets where he said, "YouTube doesn't change people. Ha. At what point does a social blade mean more to you than the person you claim to love?" Tana had people around her that were telling her that right then was her moment. Make as much money as possible as quickly as possible, because who knew how long this fame would last. One of those people was Tana's manager, Jordan Warona. I feel like I'm saying his last name wrong, even though I continue to look it up for how to say it correctly. My brain is just not allowing me to say it right, so I'm sorry. A key aspect to Tana's early career was her manager, Jordan Warona. Jordan joined Tana early on in her career when she was extremely young, still a minor, and most notably, lacked any strong parental figures and was still learning how to navigate the business of social media.
I'm at my manager Jordan's house. Okay, Jordan, how was this video for you?
As mentioned earlier, while we often look to the stars of a major brand as the face, therefore the sole cause of everything that occurs within their brand, we often forget that there's an entire team working behind them to carefully curate the image that they're given to the general public. And I think it's important to note that Jordan Warona was someone who worked with Tana Mongeau at the time that her brand and image was always at an all-time low. And Jordan himself has publicly spoken about how he leaned into that because it brought in unexpected money for the brand. The audience was not only watching the drama, but buying the drama, wanting to be a part of it. Jordan Warona said to Business Insider, "Other managers and most representation don't want controversy, bad press, or anything negative. That's made me different." I find this interesting because we talk a lot about rage baiting, how all publicity is good publicity, how a lot of internet celebrities and social media figures will play into drama and controversy to drum up more engagement for themselves. But on the other side of this, how does that mentally and emotionally affect everyone involved? I mean, think about it. Your mostly negative emotions are practically being utilized to bait you into engaging in order to profit off of you. Feels very manipulative and wrong. So, who is Jordan Warona? How did he become involved with Tana Mongeau? And how did his involvement affect her career? Well, according to Business Insider, Jordan Warona started his career in traditional entertainment. As an assistant to a talent manager, he worked at the social media focused companies Fullscreen and Studio 71 before he branched off and started his own talent management firm called We Are Verified, where he manages, or I would say past tense managed, famous social media stars like Tana Mongeau, Trisha Paytas, and Sarah Baska. Jordan had a smart approach where he seemed to target clients that were the likable, relatable social media stars, but also the stars that a lot of other managers stayed away from because their content wasn't as brand friendly. But I would say that these social media stars made up for their non-brand friendly image through their likability and their unique personalities, which has definitely outlasted a lot of the other brand friendly social media stars. But when Jordan talked further about his social media business strategy in this Business Insider interview, a red flag for me was when Jordan Warona said that a lot of this industry is about speed. Because from my own experience, while some sponsorships may have certain deadlines, I've also realized that rushing something is never necessary. Will often lead to very poor results. Like, sure, you may make a little bit more money in the short term, but you're way more likely to mess up, make mistakes, create something with a poor quality that just leads to a disappointed audience. AKA, the easiest way to create something that comes across as a scam is by rushing out a product or process, which creates a poor quality result where in the end your audience gets screwed. For Tana's manager to be so focused on speed being essential in this industry is a major red flag for that reason, in my opinion. An additional major red flag when it comes to Jordan Warona and his involvement with Tana Mongeau is the general capacity of his involvement, the continued blurred boundaries in their relationship.
The entire time since we've been eating, I've been holding it in my mouth so I can spit it at your stupid head.
For example, for a period of time, Jordan had an office in Tana's house and worked out of her pool house.
Oh, Jordan! Jordan works out of my pool house. He is my manager. I'd like shake my man in for
understand.
That's awesome, dude. That's great information for me to know.
While Jordan, Tana's manager, having his office in her own home, is presented so normally in these clips, looking back, it feels extremely inappropriate, or at the very least, a little bit weird. I mean, normally, under different circumstances, if you know someone in your life who has a manager, and that manager put their office space in their home, that would come across as a bit strange to most people. Imagine your boss is like, hey, you know, I think it just would be easier if I set up my laptop in your guest bedroom. Their relationship boundaries were so blurred that, according to Tana in the premiere episode of her MTV reality show, many people thought that they were in a relationship. Jordan works out of my pool house. He's my manager. We make these great decisions together and we're always on the same page and stuff. But sometimes people will come up to Jordan and I and treat me like I'm his girlfriend or something. And I'm literally like, throw up noise. That's so effing disgusting.
Sometimes people will come up to Jordan and I and kind of treat me like I'm his like girlfriend or something, and I'm literally like, it's so disgusting. So I posted my thong photo. Things are doing well.
Good.
I didn't think I could take a photo in a thong that easily. I was like really nervous. It's not going to be that easy.
I mean, that's not an easy thing to do, to take a photo in a thong. That's actually, most people would find that hard, probably.
So some people have thought that Jordan and Tana were in a romantic relationship, but Jordan himself has claimed that he was like a parental figure to Tana. Tana is the best and worst client I have, all at the same time. A lot of times I feel like I'm her parental figure.
Tana is the best and worst client that I have all at the same time. A lot of times I feel like I'm her parental figure. Sometimes when Tana is getting on my nerves, I will shut down. It's because I know that if I say anything, it could result in a huge fight. Do you want to talk about business though? Seriously, let's get into a couple things that we can actually get rhythm on.
I came in here to talk about business.
This is a really messed up relationship to have with your manager, especially if you've never had good parents in your life. Because Jordan is actively profiting and making money off of Tana, which of course, if you have good boundaries and a solid business relationship, there's nothing wrong with a manager doing that. That just means that Jordan also can't be an objective parental figure in Tana's life. On top of Jordan lacking boundaries as a manager, 2020, Tana came out with the MTV reality show titled Tana Turns 21, which Jordan had put together. Something I thought was really strange when looking back at the show is how prominent of a role Jordan had in it. Jordan Warona was a main character on the MTV reality show and was often shown in a very positive light. Even though you look back and he was a grown-ass adult hanging out with a bunch of young early 20-year-olds. Not the best look. Tana herself, on the other hand, was shown in a very negative light on the show. All of Tana's health issues and partying issues when she was freshly turning 21 were shown bare to all on the reality show with little to no context.
I'm so tired mentally, physically, emotionally.
I want you to be perfect.
I know.
So be perfect.
I just wish I could step out of my life right now.
During season 2, episode 4, titled Tana Faces a Shocking Diagnosis, Jordan takes Tana to see a pulmonologist after she was suffering from a consistent cough. She ends up getting diagnosed with asthma, and when she tells her friends, they instantly start making jokes, including praising Tana for saying that she's not going to quit smoking weed.
I got asthma.
That's it?
So what do we do now? Do we have a party?
In that episode, Tana and her friends' attitude towards her diagnosis angered a lot of viewers who left comments on the episode like, the fact that she doesn't care and is acting like that is pathetic. Other viewers called her entitled and spoiled. The next episode caused even more chaos. During season 2, episode 5, Tana and Jordan get into a big fight, and after their argument, Tana and her friends decide to have a night out. Tana's friend, Trevi Moran, had recently relapsed and was struggling with her sobriety at the time. Tana's friend group all wanted to be there for her.
About a month ago, I decided to get sober, but recently I had a relapse. You feel sober? You don't want to drink?
No.
At all?
The group thought they'd go wild for one night. Trevi came along.
It's girls' night out. We are taking shots. And then looks absolutely miserable.
My heart is pounding. I'm starting to get like anxiety shakes. I'm really uncomfortable in this situation right now.
Trevi felt very uncomfortable and had to walk away. YouTuber T-Spill retweeted this clip, saying this is very uncomfortable, and more people criticized the way Tana behaved. Tana responded shortly after in a long Twitter thread, extremely upset with the way that MTV had edited the show. Even in my darkest times shooting the show, there was never a point where I'd encourage Trevi to fall off the path or not to be there for her in the best way I knew possible. Trevi retweeted her thread with the words, "I know baby," and a heart emoji. Bizarre to me because these 2 episodes of the MTV reality show were edited in such a way that not only did they show Tana Mongeau in a bad light, but they didn't show anything really likable about Tana Mongeau. You'd think that her manager, Jordan Warona, putting this entire deal together, at least put safeguards in place for them to have enough creative control so that she would at least appear likable in some way or aspect on her own reality television show. On IMDb, the show was given a rating of 3 out of 10, and the description on IMDb is as follows. Following the life of Tana Mongeau while she's growing up, using her manager and her friends' help. The show had 2 seasons, but was not renewed for a 3rd. Tana Mongeau ended up speaking about how she hated filming season 2 of her reality show. In a YouTube video that she posted in March of 2020, titled "Letting You In About MTV, Depression, and a Life Update," Tana addressed all the criticism she'd received about treating her friends badly and downplaying her asthma diagnosis. She claimed that largely the way she came across was all down to MTV's editing. MTV wanted the drama, and I didn't think the episode would end up the way it did. There's probably people who are still skeptical when it comes to that, but I know my truth to this. Now, it's probably fair to say that the way that Tana Mongeau came across was a mix of both MTV's editing and her own actions. The things that were all shown were actions that she did. Tana had to do them for them to be caught on camera. But also, as I mentioned before, I think that a lot of the way that Tana acted was filmed without context and really was the result of years of her running away from her problems, not taking care of her mental or physical health, especially during times that she was struggling. Season 2 of No Filter was filmed just after a bad breakup, and Tana claimed she was struggling to just even get out of bed most days. However, she also claimed she wanted to tell her story in the most brutally honest way, which she later on regretted. A lot of this is just the reality when it comes to reality TV. I do think it's important to see how it can affect the people involved in these productions. A lot of the initial public opinion after watching the MTV reality show seemed to be that Jordan was a good influence on Tana. But when watching certain scenes in the show back again, I can't help but have a different outlook. For example, there's a specific scene in the show where Tana and Jordan are fighting because he has too much involvement in both her personal and business life.
Awesome.
Jordan and I are just in this place right now where we have a big fight, but we are still working on 1,000 projects. So today is one of those days where Jordan and I are just gonna pretend like everything's fine and try to focus on business, which is not healthy at all, but we all know Jordan doesn't really care about the healthiness.
It just seemed like in general, Tana and Jordan would fight, and then still he would be continually involved in her personal and business life when they were still fighting or arguing about something. Tana just never had any space away from Jordan, which isn't healthy. Jordan would be the one to take Tana to the doctor or tell her what capacity she should be partying and when.
You're gonna burn out. You need to start prioritizing health number one before everything. We're also gonna get you a doctor appointment very soon for your
lungs.
While on the surface that may all appear to be good acts, if you peel back the curtain, it all seems kind of controlling because Jordan is supposed to be a business partner and shouldn't have a place to be doing that.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
That's her dad, but
Jordan's like her dad, yeah.
Jordan literally wakes Tana up in the morning, is teaching her how to drive, and got her health insurance. He seems like a dad to me.
He's literally become like this father figure to her, always watching over her, taking care of her, taking her to the doctor.
Sorry, but I don't buy it because managers are and should always be someone who helps you with business deals, which they also in turn reap some benefits from. It should always be a professional relationship because you always want to be comfortable with saying no to your manager, no to doing a business deal that doesn't feel right to you. For example, Anna was incredibly nervous about her perfume launch. She was very scared that something might go wrong and didn't want to be traveling on the launch date, which Jordan wanted to rush the launch and do it quickly so that it would be out in time for Valentine's Day.
I just do. I've had so many things go wrong. You obviously know, but after like Tanacon, like putting out something like this is a really big deal.
In terms of the launch, if everything is set up perfectly, like we'd actually be fine. All you need to do is promote the day of.
What if day of the website crashes and I'm not with you? And then I'm like waiting by the phone, like
Then, when Tana ended up traveling, leading up to the launch, Jordan wasn't being responsive, which Tana had communicated beforehand she had a lot of anxiety about due to how terribly previous launches had gone.
We're releasing a perfume tomorrow and you're not texting me back about it. Like, why?
In the back of my head, I'm literally just thinking, perfume launch, everything's gonna go wrong. Why would Jordan force me to do this day? My thoughts are spiraling and I'm so stressed out.
So eventually, it did seem that Tana Mongeau wised up to the unhealthy nature of her and Jordan's relationship, and she cut things off, which was around the time that this MTV show was released and edited very poorly. My opinion, the show, well, really showed Jordan actually wasn't on Tana's side at all, but on the side of making money off of Tana, aka exploiting her.
I'm positive that I made the right decision for me, and I'm sorry if it was not the right decision for Tana.
Making Tana look terrible, showcasing inner details of her health, partying struggles, and substance use, all for a reality show, and then allowing it to be edited poorly in a way that makes the subject look as terrible as possible, all for entertainment purposes, is, in my opinion, exploitation at its finest. I'm not saying that Tana Mongeau is a perfect saintly person and conducts herself in the best way possible. I'm just saying that it's clear that everything that she was struggling with during that time was filmed and edited specifically so that other people could profit off of her. Anna and Jordan were on a friendship. I know she touched on it for a second, and they're acquaintances again, but I want the tea of what went down a few years ago. I think their relationship lacked a lot of boundaries. Seems like he acted like her manager when it suited him, and on the flip side, her friend when it suited him. She probably realized she didn't want a manager that was doing blank with her and all her friends behind the scenes, but at the same time was being praised by the public for being the only voice of reason and mature adult. I don't know what their contract was with MTV, but it was clear that in the second season, Tana was dealing with substance issues, and he, as her manager, should have pulled the plug or attempted to. I know that it's mostly due to MTV's editing, but I can imagine how he was portrayed on the show added insult to injury and probably contributed to everything coming to a head and their relationship disintegrating. So, Tana Mongeau ended up cutting ties with her longtime manager, Jordan, and many people were wondering why. Besides what can be gleaned from what has taken place in Tana Mongeau's career.
You were drunk at my birthday.
I was overserved.
I spent 50% of my evening bouncing back and forth, taking care of drunk you and drunk Jake on my 21st birthday.
We went to Las Vegas with all of her friends. Chaos ensued. That weekend was insane.
Though Tana has still never gone in depth about her detachment from Jordan publicly, she did briefly address it on her very first canceled podcast with Trisha Paytas. Trish also used to be managed by him, and when Tana had asked Trish on one of her first episodes, Trish asked Tana what happened, and all Tana said was, "How much money does he owe you?" So Trisha Paytas was Tana Mongeau's first ever guest on the canceled podcast. At the very end of the podcast, Trisha Paytas asked Tana why she got rid of Jordan, as Trisha had also had Jordan Warona as her manager. They both ended up pleading the fifth on whether or not he owed them money. Yeah, he, meaning Jordan, seemed very concerned on the outside, but was really an enabler. I don't know why, but I get that vibe of someone who wants you to stay in a bad place with bad behavior so they can make themselves feel better. I don't know why. Maybe that's just me, lol, but he enabled for sure. Turns out he was being scammy AF with Tana, Trish, and others as well. I think Tana needed a manager that managed her, lol. Jordan partied with her instead of nurturing her and helping her develop her character and career. We may never fully know the story of what happened between Tana and her manager Jordan until both parties speak on it. Thought it was an important context to the story of Tana. There are things that happen behind the scenes, especially when it comes to the business part of social media, can mess with a person's public image. And I want to clarify that isn't to say that a person shouldn't be held accountable for their actions. So ultimately, it's not up to me to decide the extent of which Tana Mongeau has been exploited. I think you'll probably have your own opinion, and of course Tana herself will have her own opinion as well. Nevertheless, initially traditional brand deals were not coming to Tana Mongeau through the traditional means because she wasn't the clean, brand-friendly influencer. So at the beginning of her career, working with Jordan Warona, who at least tried to push her outside the box when it came to brand deals and told her not to shy away from any controversy, did at least allow her to continue to bring money in and profit off her audience in untraditional ways for influencers. According to Celebrity Net Worth, Tana Mongeau has a net worth of $4 million, most of which likely comes from brand sponsorships, her YouTube channel, and of course, her podcast. It also could be said that Tana Mongeau has developed a successful merchandise empire through creating merchandise that leans into her brand. Where Tana's talent seemed to lie with her merchandise is she would take a lot of catchphrases and slogans from her videos and turn them into a merchandise product.
Do you see this shit? Bitch, do you see this shit? Like, oh my god, that's like not even Kira Kira. Wait, look at it hitting the fucking light with this fucking diamante moment. So please keep my fucking lights on and go get a hoodie and joggers. I would love it if you guys supported and joined the scandalous movement.
So I was thinking that I should go like bringing it up like over my joggers, like ooh, like that.
Even at times, Tana would take her scandals, turn them into profit by creating a slogan or different merch off of an aspect of her scandal, which would resonate with her dedicated fans who understood the meaning of the slogan, like one would understand an inside joke. If you've ever been a part of one of those, love to be a part of one of those one day. For example, in 2017, Tana was arrested for underage drinking at the Coachella Music Festival.
Coachella.
This gained some controversy and online traction, and just days later, Tana was selling t-shirts that had the image of her mugshot on it.
And I also put that glorious mugshot on a shirt because when bad things happen to you, capitalize on it. Are there gonna be ads on this video? Hell the no, I need to pay the bill somehow. Merch is below. Get it, maybe, or don't.
According to a Business Insider interview with Jordan Warona, sales of this t-shirt generated $40,000 in just 2 days. Jordan Warona told Business Insider that at the time, he thought it was a bad idea. I thought that was a terrible idea, and I didn't want to promote that. She told me I could either do it with her or she'd do it with someone else. But now, Tana has expanded her business portfolio beyond beyond merchandise. Tana released her perfume, Tana by Tana, which allegedly sold out within minutes of initial release.
What's going on with business right now, Tana? What do you got going?
A lot of shit. So much
give me that perfume.
Oh my god, yeah, Logan.
I need some Tana by Tana.
Logan tweeted about Tana by Tana. It was so cute.
Even though many people criticize packaging for being poorly thought out, not very custom made, just sort of mass ordered off of AliExpress, it seemed, there was also Tana's canned wine company called Dizzy. The story of Dizzy is that initially, for nearly a year, Tana Mongeau and her team were building out a concept called Tana's Tacos, which was a ghost kitchen pop-up restaurant, just like Mr. Beast had Mr. Beast burgers. But just as they were about to launch, Tana Mongeau allegedly told her team, "I hate to say this, but I don't think it's right. I don't think Tana needed Tana's tacos. We switched to Dizzy and it was a shot in the dark."
Cheers. Not gonna. It's amazing. She gets paid to say that.
Since debuting her beverage in 2022, Mongeau said she sold hundreds of thousands of units of her canned wine.
A couple months ago, Dizzy Red Wine launched and released, and the release went so well. You guys sold it out so fast. Now we're obviously back up and running, and over the holiday season, so many of you were getting it.
While Tana claims that her canned wine has been very successful, I can't really find much information online about the company, except for that it doesn't seem like it's gone very far. No Mr. Beast chocolate bars or Prime drink, though maybe that's a good thing.
It's like swallowing perfume. What is that?
Also, Tana doesn't seem to promote the wine very often and created it with an existing company who already had production in place, which I mean, makes sense. Better that than having a production nightmare for wine because an influencer tried to figure out how to produce wine all on their own.
Dizzy is one that like breaks my heart because Dizzy ended up being really successful and I could have kept going and probably have such a successful business by now, but I would have just had to be drinking it. What ended up happening was that I needed a new production company. Like the production company no longer wanted to do it, I think, was like essentially what happened. And so I was just looking for a new production company. And then in that time, I like got sober for the first time. Obviously, the best thing you can do with your own product is use it. And I was just drinking Dizzy all the time. And I was just thinking the other day about this. There was this one night where I was drinking Dizzy's, filming TikToks or whatever. And then like, it was just like 3 a.m. and I like woke up on live. On Instagram Live. I'd been on live off Dizzy for 3 hours.
When I tell you, I remember this like it was yesterday.
I guess if you've seen the product Dizzy around or have tried it, let me know in the comments below what you think about the product.
Mongeau's new canned white wine, Dizzy. So I literally know nothing about wine. I put it in the fridge and I don't know if you're supposed to do that. Cheers, let's give it a go. Oh, it's fizzy. Oh, the aftertaste.
iDubbbz was Tana's next company that she created and was a cannabis company that Tana was promoting often in interviews, as well as her own content as her next big thing. Something that was authentically her because she was very passionate about the product.
Frick. This is going to be a problem, isn't it?
From what's been reported, the website is just a basic landing page and isn't fully up and running. It prompts you to download the app as well, but according to Reddit, the business was only available to locals. Another huge source of revenue has been Tana Mongeau leaning into OnlyFans.
I assume you don't talk about the money.
I have a lot.
Oh, how much do you make a month?
I told you I kind of have been putting it on the back burner as of late, but I'm about to
What's a good
re-sled
month?
it out again. A good month would be $1 million.
On March 23rd of 2022, Tana posted a trophy that she received from her management company, Unruly Agency, for becoming a top earner after crossing over into $10 million. During a Forbes interview, Tana Mongeau wouldn't reveal the exact number that she's earned from fans, did confirm that that number has only grown since earning $10 million. Pushing off of that, Tana also attempted to start her own agency for OF models called Tana's Angels Agency. It would have been such a cool thing if Tana Mongeau started her own agency and then spent so much dedicated time pouring into OF models or people in the industry, trying to help build up their careers, give them knowledge and industry expertise that she herself did not have when she was new in the industry. In many ways, that would have been a kind of full circle moment and would have made her a great person to be that sort of manager role. But because Tana was doing a ton of different business moves at this point, had so many balls in so many different courts, I don't think that Tana was ever actually that involved in that agency or was ever really able to help anyone with their careers to that extent, and therefore was really just the face of this agency, a way to sort of draw people into that agency as opposed to others. And that feels a little bit exploitative. It is always a little bit concerning to see larger influencers and creators boasting about how much money they're making off of the OnlyFans platform, because immediately my mind wonders, why are you telling people this? Why do you want people to know how much money you're making off of OnlyFans? Is it really necessary for people to know how much money you're making? Because first off, even for top OF creators, they are not making the amount of money that these creators are boasting about making. It is extremely rare to make that amount of money. So for these people to so broadly advertise that they're making this amount of money, it's almost normalizing it, that is the industry standard and norm, when it is just not in this kind of industry. For me also, it's a red flag when an OF creator is bragging about how much money they're making on the platform and advertising that more than they're advertising their actual page. It's almost like they want people to know how much money they're making more than they want people to actually find and follow their OF page. And you wonder, why is that? Recently, with the news that's come out about the agency that Tana created, Tana's Angels Agency, things really started to make sense as to why Tana was bragging about how much money she was making on OnlyFans, almost more than she was advertising her actual OnlyFans. And that's because when Tana Mongeau created this agency alongside her management company, Unruly Agency, the entire purpose of Tana's Angels was to attract more models to her agency by making Tana the face of this agency, someone who's already a somewhat public figure. It gives the agency more of a sense of legitimacy than other OF agencies out there that are trying to attract potential models. And on top of that, by Tana continually talking about how much money she's making on the platform, how successful her OF is, that she's in her bag and making bank, as if joining sex work is all just a super easy, get rich quick cash grab and not a seriously life-altering decision that one has to make before entering this career with so many repercussions. But anyways, by advertising how much money Tana Mongeau was making through OF, it also could potentially attract more clients to Tana's Angels, who may have gotten the impression that Tana's Angels is what allowed her to make that amount of money. Therefore, anyone who is in a desperate state in their life, maybe is in need of money and is paying attention to what Tana's posting about this line of work, may get the wrong impression that it's an easy way to get rich quickly when it's just not. And all of that feels a little bit predatory. To try and give Tana Mongeau some benefit of the doubt here before we just absolutely go in on Tana's Angels Agency, because there's a lot to talk about here and it gets really dark and really disturbing. So warning, it has been alleged that around 8 months ago, Tana Mongeau and her co-host Brooke Exposed talked on the Cancelled podcast about OF and have dispelled the narrative that you can just make a ton of money on OF. This Redditor said that they both talked about how most people don't simply make an account, post a few times, and and become rich. Now, typically, you need to already have a substantial following elsewhere, and even then, it's a risk. And another Redditor in the comments asked if Tana's Angels was still a thing, and someone pointed out that the link to Tana's Angels no longer works. So, for whatever reason, Tana's Angels was eventually shut down. That being said, that doesn't mean that what has happened in between when Tana's Angels was started and when it was shut down was not incredibly questionable. So I do want to get into that. Through using the Wayback Machine, you can see the Tana's Angels agency website when everything was first launched. And if you can't tell by my change of outfit while filming this segment, it wasn't until very recently, literally while I was creating this video, that more information about Tana's Angels agency started to resurface. In fact, while I was researching for this video, I kept trying to find information on Tana's Angels agency, what people were thinking, and it was extremely difficult. I want to shout out Redditors, especially on the Canceled Podcast subreddit. I swear, Reddit researchers deserve so much credit. The amount that a lot of Redditors were able to find is extremely impressive. But that being said, I still haven't been able to find any former Tana's Angels agency models or former clients who have spoken about their experience, besides a few people saying that they signed up or sent in an email to sign up. Apart from that, I haven't really heard much. Besides, of course, the lawsuits with Unruly Agency, the sort of parent agency involved in Tana's Angels, which we'll talk about. My theory on that is I do wonder if there are NDAs involved, and that's why a lot of people are afraid to speak out. Now, all of this information on Tana's Angels agency really started to resurface a scandal or controversy spoken about by Tana and Brooke on the Canceled Podcast, where they had dubbed Alyssa Violet the meanest girl of LA.
I might have a whole fucking episode where we circle people coming in and telling their stories. The amount of stories I've heard in the last week, it is a collective agreement that she's one of the meanest girls in LA.
Trying to dispel this narrative, Alyssa Violet made a response video in which she also shared screenshots where Tana is trying to recruit Alyssa Violet into joining OnlyFans in a very aggressive way.
So then on her podcast, Tana and her co-host Brooke made some pretty serious accusations about me, one of which saying I was inquiring to Tana about making an OnlyFans account, therefore implying that I'm some sort of hypocrite. I'm going to show my conversations with her throughout the years regarding this, and I've always politely declined. Pause to read.
All Tana cares about is money. Alyssa literally exposed the thought process Tana had making an OF and other exclusive content. Now, at first, these screenshots went under the radar for a few days to a week because Alyssa kind of just showed them, didn't really read out what Tana was saying. But when some viewers paused and really read the screenshots, the way that Tana was talking was a little bit concerning. Would Tana have gotten a paycheck for getting Alyssa on the platform? Is that how that works? Or was she trying to get her signed with the agency or something? It does seem like Tana didn't care at all about what Alyssa actually wanted to do, like not being okay with Alyssa saying no. It's weird. I don't know when this conversation happened, but Tana did have an OF agency called Tana's Angels, and she did take a percentage of their earnings. Yup, when they use your referral, they get 5% of your earnings for life. And apparently, Tana also ran an agency, but it's a scam promising young girls more views, but she was just getting more money than that 5%. It's actually really gross. I researched it today, and she's a terrible woman for that, influencing girls who are her fans to sign with her when she knows they won't make as much money as her. It's basically a pyramid scheme. And here are the text messages that Tana sent to Alyssa Violet. Tell me your thoughts on OF. Alyssa replies, there's no amount of money in the world. Haha, respect it, had to ask. Haha, why? I was gonna pitch making an effing bag, LMAO. That literally sounds bar for bar like how that random girl you knew from high school hits you up to join an MLM, claiming that this is a way to start your own business. business and you're gonna make so much money. When in reality, she's just the same mean girl she's always been, and she just wants you to buy a bunch of product from her so she can make money off of you. Bar for bar, word for word. Alyssa replies, how? To make an OnlyFans? Tana says, yes, you'd make multi-millions, no question, and show nothing. If it sounds too good to be true, it probably is. And Alyssa says what sounds pretty reasonable. The second I announced that I made an OF, even if I posted pictures of my dogs, everyone would assume the worst, even without seeing what I'm posting. Valid concern. You have to be extremely comfortable with the repercussions to do something like that. And if you're not, to pressure someone who's not comfortable is so wrong. And then the people who purchase the thing would feel scammed and start a controversy. Can't win. And it's kind of interesting. It shows the way that Tana thinks about these things. I mean, you could wildly control the narrative, like everyone does it, and people, I feel like, no longer think it's the worst. They would know you're in your bag. I also truly feel like no one would feel scammed. Everyone does that. As long as you don't overpromise and underdeliver, it could legit be photos that just don't make it to Instagram. You have an F ton of male followers who are gonna sexualize you regardless. Might as well make a killing off of that. This narrative is just really harmful. Just because a woman has a larger male follower demographic on social media doesn't automatically mean they should go into work of any kind, especially if they're not comfortable with it. It takes a very special kind of person who's comfortable with it, with the potential repercussions, with their body, with everything that entails that industry, to go into that line of work. And the way that Tana's texting about it feels very peer pressure-y about something that's very serious and life-altering. Side note as well, on my second OF page, Tana Gone Wild, I vlog weekly. I vlog me drinking, being fun and wild, etc. People have always loved you vlogging so much. You could do a weekly 10-minute vlog that you didn't even edit and make minimum 500K a month off of that. And then you can promote it like, watch my exclusive vlogs. You should do that. That's wild. I'll think about it. Alyssa tries to obviously shift the topic and says, we should just make our own app that has exclusive content. And Tana replies saying, I know, but I swear to God, people make the effing most on OF. Why is she so adamant on OF? Oh, right, because she'll be making that 5% and more money off of Alyssa if she joins OF and if she joins Tana's agency. Like, you'll be buying a house and a Lambo after 6 months. Huge promise of income. That's just not realistic at all. To just say flat out you can buy a new house, buy a Lambo within 6 months is so predatory and scammy and just makes me really extremely disappointed. Then it's been like a long time at this point. And Tana texts Alyssa again saying, start an OnlyFans. We're begging. And Alyssa replies, never. OnlyFans pyramid scheme gate was not on my 2024 bingo card. This looks really bad for Tana. She's practically trying to pimp Alyssa out. Their motive for pressuring Alyssa to make OF. These messages are so weird. No means no. I'm pretty sure Tana signs girls and gets a percentage of their OF earnings. They have a referral program too, where someone signs up with your referral link and you get a portion of their income. Essentially a modern day pimp, where they coerce desperate young girls to sell their bodies for someone else's profit. While a lot of commenters have debated using the word pimping to describe Tana's text to Alyssa Violet, I'm not going to necessarily use any specific word to characterize what Tana was doing, just because pimping has such a specific connotation to it, and I'm not trying to get into any legal trouble. What Tana was doing was essentially extremely predatory and just flat out manipulative, especially if Tana was using these same other tactics to try to recruit potential other models and clients into her Tana's Angels agency, which in fact I know that Tana was using these exact same tactics on other people to try and recruit them into her agency. Because on a podcast, there's a clip of Tana Mongeau using these exact phrases and techniques on her supposed longtime friend, Jeff Wittick, to try to recruit him into doing OF through her agency. Specifically, she asks what she would have to do to convince him to join OF. She also tells him that he would make $500K a month, which is the exact number that she gave Alyssa Violet, interestingly enough. She also tells Jeff Wittick that he could show nothing. Roll the clip.
You know how I have a fans agency?
Yeah.
Technically a talent agency, but for the most part, TAA. And this week we've been like recruiting people again. Like I was taking on clients for a while and then I didn't want to like overwhelm myself and like the team.
Still not doing it.
I'm back recruiting people again. So I've been like texting Bryce Hall, like, why won't you do it? Sounds like all these fucking people, trying to recruit them and sign them. And I wish you would so badly.
Yeah, I just can't get into it right now.
I feel like the only way I could get you to do it is if I like went full blown toxic manipulation, like do it for me.
No, that won't work. The fuck? If you show me a giant check with like, this is how much you could actually make, and it was like a number that was insane.
Wait, really? What would you have to make monthly to do it?
$1 billion.
Oh.
No, actually.
I wanted a real answer.
$1 million.
$500K a month, you show nothing.
OF Agencies and Pimping by Star Love Online. I don't think y'all really understand how serious this is. Yes, I'm using the word pimping because that is exactly what it is. As a former S worker, I've seen this all the time. Young girls being promised a life of luxury, never having to worry about bills, $500K a month, and the famous line of, you don't even have to show anything. Agencies and influencers like Tana Mongeau, Austin McBroom, Lil Pump, and so many more use these tactics to get other young, naive girls to sign contracts they don't fully understand. These agencies prey on younger girls, and so did Tana. Tana truly wanted to help Alyssa and other girls get into OF. She would have given them tips on how to manage their own accounts, and not through a third-party agency. Tana's Angels is ran by Unruly Agency, not Tana herself. And Unruly Agency has 9 lawsuits against them right now for not paying their models, posting photos of their models without their consent, and so much more. Tana only cares about making money off of young, impressionable girls who think this is an easy industry to get into. You know a common tactic real pimps use to recruit more girls? They use women to convince these girls so they feel safer. Do you see what I'm trying to say? Tana is not managing these girls, she's the face. You would think after so much conversation about the exploitation in the S-work industry that we'd be able to call this from a mile away, or at least acknowledge that this is effed up. But it's okay if it's your fave, right? I think this is really sick and inexcusable. That's all. Another person in the same industry, a TikToker and content creator who goes by the account name Ms. Ginger Snap Queen, made a TikTok that I think describes really well why this practice is so frustratingly insidious. Miss Ginger Snap Queen talked about how a lot of these management companies will only go to people who are already successful in the industry. Basically, all of the money that this creator is making goes to the management company first, and then they dole out a piece of it to the creator.
And they're like, hey, so all the money's gonna go to us first, and then we're gonna pay you. I said,
a piece of their money? Like that's just wrong. Flat out wrong. Basically, her point was that the entire purpose of OF was to give women more autonomy. These agencies are actively working to take that away. And Tana herself is actively participating in that system, as well as some other internet figures with notoriety.
He's like, this was created so that women had a little more autonomy in an industry that we've basically like never had full autonomy in. And then what? Who's getting into it? The men. Oh, and then Tana Mongeau is in this, dude. She's fucking DMing us on Instagram. Who else? Austin McBroom DM'd me. Little Pump DM'd me. this is predatory. And and Tana's like, oh, it's called Tana's Angels. Tana, you're a pimp. You're a fucking pimp. Fuck you.
It is extremely disappointing to see Tana Mongeau utilizing these tactics, considering that, again, in my opinion, she was very clearly exploited at a young age herself. Instead of learning from her experiences and saving women in the industry, Tana just learned from her experiences in a different way. You know what they say, hurt people hurt people. And I guess somewhere along the lines, Tana started to get the mentality that if you can't beat them, join them. And that is, I think, the most disturbing part of Tana Mongeau's story. Because while her experiences of exploitation are extremely valid, instead of her learning from that, like most people do, with the power and influence she has, trying to do something to enact some sort of positive change so that that never has to happen to another person, she goes on to join her fellow exploitative comrades in the entertainment industry and continue this cycle of inflicting it onto other people. And that is so upsetting. Especially when Tana has so many fans who have continued to root for her. And then she takes those fans and tries to pimp them out to make a lifetime profit off of them. The fans that look up to her, the young, impressionable women who look up and follow her. Yeah, on this one, Tana, I think you can go fuck yourself. When she said, you'll be buying a house and a Lambo in 6 months, I was shocked. That's such a classic manipulation tactic. It's giving MLM. And the information on Tana's Angels agency just gets worse. Editors on the canceled podcast subreddit have done a lot of research on Tana's Angels and the extremely problematic agency that it's linked to, Unruly Agency. Post from a now deleted account compiled an entire timeline of how Tana Mongeau created and promoted Tana's Angels, and it gets really dark. Towards the end of April in 2021, Tana first announced Tana's Angels agency, which was supposed to be a collaboration with Unruly Agency. Tana was at that time and is currently signed to Unruly Agency. OF is specifically mentioned as to why Tana Mongeau is creating the agency. In the caption for the post announcing Tana's Angels agency, for example, she says, "People asking me how I make money on OF. Seems there's a lot of silence surrounding Tana's Angels agency, which again leads me to wonder, are there NDAs involved? Or is it just a flop? What's going on behind the scenes that leads to so much silence about the agency?" You almost wonder if it ever took off in the first place, but Tana still continued to promote the agency. In fact, 2 years later, in July of 2023, in a video that Tana was doing with the sidemen of YouTube, Tana is interviewing a contestant for their video, and she asks them if they're interested in doing OF. And she says that she has an OF agency called Tana's Angels Agency, and that she's looking to recruit some people.
And I have an OnlyFans agency called Tana's Angels Agency.
Cool.
And I'm looking to recruit some people. And I was just looking at you earlier, and out of everyone I met, I just feel like you're a really good candidate for that.
What makes me different to everybody else?
I just feel like you
Okay.
Do you
Do I
like,
Yeah. I mean, how are we created? Like,
yeah. Would you ever do it on camera?
On camera?
Yeah.
Well, I'm an actor, so...
Around this time, more and more agencies like this start to pop up, and more influencers start trying to message women on Instagram to recruit them into OF. There was a New York Times article about this titled "The E-Pimps of OnlyFans." She talked about how Tana's agency is not a new phenomenon, how there are a ton of agencies reaching out to models, trying to encourage them to get into this line of work. Meanwhile, they are also trying to find ways to take more and more profit from them. Reddit user Extraterrestrial Radio linked Tana saying 2 sentences about Tana's Angels agency in a podcast. She said, "I sign people and manage them, and I bring them to the correct managers to help them and stuff." This Redditor goes on to say, "So yeah, I'm assuming she low-key uses her influence and brings girls to Unruly and gets a cut if they sign. Unruly, who has 9 lawsuits against them. Are these correct managers in the room with us? LOL." Yeah, Unruly agency has some larger issues itself when it comes to the topic of exploitation. From March of 2021, around the time Tana first put together and promoted Tana's Angels agency, to this April, there's been 9 lawsuits levied against Unruly agency from influencers that they have signed. And many influencers have spoken out against Unruly agency in articles. Articles with titles like, "They promised her online fame. This influencer says they exposed her nudes and threatened her instead. Modern day pimps. Unruly agency for influencers hit with 9 lawsuits. No woman should be pressured. Creators are suing an agency alleging exploitation." A quote from one of the articles reads, "It's a seemingly sweet deal. In exchange for paying the agency a percentage of their earnings, the creator would be relieved of the burden of keeping up with a hectic posting schedule and benefit from heavy marketing and watch their fan base expand." However, a few of these influencers allege that Unruly would go on to non-consensually post explicit photos of them. One woman even alleges that Unruly was trying to pressure her into meeting in person with one of her VIP subscribers. What? Then, when these influencers and creators asked to part ways with Unruly, Unruly threatened to sue them. So, what is Tana's involvement with Unruly agency? Well, on a podcast with Trisha Paytas, Tana claimed to be very close with the owner of Unruly agency.
Do you have your own agency now?
I do. So
you're helping like girls make money?
I don't handle the finances of it all. I mean, I just sign girls a lot. So I am with and was with and have always been with Unruly agency. And the CEO of it, Tara, is like one of my best friends. She really has my best interests in mind, and she's been there through every manager. She's helped me through every blip in my businesses. So she eventually like kind of helped me start my own agency with Unruly employees that she already trusted and vetted for years. So, and I mean, you know, we both just been over so hard, money-wise, from people, men especially.
That podcast was released in 2023. Meanwhile, all the way back in 2021, articles were coming out about Unruly agency and their exploitative practices towards their clients. So I think it's fair to say, at the very least, Tana Mongeau is not a girl's girl. Because if I knew that I was involved in a company or did business with any person or entity that had near close to the allegations like that, if it was brought to my awareness, as I'm sure Tana definitely knew, I'm dipping out. I am cutting ties. In a Forbes interview, Tana also said about her different businesses, "I also always make sure that when I'm taking on a business, that it's something that I can integrate into my life authentically, in the sense that like, it's almost like whatever I'm doing." That's what Paris and Kim did. I always take notes from them with that, because it's like exactly how Kim Kardashian's built such a big business with the Kardashians beauty line. A new manager for Tana, after she fired Jordan, responded to her statement saying, "I also think that there was a time when you didn't do that, and she wanted a complete change. I mean, unfortunately, there's also a whole underbelly of this world where people are extremely taken advantage of. People are raw people. They lose their money. They're not saving money. There's a whole thing." Tana and I got together and made sure that everything is straight, because we have to have forward momentum. As Tana has continued in her notoriety and success, especially with her success in the spicy content industry, industry, she's attracted a lot of unfavorable attention, not only to do with hate and negativity, but also people who feel entitled to unlimited access in her life and begin to stalk her. While Tana has turned some of these situations into entertaining content for us to consume, it's also inevitably a scary situation to be in. Infamous aspect of Tana Mongeau's content is definitely the early stalker story times that she would tell, which would lead viewers into a heated debate over whether or not the story times were true, or at the very least over exaggerated. Tana's extensive stalker stories were a collection of videos where she would talk about a specific man who followed her over a period of years. He allegedly found out where she was at all times and intruded on her life in some of the creepiest ways possible. For example, this stalker allegedly took photos of Tana Mongeau sleeping and then left them for her to discover.
And then a picture of me sleeping casually. I feel like these stories sound so like, there's a picture of me sleeping, haha, like believe it or don't. Like I feel like I sound like a liar, and that's what I hate about my stalker, is everything I say I feel like I sound crazy because he's just like that smart. But the weird thing about this is I don't think that this is my bed, like at all. And I normally don't sleep in makeup. I feel like this was taken in DC or in a hotel or something.
Though I don't think I have to mention how easy this would be to stage. You just have to have your friend take some Polaroids of you sleeping. Tana also did a Q&A answering questions people had about her stalker, who is now almost like a reoccurring character in her videos.
I wake up every day in fear of being hurt by the same person who has been trying to hurt me or scare me or whatever the their motive is.
There was also a lot of criticism about the level of content Tana created surrounding her stalker, how much she spoke about him and his actions, if they were true and did happen, because that's apparently a huge no-no in the world of stalkers, as it can often encourage them to continue their actions and even escalate it, as they can feel that their tactics are working and gaining the attention that they're seeking.
But I honestly feel like making that video has made things a lot worse. I don't mean like through you guys, I mean like physically with the relationship of me and my stalker lately. So many more terrifying things have been happening.
That being said, eventually Tana stopped making content surrounding her original stalker. Particular stalker doesn't seem to be around anymore. He just sort of dropped off, moved on to better things, I guess. While it's unknown what happened to the stalker that Tana used to speak about, Tana recently has gained an entirely new, different stalker, which she's also spoken about on her social medias. This new stalker has allegedly discovered Tana through her OF.
I'm going through something right now that is like fucking terrible. I'm terrified to talk about it. And at that point, I was in the beginning of a legal thing with it, so I couldn't talk about it. I still can't tell the stories yet, and I can't wait to have an entire podcast about the stories of what's actually happened here. But I tweeted, my stalker is back. It's not William.
Yeah, so I think that's what people get confused about, is because this is not
my OG.
Your original stalker.
And the thing is, when I thought the William stuff was as bad as it possibly could be, it was nothing in comparison to what this is.
Yeah.
Like, this is so much worse.
Tana Mongeau hasn't revealed too many details about her current stalker, either because she's learned from her first situation or because of various legal proceedings that she's dealing with. That being said, this year when she went on tour during a live show, Tana decided to expose her stalker's identity, revealing his face during this live show. People on Reddit were completely divided over Tana's decision to reveal her stalker's identity and continue talking about him. How many times has it been made abundantly clear that this is what fuels stalkers and makes them want to go harder? They love being recognized and connected to their victims. This is such a bad idea, and Tana has said herself it's a bad idea. So why in the hell was this necessary? I get why y'all are saying don't give him any attention, but when I was at my wit's end with a stalker situation, when I worked at a club, I straight up posted his face to my stories, being like, be aware of this MF, and his employer ended ended up coming out the woodwork as well as others with similar experiences, and I could finally get restraining orders in place. Maybe she is just like, F it at this point. Just a different perspective to consider. To be fair to Tana Mongeau's perspective, Tana's entire career has been based off of candidly sharing the darkest parts of her life. If you live your entire life with that mentality, you're virtually exploiting your own life in the public eye. I think that ultimately is the main problem behind being this type of content creator who brands themselves off of being messy, problematic, and shares way too many details about their life with their audience. Ultimately, they end up lacking all boundaries in their life. They just stop caring about the health and safety of their life of turning themselves into content and entertainment. When you have that sort of reckless personality coupled with a team who's focused on making as much profit as quickly as possible off of your young and impressionable audience, well, disasters can happen. In an 80-minute long video titled Why I Won't Be Attending VidCon 2018, a rant, Tana expressed all of her grievances with the convention VidCon after not being selected as a feature creator.
And I'm tweeting like I'm going to VidCon. They said I can be a featured creator. I'm so excited to meet you guys. And the lineup gets dropped and I'm not on it and I'm not a featured creator. For the second year in a row, VidCon decided that they were not going to make me a featured creator. I will not even begin to explain to you the devastation that I felt. In my career, that is definitely top 5, top 3 even, devastating moments.
Like the convention Playlist Live, VidCon is an annual convention that supposedly celebrates online and digital content creation. I've never been, so I don't know if it's worth it to go, but if you have, comment below if you think it's worth it. Because VidCon was not giving Tana Mongeau the featured creator title, she decided that she was not going to attend VidCon and suggested instead that she should put on her own event at the same time that VidCon was taking place.
Not only did VidCon decide last minute not to make me a featured creator, but they decided it would be better if they banned me from their event for life. So if you guys want to leave me suggestions of places in Anaheim to throw a free meet and greet below on my birthday at VidCon this year, let me know, because I'm gonna find a place and I'm gonna do it. Because fuck VidCon, and I don't want them to take your money, and I would love to meet you guys for free and cause a ruckus for free.
Like, initially, this suggestion was just a shot in the dark.
I feel like everything that like ever happened was such a miscommunication, and it was just this like place that I like wanted to be welcomed at like so badly. Oh my god, I want to cry.
Like when you tell your friend that you haven't seen in a while, that you're kind of slowly losing touch with, we totally need to hang out sometime soon, but you both know that you probably won't. I've never said that, but that always gets said to me, so I know the feeling. Just kidding, that was so victim-y. What? The thing is, the idea of a competing convention with VidCon spread like wildfire, almost taking on a life of its own beyond Tana's control. Like, where Tana and her team seemingly went wrong is they continued to run with it, seeing a potential promise of a financial opportunity in creating a competitive convention since the controversy was gaining attention.
In the YouTube world, conventions are like one of the biggest things that creators go to meet their fans and stuff like that. And I kind of wanted to like start my own convention. Bad decision.
The problem is conventions have so much behind them. Because of that, they rarely make money. If you want to put on a successful convention, you need many, many months ahead of planning, maybe even years. You have to sell a lot of tickets, but then you need a proper system to keep track of all of it. You need a good venue to house everyone without any potential harm being inflicted on all of the attendees. You also have to provide them with food and water, as well as enough events or things happening, properly entertain them, or else the convention will appear lame and like a scam. Tana announced a 2-day general concept free event that was titled Tanacon, that was to be held at the same time and in the same city as VidCon.
After being approached by some inexperienced event organizers, Tana would announce Tanacon via Twitter, stating, "The first Tanacon will be on June 22nd to 23rd in Anaheim, California. Get ready. I promise you aren't ready. I have so many surprises in store, and you can attend for free.
Promoting the event with Forbes, Tana claimed that she herself planned the entire event over the course of 40, maybe 30 days, at the start of which she had no lineup or anything rented. Absolutely nothing, Tana told the publication. I'm a pretty last-minute person, but this was extreme.
You didn't have anything rented, there was no press, there was no lineup, there was nothing.
Nothing. Absolutely nothing.
That's pretty incredible.
Like, it's wild.
It's mind-blowing that I have to pay attention to every little detail. But it's my name. It's Tanacon. And if anything bad happens, bad security or whatever, it's on me. So I've been putting my heart and soul into making this the best that I can. Though I think it's important to know, throughout Tanacon and all the events and controversy after Tanacon, Jordan Warona has stayed pretty silent about the situation. And funny enough, I found a clip of Jenna and Julian kind of saying, hey, why haven't people placed any blame on Jordan Warona, who was Tana's manager at the time?
Tanacon. A post-Tanacon world. Can we spill the piping hot tea that is why no one is putting any pressure on Tana's manager, Jordan Warona, who has managed her since she was a legal minor, for how he has been managing her or his involvement in Tanacon?
First, I'd like to take that question and claim it, because that's what I've been saying to you for weeks, not you. That's my opinion.
That's why I asked you, boy.
I'm just clarifying for them.
I know, this is getting hot.
I've been thinking about that ever since that story broke. From the start of it, all the way till when it blew up in everyone's faces. That dude's her manager. He is her, so to speak, Rome. He's our, Rome is our Jordan or whatever. In no universe would Jenna or I ever get anywhere close to involved to something like that without Rome not only like doing her due diligence in every inch of that event, but if it were to go south in any way, Rome would have taken she would have taken control of things. She wouldn't have just let things spiral. And where has that dude been? I'm sorry, but I haven't heard a single peep about him. It's just about Michael Weiss or Tana. It's like, what the fuck, dude?
Well,
your manager,
your
manager is paid to protect you and to look out for you in this world on the internet where things can go south very fast. Where are you right now? I don't get it.
Doing a year ago today, we were planning Tanacon.
Oh.
Like actually,
All
like
of
a year
us,
ago today.
all of our moods dropping so hard. We all were like, oh.
If it's not perfect, it's on me. Tanacon, hopefully it made me better at my job to be able to do risk assessment and see where the problems could be.
We're gonna maintain 2 there at all times.
Prior to the event taking place, people who wanted to attend could choose between 3 different ticket options. Featured creator at $1, general entry ticket at $45, and featured effing creator, which is classified as VIP, at $65. The first day of Tanacon took place at the Anaheim Marriott Suites on June 22nd of 2018. The event promised concerts, meet and greets, panels featuring stars like Shane Dawson, Bella Thorne, Casey Neistat, Gabby Hanna. Though Tanacon was supposed to start at 8 a.m., which is pretty early, the night before, registration was pushed up to 6 a.m. So super early in the morning, fans began lining up outside of the hotel before 6 a.m. to enter the event. However, people didn't end up being able to enter the building until 9 a.m. On Twitter, people were documenting what quickly turned into a disaster. Thousands were stuck waiting in line outside of the hotel to try and get in, even hours after the doors opened, without any food, water, or shelter from the sun. People were vlogging the line situation, showing awful sunburns and even some people passing out.
5.5 hours standing in the sun for this delicious sunburn. I was like for sure that I was gonna get severely injured.
you, Tana.
On top of that, the event space quickly hit capacity, a ton of people stranded in line for hours or told to just come back the next day. Creators that were scheduled for Tanacon were also attending VidCon at the same time, and there were complete scheduling conflicts, which meant that some were unable to attend or just chose not to attend Tanacon at all. Drama Alert interview uploaded later that day, Tana claimed that the hotel space was originally intended to hold 5,000 people. At the event initially sold 4,200 tickets.
And I'm going to do everything in my power to make sure that every person who bought a ticket and came to support me leaves this as happy as possible. I didn't think another 5, 10, 15, 20,000 people would come through. I didn't,
Tana claimed that the team who created the event didn't anticipate as many people who ended up showing up, which they claimed was 20,000 people, though many people dispute there ever having been that many people. In police reports obtained by The Verge, it was estimated that only 4,000 to 5,000 people had waited outside.
I'm gonna give you the exclusive statement that I got from the Garden Grove Police. There was approximately 4,000 to 5,000 people at most. There was not 20,000.
Tonight, a YouTube star caused chaos for 20,000 angry fans as they returned away from her much-hyped convention.
I never expected 20,000 people to show up.
It was really chaotic. There was no real direction to it.
Parking issues, attendance issues, ticket issues.
This thing really is as disorganized as possible.
All right, guys, everybody, let's go! We gotta move!
There's no water outside, there was no shade, there was trash everywhere at a certain point because there's no trash can.
And those who made it into the event didn't have a much better experience than those waiting in line. The halls of the convention were pretty empty with little to do, set in a building that just wasn't designed to hold thousands of people attending an event. On top of that, the gift bags were just a complete joke. The gift bags were only included with the purchase of a VIP ticket, and they were promised to be worth quadruple the price of the ticket, according to Tana. Fortunately, when you received the gift bag, you only got an OVO app photo, which was a promotion of the app, a wristband, a shopping guide, and a condom with the branded logo Tanacon. The whole purpose of Tanacon was supposed to be this event that was open to everyone, where everyone could be a featured creator and gain access to be able to meet. But ironically, many people were shut out of the event, not allowed to enter. Security had to eventually ask people to leave panels and on-site events due to safety hazards. I wasted $150 on hashtag Tanacon. It's one hallway, one big concert room, and no activities. No creators are walking around like promised. We stood outside for 4 hours just to be treated like animals. So Tana Mongeau tweeted that day 2 of the event would be moved to a new venue within minutes of that one that holds an extra 5,000 guests, that they were doing a free show with special guests. In the end, the event was canceled outright. Organizer Good Times announced on Twitter that refunds would be issued to ticket holders. I take full responsibility, Tana told Keemstar during her Drama Alert interview. I shouldn't have effing thrown a convention in 2 months. It was dumb and compulsive, but I wanted to make change in this industry and create a better space.
I take full responsibility. I shouldn't have thrown a convention in 2 months. It was dumb and impulsive, but I wanted to make change in this industry and create a better space.
Well, I'm glad you did that because you did prove that there's a demand for fans to come to actual creator events instead of this corporate, horrible VidCon thing that takes advantage of creators.
In late June, fellow controversial YouTuber Shane Dawson made a 3-part series about the event Tanacon titled The Truth About Tanacon, which is interesting looking back on Tana and Shane's relationship, how he filmed with her when she was a minor, now also was able to make this extremely successful, what he branded as a docuseries off of failure that Tana had at that time as well. At the time, that series gained a lot of great reception, especially Shane Dawson's role. Again, he was seen as this almost good influence on Tana, this great mentor who was helping her out during this difficult time where she failed very publicly and handled herself very poorly.
Of letting the people who love me the most down. And I did, and I don't know how to come back from it. I'm terrified.
Well, we're gonna do it. I got you.
I love you, Shane.
I love you.
I don't know why you even have it in your heart to give me a chance and a platform to talk and try to make things better. Like, you are the best person I will ever know, and thank you.
Of course, I love you. Keep me posted, okay? Please, please.
This is hard. I'm gonna be honest, because this is like the most, we were talking about this in the car on the way here, this is like the most intense, real thing I think I've ever done because of how much I really care for you. This is, I'm like, I know, okay? I'm so sorry I let you down, Shane. It's okay, I know. You don't understand. Like, you are everything I've ever wanted to be. And you believing in me, even if the slightest for anything, means the world to me. And to let you down and people who love us and love me and love you down is so heartbreaking.
To have Shane and his friends supporting my convention is literally the most jaw-dropping, tear-jerking, emotional thing to have ever happened to me.
Publicly, because again, Tana Mongeau was the face of the event, she received most of the backlash and blame for it all going sideways. As far as Jordan Warona's role in all of this, not much information has ever come out. But on top of that, another person who had a lot of involvement in Tanacon was the talent manager, Michael Weist.
All the footage that people have of Tanacon, like all the crazy chaos, the riots, whatever, you just see this guy with like bleach blonde hair and like a Gucci necklace, scarf thing, and he's just like segueing around the convention.
Who was also responsible for planning the event.
No matter how dirty he did me, like, it's my fault. Like, I agreed. I should have listened to people who told me not to work with him. I should have done better research. Like, you know, I just don't know. I don't know what to say. Like, do I talk about the fact that I was lied to about like venue and capacity sizes?
Hotel lobby, where it says on the website, it fits 1,000 people. Why would they sell 5,000 tickets?
You didn't have anything rented, there was no press, there was no lineup, there was nothing.
Nothing. Absolutely nothing.
Michael literally got people from Anaheim, like Marriott, to lie to me about that. Do I say those things or do I just take full blame?
Michael Weist started his career when he was still a high school student and established Good Times Entertainment, a talent management company that was focused on working with digital content creators. But controversy for Michael began in late 2017 when influencers Bryce Hall and Mikey Barone accused Michael Weist of touching them inappropriately, as well as hacking their Twitter accounts. But on Twitter, Michael Weist denied these claims and called the accusations defamation and slander, and Michael took his former clients to court.
Now I'm like vengeful, like pissed. You're trying to ruin my brand that I've worked hard to build? No. How about I sue you for $5 million instead? So that's what I'm doing.
The case was settled in the summer of 2018. Bryce Hall released some settlement information through Twitter, which included his statement saying, "I made some harsh statements about Michael and regret making those statements, including any suggestion of SA. I'm sorry for what happened and I'm glad it's over." This legal battle was briefly touched on in the Hulu documentary Jawline, which follows various social media and internet celebrities.
There is no shortage of people wanting to be famous in social media, but you cannot simply just make content. You need a team and people working for your goals. You gotta stop the fans! Austin has 23.2 thousand followers. I wouldn't touch him.
Michael Weist closes out the documentary with his own personal assessment of the influencer industry and his place in it as a talent manager. He says, "Finding someone who looks cute on Instagram and gaining them 1 million followers is so easy to do. What happens when they're 30? Because when they're not cute and those little girls are no longer 13 and they don't care, it's game over. There's no longevity behind it. Once they're gone, I'll find someone else to manage their career and take those profits as well."
Finding someone who looks cute on Instagram and gaining them 1 million followers is so easy to do. What happens when they're 30? Because when they're not cute, it's game over. There's no longevity behind it.
Well, he definitely said the quiet part out loud when it comes to exactly what I was talking about earlier in this video with Hollywood's age problem and earlier in this video with predatory managers in the industry, all wrapped up into one. That same year, Michael Weist began working with Tana Mongeau to create Tanacon. Seemingly motivated solely by money, Michael completely neglected the potential potential ramifications of not properly planning such a huge event.
All right, now this is the supposed 20,000 people that were outside of Tanacon.
Tana ended up posting on her YouTube channel an in-depth explanation of her personal account of Tanacon and what transpired. Where I went wrong was going into this with spite and going into this with ego and doing this in 2 months. I should have done it with people who I trusted. That Tana was completely right in her evaluation of the situation and seemed self-aware enough to at least understand her wrongdoings.
I feel like you entered mainstream media was with Tanacon.
It went, I mean, we all saw it went awry. I think I really needed that mentally at the time and emotionally. Like, as a person, I needed to be like, I needed someone to knock me off that high horse. But obviously I wish it would have been something that happened at the expense of only me. I just enlisted very much the wrong people and underprepared people to help me execute this,
because she had a team around her of yes men who told her that it would all be possible and gave her completely unrealistic expectations. But simultaneously, I find it to be just an absolutely insane notion that Tana believed that within 2 months, she would be able to throw together an event that she was actively promoting to her followers that would be able to compete with VidCon, convention that has been in business for many years and has, I don't know, hundreds of people under its employ. But she also put all of her fans, the people that she claimed to care about most, at immense risk by doing so. And this quick buck that everyone thought they were going to make, well, it seemed that backfired and it just ended up losing everybody a lot of money and gave everybody poor reputations. In October of 2018, Michael Weist announced via press conference he filed Chapter 7 bankruptcy protection for his company Good Times LLC. Michael also released Tanacon, What Really Happened, in November of 2018, which was supposedly Michael's side of Tanacon and how it all went awry, as well as probably Michael's attempt to further profit or at least stop hemorrhaging money off of the Tanacon debacle. But it doesn't seem like this Tanacon documentary really changed many people's perspectives on Michael. In general, it would be hard to believe any perspective that Michael puts forward since he's highly invested in the bias and the public's perception of the whole situation. This wouldn't be the last time that Michael Weist found himself in controversy with an internet personality. On August 8th of 2021, Danielle Cohn made a video titled Addressing the Hate in Full Truth. And in this video, she addressed ongoing issues with her manager, who was Michael Weist. Danielle and Michael began working together in May of 2021. However, according to Danielle, Michael had been allegedly dishonest with her regarding her contract and finances. For years, fans had expressed displeasure with Danielle Cohn's mother, Jennifer, who they strongly believe is exploiting Danielle. Danielle was attempting to defend this in the video, saying, people are like, oh my god, your mom takes your money, but you know who takes my money? This manager that I work with that forged my name, and he's saying that he owns me now.
No, my mom should not be getting hate for it. People always want to comment on my TikToks when I'm sad. Oh, this is about your mom, blah blah blah. I am not sad about my mom. And then people are like, oh my god, your mom takes your money. No, actually she doesn't take my money. You know who takes my money? This manager that I work with that forged my name and is saying that he owns me now. Funny, huh?
The saddest aspect of this is yet again, Danielle Cohn is an extremely young influencer who's been taken advantage of and exploited in the industry, whether it's her mother or her manager, in an all too recognizable pattern at this point. On August 21st, Michael Weist uploaded a video titled The Truth About My Client Danielle Cohn, which he listed off everything he's done for Danielle and her mother, which, I mean, if you volunteer to do something for a young influencer, you can't go back and hold that over their head as if they owe you anything.
I guess I'd like to give some background on everything that I have done for Danielle and her family, and it's rather shocking, I suppose. I spent about $50,000 on them, paying for her birthday dinner at BOA for an entire table, paying for party buses. I paid for the cars in Florida when they moved from Florida back to LA. I heavily discounted all the music videos that I produced for her, which I have yet to been paid for. And I went above and beyond for Danielle. I did all her distribution for her music videos on platforms and partners that she has never worked with before, such as her Vivo channel, and really kind of helped her elevate her music videos and do what she wanted to do. You know, this girl and I were like family for a while. We went to Disney World together. We went on multiple dinners in LA, all of which I paid for, and many more things I shouldn't have had to pay for.
Michael also claimed that he hadn't been paid for all the music videos that he helped produce. Michael accused Danielle's mother of pimping her daughter and abusing Danielle for money.
I felt very, very uncomfortable.
Michael denied stealing any of Danielle's money and said he only claimed revenue he brought in from the documentary he produced. And Michael Weist later filed a lawsuit for defamation against Danielle and her boyfriend. All in all, while I cannot make any specific claims against Michael as to whether he did or did not do any of the serious things he's been accused of, I definitely think that the story of Michael and his involvement in the social media industry speaks to the larger issue of exploitation, especially when it comes to young social media stars. If you look at the pattern, time and time again, Michael Weist continued to target very, very young and green social media stars who were new to the industry. And time again, these stars report getting burned by Michael due to their lack of knowledge and him taking advantage of that. I think that it is important that we listen to them and what they have to say. The experienced in the world of LA targeting the inexperienced and gaining an advantage off of their collective fame reminds me of something. It reminds me of the throuple that Tana Mongeau was involved in with Bella Thorne and Maud's son. While a huge component of being an influencer is the various relationships you experience being public knowledge and a part of public discourse, normally I choose not to speak on those relationships in my videos because it's a little too parasocial and personal to do so unless there's something important to remark on, like abuse or an unequal power dynamic, or just strange factors leading up to the relationship that further adds to a person's story in an essential way. But I definitely think that this was the case with the speculated throuple that Tana Mongeau was involved in when she was 18 and 19 years old. Though I do think it's important to note before we get into this that Tana has now stated that this speculated throuple was never actually a throuple. It really was just a relationship that she had with former Disney Channel star Bella Thorne, who was also dating musician Maud's son at the same time, since they were in an open relationship. But Bella would apparently openly date Tana Mongeau and Maud's son in front of each other, and they would all go out to events together and be seen with one another, which is what led to these throuple speculations. This started when Tana uploaded a YouTube video titled, "I Tried to F Scott Disick." Freaking weird it is that in this sort of LA world, it is so normalized for 18-year-olds to be hanging out with and partying with 34-year-old dads like Scott Disick. He had captured Bella Thorne hanging out with Scott Disick. Also in general, Scott Disick is known for hanging out with a lot of teenagers. Tana Mongeau promoted this video on Twitter, and 2 days later, she posted a DM she received from Bella Thorne. "Aha, I saw the Scott video," Bella Thorne wrote. "So funny." Bella Thorne at the time had gone through a significant change since her days on the Disney Channel. Thorne had come out as a bisexual woman. She was also open about smoking weed, attended raves and different festivals, and dated a lot of bad boys like Lil Peep and Black Bear. In general, it seemed like Tana and Bella actually had a lot in common when it came to their interests and lifestyle, so they began to hang out together. And in September of 2017, Tana and Bella were photographed spending time together at the Life is Beautiful music festival in Las Vegas. On September 25th, Tana Mongeau posted a photo from the festival proposal, being intimate with Bella with the caption "mine." Bella also posted the same photo to her page, further confirming the relationship. And that same month, Bella Thorne also posted a photo of her and Tana kissing on a boat ride. Tana continued to post about her relationship with Bella Thorne for the remainder of 2017. Bella Thorne even appeared in Tana Mongeau's music video for her single Hefner. I think in general, the relationship between Bella Thorne and Tana Mongeau seemed pretty fitting on the surface, because not only did they have similar interests and live pretty similar lives, but also were similar ages, but they also had a somewhat similar fame level. From the outside looking in, it didn't appear as if there would be a power imbalance within that relationship.
She is not, we stand for the same shit. Like, the people that don't like her, they don't like me either, because we're both so crazy and out there and unapologetically us, and we say what's on our mind, and, you know, we get demonetized. That's actually pretty cool. We have the same type of fan base, though. Like, the people that like her like me, and the people that like me like her, and 100%. That is not something you always find. Dopest fans. Also, he's so cute. I love you. I love you. Confidence.
Fast forward to April of 2018, Tana and Bella went to Coachella together. In September, they celebrated their 1-year anniversary. It's so crazy to me how fast a year can fly by when you're surrounded by love you never thought was possible. What started with a viral kissing pic turned to you being the love of my life. You swept me up and introduced me to your entire world. You made my wildest dreams happen. You believed in me in every aspect when no one else did. Tana wrote in her anniversary post. I do want to point out that in this post, Tana does say that Bella Thorne signed her to her music label. And I think it's interesting that at this same exact time, Tana was, for the first time, producing and promoting a lot of music, like her song Hefner that Bella was involved in and helped her promote.
So, Filthy Banks is a record label that she started that I'm a part of. Not to get like super mushy, but like when I first released Hefner and I met Bella and whatever, music was totally a joke. Like I was doing that and I feel like you like saw something in me and you believed in me and you're like, no, like if you want to make real music, let's do this. I couldn't have ever done that, I don't think, without you. I don't think I ever would have like figured that out. That's why I'm signed to this beautiful girl's label. And I made it all happen, Tana. No! You did. No, you did. You did. You literally did.
I always thought it was interesting that Tana continued to make music, even though she received so much hate for her music not being very good. But looking at the fact that her, at the time, love of her life had signed her to her music label, I wonder if that was a factor as to why Tana was continuing to make music and promote music. Around this time, Tana and Bella's relationship took an interesting turn when the couple added, in some capacity that I don't think the public will ever know the full extent of, or do I want to know the details of, Bella's ex-boyfriend Maud's son into the relationship dynamic.
I met Maud through Tana when they were in some three-way relationship with Bella Thorne. I don't really know. That is their business.
This time, Tana and Bella were 21 and 22 years old, and Maud's son was 32 years old. The three of them were all photographed very often together. In January of 2019, Bella opened up about her relationship during an interview with Gay Times. I don't think anybody will really understand the bonds that I share with Maud or Tana. Yeah, we joke around about poly, but we aren't in the sense that we don't put a word, a box, or a label on too many things. It is what it is.
Okay, so what if you see two girls kissing on Instagram? What the f is the problem with that then? So you're gonna hate them because make out with them? Yeah. Like, so you're gonna hate them for that? Yeah. For being curious enough to kiss your best friend or kiss another?
Yeah. Be a space for like every single person. Like that's why like boxes and like labels and shit like can frustrate me so much. Sometimes
the more we get more open about these things, the world is changing. The more we get more enclosed.
While on the surface, this throuple situation seemed to be gaining a lot of traction or controversial PR for for the trio.
You clout farmed equally, ho. At least I'm honest about it.
Just a month after the Gay Times interview, Tana and Bella took to Twitter and announced their breakup. Tana and I aren't together anymore. Please stop asking. We love you guys, Bella tweeted. And shortly after confirming their separation, Tana tweeted, I love her forever. Don't get that twisted. She changed my life forever. Don't really want to talk on it. There's no negativity at all. While Tana and Bella separated, Bella continued to date Modson. Before the couple broke up in April of that same year. We'll always love you. All good things must come to an end, Bella wrote on Instagram. But despite a seemingly amicable breakup, Bella and Mod ended up getting into a heated exchange on Twitter after Modson joked about selling her stuff on eBay. Though he insisted he was obviously joking, Bella Thorne replied, "Aw, looks like Maudie really wants some press. #hungry. Also, didn't you call the cops on me when I wanted my computer? You pussy." They had a short back and forth where Modson made a bunch of claims towards Bella Thorne, how she tried to come to his house when he wasn't there. In response to their back and forth, Tana tweeted, "The love you have for each other to take this to socials and press legit breaks my heart, y'all." Days after the tweets, Modson went on iHeartRadio's Dominic Nadi show where he explained his side about the end of him and Bella's romance, saying that he ended the relationship due to a very public incident. He accused Bella Thorne of not being faithful and said that he ended the relationship in hopes that it would be a wake-up call for her.
I ended the relationship with her due to something that happened, a very public, very, very public incident. And that was it. That was it. And honestly, I was hoping it would be a wake-up call. Bro.
Which is kind of a red flag for me because that feels a little bit manipulative to end a relationship hoping to get the other person to react a certain way or have a sort of wake-up call moment. Another person's personal life journey is not really under your control and you can't manipulate it in any way or force them to come to certain realizations. You just can't. That's my opinion. Even if you're in a personal relationship with them, you can give them suggestions like going to therapy or, hey, I noticed that you're struggling with this thing or have issues in this area. But ultimately, their journey is their journey. And you have to just be a supportive figure, not like create obstacles in their life to wake them up. And that is why, in my opinion, Modson is just a weirdo for many reasons. Of course, the age gap, the way that he knew Tana when she was very young and then went on to afterwards date her for many years. So many weird red flags with this dude. During a 2023 interview with Ethan Klein of the H3 podcast, Tana talked about how her and Modson became closer after both of them left Bella Thorne, which again, it's just my initial reaction is that Modson appears to be kind of a manipulative person, having Tana as this sort of backup person that he essentially became closer with and tried to connect with through her heartbreak over one of her exes. Tana explained on the podcast that although their relationship seemed like a throuple, her and Modson often fought for Bella Thorne's affection. Tana said that the relationship was open and that Bella Thorne began to date Modson separately a few months after Tana and Bella got together.
Basically, like, I started dating her. It was right as I was kind of moving out here, like, fine. And I credit so much of my, like, fame and success to her. She was my first, like, break into the mainstream world, and she taught me so much, whatever. But we were dating, and then a couple months into us kind of dating or whatever it was, she brought in this guy, Modson, this singer, and she started just dating him. He was around all the time. And it was very much an environment of it felt like we were, like, competing for her. Like,
you were in an open thing with her,
yeah, like
but then it got weird.
Yeah, and then the narrative in the press all of a sudden was throuple. They're in a throuple. They're all dating, whatever. Pretty much the entire time.
But you guys were never together.
Well, At that time, no.
Oh,
so then,
okay, we're getting, okay.
So then
I see.
we were both just dating her, and for a while we really didn't get along. It was like, who's getting her the better fucking Valentine's Day gift? And oh my God, we have to do a matching costume and fuck this and whatever, but it was what she wanted.
We're like, F these past 2 years of our life. We started hanging out a lot.
Oh, 6 hours late. Who the is that? Hello, friend.
Wow. You're early for Tana time.
And Tana said that her and Maud's friendship deepened when he started helping her out with her music career.
So basically, towards the very end, Maud's son and I were vibing a lot more because like I felt like me and Bella were on the outs. Him and Bella were definitely on the outs. Bella and I were just fighting all the time, and we were trying to mix business and work. It wasn't working. We broke up. And then a couple months later, whatever, her and Maud's son break up. And then Maud's son and I just bond. We click. We're like, fuck this past 2 years of our life. We started hanging out a lot. I was in my music making era, so he was also helping me with all of this music.
Again, intertwining personal relationships with business. And by July of 2019, the two started dating, leading to drama between Bella, Maud's son, and Tana. Bella reacted to her exes becoming involved on Twitter, accusing Tana of breaking girl code. Tana told the H3 podcast that Bella's remark shocked her because of their history.
And then she was very much so angry. Girl code, how could you?
Girl code, that's funny because you.
And that was my standpoint.
Yeah.
I'm like, girl code, bitch, you just made me fucking look like I was dating him for the last 2 years, and you were fine with it when it was
interesting
in your world with your control, but now you hate it because we broke up with you and we don't like you. And that's what it felt like. And we just went back and forth and back and forth.
It's like a reward.
You guys have been asking for the Bella Thorne story time, but I think that all of these people and anyone who's ever really known me can attest that that would be a video that is days long.
Sure.
Y'all just come in and share your personal experiences. Oh my God.
It'd be a whole new reality show, like confessionals, full production.
Like if you guys want it, you know what I mean? I can drop everything to spend the next year exposing Bella Thorne.
While I don't know whether or not Tana and Bella acted perfectly within their relationship, I don't think that's my place to remark on. Maud's son, it seems like, played the two of them off of each other because he was able to benefit from that whole relationship dynamic. And when Tana and Bella were fighting, he was able to go to Tana. Like no matter what, he benefited from it. And him and Tana went on to have years of an on again, off again relationship that Tana describes as very toxic, with a very toxic ending that she talks about on the Canceled podcast.
I was just very much like, all of this for what? You know what I mean?
Yes.
And he essentially just says what he had just said a couple weeks prior, like, I hate the things that you do and that you post. So where are we going to go from here? Until you either want to accept me and get so much therapy that you need for so many things, because when was the last time you were literally ever single, oh my God.
It's so scary when people like literally can't spend 1 second by themselves. And like, I like Maud, but that's like, has to be a major personal issue.
That everything you do derives from the enjoyment of spite from the
like,
previous
it's almost
situation.
like he's getting like really high on this, like,
and it's like you're
revenge
36
all the time.
Like you're 36.
And all of this started when Tana was 18 years old, extremely young. I just thought that was an interesting part of Tana Mongeau's life to talk about. So I don't think any relationship would be quite as toxic as Tana Mongeau's relationship with Jake Paul. In the years 2018 and 2019, Tana Mongeau went through a few brief relationships or flings. For example, I almost said that Tana dated the little rapper Lil Xan. I don't know if he's little or not.
I only heard one of your songs, and I just literally listened to it before this interview. Betrayed. It was terrible. Terrible.
She talked about in her YouTube video, the time Lil Xan cheated on me. Why Noah Cyrus hates me. Story time. She also dated social media influencer Brad Sosa, who seemingly gained followers solely because he looked similar to Justin Bieber, though Tana claimed that they later broke up because he cheated on her. In April of 2019, shortly after Tana's breakup from Brad, she posted a selfie of herself in a bed that looked a lot lot similar to YouTuber Jake Paul's bed that resided in the infamous Team 10 McMansion. Then only several days later, Tana and Jake Paul began to make videos together. The first video was titled, "Meet the Girl I've Been Hiding From You."
Oh my gosh, give me a Suburban. I'm actually nervous. I'm nervous. Hey, can you turn the music down? We're gonna get copyrighted. Hey. Hi. Hey. I'm nervous.
This double angle camera. It's a moment for sure.
Hey.
I'm nervous. I'm sweating.
Hey,
There's
Tana.
a lot of cameras. Hi.
Hey.
Hi.
Hi.
A lot of people thought that Tana and Jake were dating because of the chemistry that the two had on camera.
We are starting a family channel today.
The Pauls.
Called The Pauls.
We are the Pauls. Oh wait, do I go up?
Oh God.
I'm pregnant.
The Pauls.
Both figures were very controversial figures that garnered a lot of publicity throughout their career, both positive publicity and a lot of negative publicity. So by them getting together in a relationship, viewers flocked to the videos that they posted together, just curious what that relationship would entail. It was almost a morbid curiosity. Videos of Tana and Jake together gained a ton of views. The relationship was quickly dubbed Jana.
A couple weeks ago, I started sometimes seeing, I should say, a YouTuber named Jake Paul.
Jana quickly released their own special merchandise, their own merch drop, literally the ultimate YouTuber couple move to make a collab merch drop with your ship name, Jana. Go back in time and describe that phenomenon to the pilgrims. YouTuber couple merch drop with their ship name. I'm trying to imagine that, how that would go. From the very beginning, fans questioned Tana and Jake's real relationship status and whether everything was staged, just a sort of publicity stunt to gain more viewership and followers for each respective influencer. Similar to how other content creators will collaborate to gain access to each other's audiences, except for with a lot more strings attached.
This like whole thing with Tana's like escalating, like I don't know, I don't even know how to describe it. It's real, but it's also not. But it also is.
And Tana would often give very vague answers as to whether or not her and Jake were actually together.
We turned off the camera and Josh goes, "Wait, are you and Jake together?" I don't know, sometimes.
Both parties profited substantially and gained millions and millions of views off of each video where they were together. And things went rapidly from not that serious to extremely serious. When Jake Paul asked Tana to marry him, proposed while celebrating Tana's 21st birthday in Vegas.
Honestly, the night of my birthday was amazing. I was having so much fun with all of my friends, raging in this club, and then Jake brings me on stage and gets on one knee.
What did you think of that? Like,
It was fun.
was it what you wanted him to do?
That has got to suck in a lot of ways, to be proposed to during your 21st birthday celebration for a very obviously PR related relationship, because now Tana's 21st birthday is just always going to be surrounded by the memory of not only the MTV reality show, which was filming during this time and went terribly for her, but also Jake Paul proposing to her. Like, those are two pretty terrible things wrapped up into the memory of a 21st birthday. Logan Paul, Jake's older brother, seemed to be against this relationship, marriage, engagement, insinuating that it is fake and that there can be a lot of money made off of faking a relationship on social media.
We both are like on an unspoken premise of like it's like a Kim Kardashian, like 72-day marriage.
Logan claimed that even he himself had an opportunity to do a fake relationship before elaborating on what he believed was the situation between Jake and Tana. There's no exchange of money, but you can make money together. Like, say you make merch together. You probably split like a 50-50 split.
No, that was
So wait, are you in a fake YouTube relationship?
I
or a
don't
real
do
one?
that shit, bro. You can make money together. Like, say you make merch together, it's probably like 50-50 split. I hope so. Like, what if my brother's like doing 80-20 with Tana? Oh, Tana, no! Tana, don't do it.
In July, Jake surprised Tana at VidCon and read aloud a poem to her, which revealed their wedding date.
But on July 28th, you can all save the date.
So romantic. On the day of this YouTuber collab wedding, hours before Tana and Jake would say I do, Tana uploaded a video titled I love you, Jake Paul. Tana said that she got the idea to make this video after a fan at the airport asked her what she loved about Jake Paul.
6:09 a.m. on July 28th, 2019. And I am about to go get on a plane and go get married. But first, I had to make this YouTube video. The other day in an airport, a girl came up to me and asked me why I love you, Jake. People actually ask me that a lot. I realized in that moment that the only person I never want to question why I love you is you. Because I love you. I just accepted it. Because to be honest with you, with a life like mine and a path like the one I've walked, you don't really meet people who understand you, ever. You just meet people that pretend to.
While Tana and Jake, as a collective couple, acted very reckless, especially with the events leading up to the wedding itself, in general, could have set a better example. Looking back at the way that Tana spoke about her relationship with Jake Paul, especially leading up to the wedding, it does seem that she developed a certain level of feelings towards Jake Paul, who, in my opinion, so obviously never felt the same way. My interpretation of everything is that Tana and Jake really did start out with creating a relationship solely for the purpose of publicity. But when you go through the motions of a very deep and meaningful relationship with one another, even if it's just for pretend, where you're saying incredibly emotional things to one another, doing things that are very meaningful and often people only do when they're very deep in a relationship, it becomes incredibly hard not to get emotionally wrapped up in it all. And I think that's what happened to Tana.
It is weird to decipher what feels real and what doesn't.
I mean, why do so many actors who play couples on screen end up in a relationship together? I think because psychologically it messes with your head to play out being in a deep relationship with someone. Mongeau ends the video by saying that to simply refer to her and Jake as partners in crime would be an effing understatement. That home is a feeling, not a place, and that she could pick up and go anywhere as long as she's by Jake's side.
Home is a feeling and never a place. And I could pick up right now and never go home again as long as I'm by your side. I'd give you every last ounce of my youth without thinking twice because I couldn't spend it better anywhere else. I love you.
Wow, she really poured her heart out there. I just really hope that Tana doesn't end up embarrassing herself. The couple's wedding was at Graffiti Mansion in Las Vegas, and it was also heavily promoted by Jana that you could live stream the wedding on Halligan TV for the low price of $49.99, which is just a really expensive price to pay just for the ability to watch somebody else get married.
Created this plan to get married on the internet. So this wedding is going to be live streamed.
You have to be so parasocially involved with internet figures to want to watch their wedding live as it's happening, especially nowadays with social media as it is, as you know that everyone in attendance is going to be taking tons of videos and pictures. What is even the point of live streaming it? But Jake Paul and Tana Mongeau really tried to play as much as possible into the parasocial nature of their relationship, so that as many people as possible would, well, buy into it, both literally and figuratively. On top of that, though, the live stream just ended up being the shittiest live stream possible. It was just a random dude in attendance with like one of those shirt cameras, it seemed like. That's what I'm guessing. The quality was terrible. It looked like VHS tape from the 80s, but not in a cute way. The service was terrible, so everything kept glitching out. And the guy filming clearly was not given good access or a good spot at the wedding, as there were constantly people in front of him and he just never had a good angle to film anything. Besides the bad service part where things would glitch or cut out, it really was like the real experience of being at a very crowded wedding where people are in front of you and you can't really see what's happening. At least that part was accurate, I guess. Most people who were invited to weddings don't have to pay $50 to experience it. So obviously many people felt scammed. And 2 weeks after getting married, Tana ended up admitting that her and Jake were not legally married, which in my opinion, the right thing to do would be to just be as upfront as possible about the fact that you're not getting legally married before the wedding takes place.
If it's not on paperwork, like, I'm still putting out to the world that I'm marrying this person.
I'm sure a lot of people, particularly Tana and Jake's young fans, paid that $50 fee for the live stream because they thought that Tana and Jake were actually getting married. And if they knew beforehand that it was virtually all staged, just a play act, there wasn't anything legally binding this whatsoever, it was literally just a play. I'm sure that a lot of these people would have probably changed their mind about spending the $50 in the first place.
So this is 100% legal on paper. This wedding, yeah.
I don't know if we can talk about that though. Because we should make it seem like it is.
Really?
Yeah.
Am I actually moving in? Or is that just for a video? Should I rent out this space?
Everyone wants to know if Jana is real and what this is. And so we've just kind of been playing it up for the people because at the end of the day, we are internet trolls.
False advertising at its finest. But according to Tana, this period of time was a very dark time. People can probably relate to that feeling of wanting so much to be with a person. You try to be cool or nonchalant. But instead, you just end up changing so much of who you are and what you will accept as a person in terms of treatment. Then you just end up getting walked all over and have no boundaries in a relationship. If you think that's how you need to be and act in order for someone to be in a relationship with you, then you probably shouldn't be in a relationship with that person in the first place.
I think I just put so much of myself into Jake that I lost myself. And that's not his fault, and I'm not blaming him for that at all.
We said that a lot of this behavior that Tana Mongeau exhibited is a pattern that she's had throughout various relationships, where she jumps into relationships very quickly and doesn't always have a ton of single time before moving on to the next relationship, almost pouring herself into relationships as a form of addiction or running away from her problems, using relationships and love as a way to escape pain or maybe even just boredom. But in the process of pouring herself into a relationship, her identity completely changes as she becomes whatever she thinks that person in the relationship wants her to be, or she simply becomes too lost in the relationship. A lot of people will do this. If you're so caught up in another person and that relationship, then you're completely distracted from your own problems and the pain of your own life. If you forget who you are in the process of a relationship, then do you even need to battle your demons? However, Tana Mongeau said that the second her and Jake got married, everything changed. Tana said that she thought the second that Jake said, "I do," he was just like, now what?
You know?
So less than 6 months after saying "I do," Tana and Jake decided to take a break. They each made their final collaboration in collaborative breakup posts. Would this be a wake-up moment for Tana Mongeau? A period of time where she's single, able to work on herself and heal, take some time for herself, realize all the harmful patterns of behavior, and finally break the cycle? Or would the old patterns of behavior come back around, and would she continue to repeat the same toxic cycles? Around the same time that Tana was undergoing a terrible breakup with Jake Paul, she was also facing a lot of criticism for season 2 of her MTV reality show, which we talked about in the manager chapter of this video. Tana entered a pretty dark period of her life where she was partying and treating people pretty poorly overall, and the general public began to see her in a more and more negative light.
So Tana Mongeau has been especially problematic this year
because there's a difference in being a problematic influencer in a hee oops sort of way and being a problematic influencer in a you're causing a lot of harm and spreading a lot of very negative messages sort of way. And all of this compounded even more when Tana Mongeau faced even more controversy when fellow influencers began to call Tana Mongeau out for microaggressions in the space, adding to her repeating pattern of racist behavior.
You have to stop giving Tana Mongeau a platform.
The first account of this is when influencer and musician Colleen Barry, where he talked about the mistreatment he experienced from his former friend, Tana, back when they had a collaborative YouTube channel together.
She does have such a huge platform. Anytime that anything has ever happened with her in the past, she's always gotten away with it. She never really has to be held accountable. And if I'm being honest, and we're having this real discussion, which I want to in this video, a lot of that does have to do with her white privilege. Had I done half the things, or any other black player done half the things that she's done in her career, we wouldn't be able to keep making videos and have support. But now getting into the topic of today's video, I'm going to be talking about my experience with Tana Mongeau and the collab channel that I was a part of with her called Trash.
And in his video, Barry claimed that Tana Mongeau would often gaslight him and provide inadequate responses when he had brought up her problematic past, presumably Tana's racist tweets.
So around February 2017, there was a controversy, a scandal, whatever you want to call it, involving Tana and another YouTuber named iDubbbz. But during this situation, I definitely think a lot of things came to light, including a video where Tana is calling her friend Amari a stupid N-word with the hard R.
You know you're a stupid, right?
Tana always left me under the impression that she thought the N-word meant homie, like that she would always hear it in rap songs that everybody in Vegas, where she grew up, would say it.
Growing up in Vegas, everybody said those words, and I didn't even know that they were considered racist at all. They were in rap songs, and I totally thought it just meant like homie or like friend.
And I'm not gonna lie, in the beginning, I definitely believed that and wanted to believe that, because before this situation that I'm gonna talk about, I definitely never thought that Tana was racist in any regard. And I never would have ever thought that she would ever say anything with malicious intent, just because, you know, she did put me on her channel. And, you know, in the beginning, I definitely think we did have a friendship and she was kind to me. So I definitely wanted to believe her when she said that. But then when that video came out, it just became clear to me that she lied. I'm sorry, but the hard R is not used in rap songs by anybody. The N-word that's used in rap songs is with A at the end. And basically, it's our community taking the power back from the years of oppression that we faced, with people calling us that as a slur and to degrade us, and basically taking the root of the word, which means king and queens, and using it as a term of brotherhood and sisterhood. And so that's what the word means in rap songs. However, the fact that she lied and said that that was the word she was using, when really she was using the hard R, which is very derogatory and definitely is racist, and it has an insanely racist background to it.
Colleen Barry told Insider that he stood by Tana publicly but continued to voice his concerns in private. But Tana was not receptive and would continue to dismiss him and all of his concerns, making him feel like she was labeling him as an angry black person.
So as her friend, I just wanted to educate her. I wanted her to come clean and just basically acknowledge the fact that she was wrong, you know, that she did say something that was racist, and just own it. Like, just take full accountability for it. Like I said, I didn't think she was racist. When I saw that, I definitely felt like hurt by it, I'm not gonna lie. But when I voiced my concerns and my feelings about the situation, she basically continued to lie to me. As the situation was progressing, like, I would come to Tana and tell her about the hurt I was feeling in the situation that I was going through and why she should own up to everything. And her responses were very defensive. Like, she definitely didn't want to hear me out. She definitely didn't listen to me.
While Colleen was nervous about posting the video, he wanted to teach others about the deeply imprinted microaggressive ways that white people can act towards people of color. According to a paper from 2014 published in the Journal of Race, Ethnicity, and Education, racial microaggressions are a form of systemic, everyday racism used to keep those at the racial margins in their place. They are verbal and nonverbal assaults directed towards people of color, often carried out in subtle or unconscious forms. Layered assaults based on race and its intersections with gender, class, sexuality, language, immigration status, phenotype, accent or surname, and cumulative assaults that take a psychological, physiological, and academic toll on people of color. Microaggressions can be blatant or subtle. In general, racism comes in many different forms that are embedded into our system, aka institutional racism, all the way down to our housing, education, healthcare, and political systems being developed in such a way that racism is deeply embedded into it, aka structural racism. Denying a person of color's experiences, dismissing them, refusing to listen to them, or being passive aggressive towards them in any way, especially when they are taking the time to try and educate you and raise awareness to you, can be racist because you're contributing further to these systems. After Colleen Barry made his video, Tana apologized publicly to Barry in a string of tweets, claimed that she wanted to also apologize to him directly, and that she would spend a lifetime showing that that wasn't who she is. That was all short-lived though, as Colleen Barry claimed that Tana would go on to just completely ignore his messages. Colleen Barry also claimed that behind the scenes, Tana and her manager Jordan Warona were contacting former members of the trash channel to try and silence him. It felt to me that Warona was trying to silence me more, and Tana basically invalidated my feelings. Like I'm crazy and I'm a liar and all these things. Vanessa Martinez, known online as simply Nessa15, spoke about her time working alongside Tana Mongeau in a video titled Dear Tana Mongeau.
When I was saying I've been suppressing my feelings, I'm referring to the microaggressions that I believe were, thrown my way regarding Tana and Jordan.
She and Tana had met around the same time because they were gaining significant followings on YouTube and were around the same age. They became friends, and Nessa introduced Tana to her manager, Jordan Warona, who hired Tana on the spot.
Me and Tana originally met through YouTube, obviously. Our channels were both growing at the same time. We're making story time videos. Although our content was different, I was just doing more random crazy situations I've been in, and she was doing a little bit more vulgar stuff. So we did have a different audience, but we were doing similar videos. So people wanted us to collab. We ended up connecting with each other through the DMs, got each other's number, and we built a friendship off of that. One of the times when Tana was staying with me, I ended up introducing her to Jordan Warona, and he ended up citing her as a client literally on the spot.
But Nessa claimed in the video that that's when the relationship started to break down.
One of the times when Tana was staying with me, I ended up introducing her to Jordan Warona, and he ended up citing her as a client literally on the spot. And I noticed that after she got signed to him, all of a sudden they were both being very distant with me. Things started, changing. A lot of the deals that were being brought to me were all of a sudden like, oh, actually, never mind. And then I would notice Tana would get them, and I'm like, and I didn't want to believe that he was, taking and stopping opportunities for me. But I did have a lot of, friends on the outside, and as well as family saying that, Vanessa, realistically, he's probably going to drop you because he found a client that is very marketable. She is a white woman. She's going to be very marketable. And I didn't want to believe that. I didn't want to think, oh, it was a race thing or a skin color thing. But in this industry, realistically, that is a factor.
She claimed that brands she had originally spoken to started signing deals with Tana instead. Nessa's friends at the time had told her that it was because Tana was white and therefore a more marketable client. Even though Tana herself would claim, I'm so problematic, I'm not brand friendly. That's why you need to buy my merch because I'm demonetized and have no brand deals. Meanwhile, she was actively taking away brand deals from her colleagues of color. And at first, Nessa just didn't want to believe that her manager Jordan would treat her that way, giving off deals to Tana instead of her. And that makes me want to point out that both Colleen and Nessa had both pointed out that not only had Tana Mongeau treated them wrong in these instances, but also her manager at the time, Jordan Warona, continued to perpetuate this treatment, either trying to silence them, keep them quiet, therefore further dismissing them or completely discarding them in favor of his white clients. This was a person that Tana was deeply involved with business-wise and heavily associated with throughout her career, who virtually became a parental figure to Tana at times. Do birds of a feather flock together? Or did Jordan's influence have a very deep impact on how Tana developed and behaved? Considering Tana's racist tweets were before she even signed with Jordan, I would just say maybe birds of a feather flock together. After Nessa had made some comments that were misconstrued, Tana labeled her as malicious and aggressive. For example, Nessa commented on one of Tana's photos of her and her then girlfriend Bella, saying, "I'm cringing so hard." She said in the video that at the time she meant it as a joke between friends, but Tana blew it out of proportion and made the argument public on Twitter.
At the time, I thought that me and her were friendly because if you guys will see, I will flash messages on the screen. We also had been to several parties together. We have hung out. I thought we were cool. I thought we were friendly. Obviously, we had those problems in the past, but I thought we were friendly enough for me to comment cringe LOL or something along the lines of that on her Instagram, which now I can see how that obviously would have came across as offensive. I didn't think that one got through, I guess.
Tana also involved other YouTubers and their audience, like in a collaboration video that she did with Shane Dawson, where she implied that her and Nessa were fighting nonstop for 2 years, sending a ton of Tana's fans and Shane Dawson's fans to hate on Simply Nessa.
No, now here comes fucking Shane Dawson, in her video. Oh, Shane Dawson goes through my phone. The thing is, when I found out that that video was being made, it's kind of like I knew that I was gonna somehow get mentioned in it. And as soon as the video dropped, my mentions again were flooded. My comments, I had to turn my comments off on everything because now, not only do I have Tana Mongeau fans coming after me, now I have Shane Dawson fans attacking me.
Nessa claimed that all of this painted a public picture of her as a villain, which she's still trying to shake off.
We ran with this narrative online that we continuously had problems, and for 2 years we were at each other's throats, when in reality, we weren't.
She just always has my name in her mouth, and I don't really know why.
And I just want to say this to Shane. You're a grown-ass man, and the fact that you're involving yourself in young women's problems and basically egging it on.
It almost felt like Tana enjoyed doing this.
So I just got to the point where it felt like she kind of enjoyed doing this.
And that Tana would gaslight her to wind her up and then turn all the accusations back on her to make her look crazy and angry, almost like reactive abuse, where you're poking at someone just to get a reaction out of them so that you can point the finger at them and say, see, you're the problem, you're crazy, which fits with the way that Jordan went on to tell people in the industry that Nessa is unstable, difficult to work with, and had schizophrenia.
Several people from the Trash channel and other influencers outside of this have expressed to me that Jordan and Tana were going around saying things about me. Tana was going around telling people I was untrustworthy, I was angry, I was a violent, terrible person, someone you don't want to be around. Well, Jordan was going around, and this actually hurts me to say, and every time I say this out loud, I start fucking crying. We're not gonna do that right now, but Jordan was going around telling people that I had a severe case of schizophrenia, that I was extremely violent, that I was unpredictable, basically. Like, 1 minute I'm good, and the next minute I'll just, try to attack you, blah, blah, blah. Painting me out to be this really negative person. And aside from the negative aspects of it all, why were you trying to use a mental illness? That one, I don't have schizophrenia. Why were you trying to use a mental illness as a way to get people to not like me? I just think that's one of the lowest things that you can actually do as a person, is not only judge somebody based off their mental illness, but to use that as a negative thing against them. Because millions of people suffer from different things every single day, but you can't judge somebody as a person based off of something they can't control and something they can't help. And even though I don't have schizophrenia, that was just extremely, extremely disrespectful to me that he would go to that low of a level and say something like that about me.
Unfortunately, Nessa was conditioned to think that she was in the wrong after all of these microaggressions from Tana and Jordan. I just 100% believe that Tana and Jordan were trying to paint me out to be this angry black woman.
I need people to acknowledge that you can be racist without calling somebody the N-word, through microaggressions, through just how you subconsciously view another race. And I just 100% believe that Tana and Jordan were trying to paint me out to be this angry black woman. Just realistically, that's how I feel. Not only have people in public seen me in this light because of the things that have happened, you know, regarding Tana and Jordan, it's also been creators that have reached out through the DMs as of, you know, the past week and a half since Colin dropped his video, literally apologizing, saying, Vanessa, I'm sorry that like I shut you down. I'm sorry that I was mean to you. I'm sorry that I didn't give you a chance because I was running with what Tana was saying. I was running with what I saw online. I was running with what Jordan was telling us.
Nessa said Jordan eventually dropped her as a client, but not before passing her on to a different manager who was black and who Jordan said would get her more.
So this was around the time when Jordan finally, you know, switched me over to another manager. And like I said earlier, at first he was claiming that it was because he didn't have time, but now he was saying that he wanted to switch me over to another manager that would get me better. Those are his words, that would get me. And at first I was like, what do you mean get me better? Like, I felt like Jordan perfectly understood me, you know? So it was very confusing. And now that I look back at it, the fact that he switched me over to a black manager and then used the words that would get you better, it just came across a little sinister, you know?
I really feel for Nessa because it seems like so much of the social media industry is based off of developing connections, especially if you're in LA and sort of part of that world. Being able to have a good manager, do collaborations with other influencers, and get sponsorships is essential. The fact that Nessa struggled to do any of that simply based off of rumors circulating about her, stemming from microaggressions, is frustrating and also ridiculous and sad. Tana ended up posting a kind of apology video about these instances. And in this apology video, she said that basically every other apology video that she's ever done, she was just put off that people were bringing up her past.
I did nothing but look at apology videos as people digging up my past again. If I'd spent the time I spent pandering, deflecting, making excuses, and spewing ignorance to millions of people becoming a better person, I would be in a far, far better place right now. And for that, I can only hold myself accountable.
While this seemed somewhat self-aware, at least, talking about how she should have taken the time to develop herself more as a person, would she go on to do that? In this video, Tana even essentially acknowledges what's, in my opinion, her biggest continuing problem as an adult, that she has all the resources to change her patterns and behaviors, and yet she does very little with them.
I had every single resource to change, and I am so sorry for choosing the wrong route every single time.
But Tana also said that now that she's a fully fledged adult who's had a massive online platform for quite some time, she's finally just realized that microaggressions are wrong and that what she posts online makes an impact. Those realizations should just be common sense, but okay.
I see so clearly now the microaggressions and terrible values that I was enveloped in for 15 years of my life. I see so clearly now the problem with the things I grew up thinking were funny and the sense of humor I developed. I now realize that the content I put out into the world and who I am has the ability to aid in either positively or negatively shaping this generation.
She claimed that while Colleen was trying to educate her, which he should have never had to do, she internally felt like she already knew everything.
I had people like Colin very specifically call me out and try to open my eyes and make me better. But I was so stuck in my narcissistic, egotistical ways that I was convinced I was a good person and had nothing to learn.
Tana also claimed that she saw her treatment of Nessa as just two teenagers fighting.
I truly feel that Nessa and I had a lot of personal conflict, that we were fighting just as catty teenagers who are 16 and in high school would.
Tana never denies that she treated Nessa the way that Nessa claimed in her video. So at its very base level, Tana's treatment of Nessa feels like very mean girl behavior, which Tana continues to have other instances of. In July of 2023, Tana slid into the DMs of viral guitarist John Dreddo. John went on to post the screenshots of this DM slide on Instagram. Tana wrote, "God sent me here." And John Dreddo replied back, "I'm sending you back to God, first class mail. Don't you know my girlfriend?" John was dating former Miss Brazil and Playboy model Duda Castro. John Dreddo posted a photo of his girlfriend and Tana posing together for a photo, so Tana at least knew who Duda was. Duda Castro claimed that Tana clearly knows her from past interactions, but that Duda was not a fan of Tana's. Also, apparently during Tana's short marriage with Jake Paul, Duda was traveling with Jake and his family and filming content with them, and she claimed that Tana acted insecurely. Duda posted messages that she received from Tana, where Tana messaged her saying, "This is the most embarrassing shit I've ever seen, LMAO. Sad to see that someone can't realize they started a problem. Like, you're so above this and the victim. OMG girl, I'm so sorry, ha ha ha, die." Tana also posted a now deleted TikTok about Duda Castro as well.
I was with my friends and we saw this guy on TikTok and he was so fine. As a joke, my friends were like, "You should slide into his DMs and say something funny like, God sent me here." Normally, that works for me. And I get piped. But this man promptly responds and says, "Sending you back, you know, my girlfriend." A couple minutes later, I see that someone named Duda Castro mentioned me in her story. Bitch, I don't know you. I don't know you at all. God, I hope you guys have an awful breakup and he wants to fuck me one day to spite you.
Duda responded in TikToks accusing Tana of doing drugs and effing anything that walks. Well, in general, this online feud seems, well, messy. Why are we fighting over men like this online? It also showed a little bit of a more brutally mean side to Tana Mongeau, one that often her fans had heard about with Tana and her story times, but had yet to see Tana really act that way in real life. There was quite a messy past between the two women, with a lot put out in the open for the public, and yet also a lot left untold for the public to just assume. And what most ended up assuming did not look good for Tana. A story of jealousy, someone who's even messier behind the scenes than people had assumed. And most commenters were just not happy with the way Tana acted, blatantly hitting on a taken man and then telling Duda Castro to go die. But some of Tana's mean behavior gets worse than that. On a podcast episode of the Cancelled podcast released on August 6th of 2023, Tana spent roughly 30 minutes explaining what happened on a wine tour that she went on in France. She said the real first name of the tour guide, which was Cynthia, as well as the name of the champagne house in a French town with a population of under 3,000. So anyone watching that episode could quickly put in that information into Google and find the business and person who Tana was referencing.
I'm actually going to be calling her by her name.
Oh, is she horrible?
Cynthia. Is that Cynthia? I wrote it down. Let me make sure it's Cynthia. 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 Cynthia.
Cynthia Ko runs a business called iDubbbz. She's a certified wine and spirits educator who has been voted Best Wine Experience in Paris by Travel and Hospitality Awards, Top 50 Wine Experiences in the World by The Wine Magazine. So it at least seems like Cynthia knows what she's doing when it comes to wines. During the podcast episode, Tana Mongeau said that she was already upset or maybe a little bit grumpy before the tour even began because she had stayed up the night before drinking until 6 a.m. Tana claimed that Cynthia didn't inform the group that they would be walking for long periods of time, but Cynthia provided screenshots with NBC News, which showed that she sent a detailed itinerary ahead of time to Tana Mongeau's friend, showing everything that the tour would entail. The itinerary stated, "You should bring a bottle of water and wear comfortable walking shoes. Casual casual clothes, layers. It will be chilly in the cellars. Tana said that she was angry that the tour guide, who's supposed to bring you on the tour, wouldn't leave her alone in the 12 hours. What did you think this would be? Even though the tour was supposed to be 12 hours, Tana left after 5.
Tana said the tour guide asked them if they wanted to have a more educational tour or a fun wine tour, and they all said fun. But Tana feels like they didn't get that fun wine tour experience.
So then I put in my headphones for what is probably 1 minute, and I intend on sleeping on this 2.5 hour train ride. It's Cynthia. I take my headphone out, and she proceeds to go on a 30-minute tangent to me about why Veuve Clicquot champagne is called Veuve Clicquot champagne.
Shut up, Cynthia.
And Ty has a video of me that I'll try to insert in this podcast, and I'm looking at her and I'm still trying to be nice, but I have tears in my eyes. I'm like, huh? And then I put my headphones back in. I'm trying to chill again. Another tap on my shoulder. She lets us know, first of all, the history of one of these sellers for another 20. This woman, I have never met someone who flaps their gums like this, flapping her gums.
Ojo added that she thought Cynthia was condescending towards her and she expected to be drinking wine throughout the tour. Again, what did you think this was going to be? You would just get to roam the grounds of this random place and have wine continuously presented to you? It's a tour. Tours are supposed to be somewhat educational. So eventually Tana said she just put her headphones in to listen to music during the tour. So Cynthia, of course, told Tana that she was being extremely disrespectful. I mean, seriously, if someone has a genuine passion for what they do and sharing the history of something with others and compiled a tour to do that, and that's their work, and you just decide to completely tune them out and listen to music right in front of them, I think that's the definition of disrespectful. Tana then started yelling on the podcast, "We paid you. I don't want to learn about the fertilization of grass in the middle of France in a town with a population of 300 at 8:40 a.m. I've just walked 1.5 miles and there's yet to be a glass of wine in my hand."
Just cannot hear another word about the fertilization of the grass. And it's not even like she's just educating us on the tour. It's like this woman is telling us her whole life story and her daughters and what her husband does and how many people live in the vineyard and who they are and whatever. And like, did we not tell you we didn't want an educational tour? Like, have you ever shut the for 6 seconds? So eventually I put in my headphones and she turns around and she taps me. I take my headphone out and she says, "Can you please take your headphones out?
No.
You are being extremely disrespectful."
Cynthia.
We paid you!
Literally.
We paid you! I dropped out of school because of like you. I don't want to learn about fertilization of grass in the middle of France in a town of a population of 300 at 8:34 a.m. after I've just walked 1.5 miles and there's yet to be a glass of wine in my hand.
The fact that you need a glass of wine in your hand at 8:40 a.m. should be enough of a red flag to you, maybe. Tana Mongeau also said that she wanted to physically curb stomp even unalive Cynthia. I literally absolutely want her dead at the hands of me.
Screaming at me. You said you wanted to cancel. You said you wanted to cancel. You said you wanted to cancel. And I'm looking at this. I did. I do. Like, and it gets like that. Like, it starts getting like very much choppy. We're escalating. I'm using my hands. I'm ready to go with this. And we're going back and forth and we're like yelling. I grab the bottle of wine. I pour it up as fat as I possibly can. I chug it down boots and I just walk away and walk it off, right?
I will say you do embellish sometimes.
I don't understand why Cynthia is the one to blame here too. It's also just blaming the wrong person, because I understand if there was some sort of false advertisement. If what Cynthia was advertising was free roaming, all you can drink wine, endless partying in the hills of Champagne, France, and then you arrive there and you're forced to walk and listen to the history of France and there's no drinks, I understand that that would be infuriating. But that's not what happened. Obviously, whoever set up the tour had some sort of miscommunication. I'm sure there's tons of different types of wine tours, some more educational for people who care about those sorts of things, and others more party oriented for people that are like, hey, I just want to taste wine and hang out, you know? Because sometimes sometimes that's the vibe too. But if you go to one type of tour and expect the other, you can't blame the tour guide who's just been doing this for a while. Tana also just took things way too far with what she said on the podcast. She took it even further when reading one of the sponsorships in her podcast, a language learning platform called Babbel, where she included the line, "And with Babbel, I could have told Cynthia, the wine tour lady, to shut the F up in her native language." The company was no longer working with Tana Mongeau and would more carefully vet sponsors in the future. This absolutely does not align with Babbel's company values. Tana is obviously not a person who understands or celebrates the difference in culture, and we regret to be in any way involved with her. After the podcast was released, Cynthia started to receive strange messages from people on Instagram. I mean, imagine you're just this lady who's passionate about what she does and has an educational wine tour in France, and then all of a sudden an influencer makes a hateful podcast towards you and all their fans start leaving you bad messages on social media. It's a totally different world you're opened up to all of a sudden. Someone sent Cynthia a link to Tana's podcast, and after listening, Cynthia reported the death threat that Tana made. People also went to Cynthia's website and Google reviews and started posting negative reviews. "I had to book a tour here. Ask for anyone but Cynthia," one review on Google said. Another said, "Couldn't enjoy the tour due to how unprofessional the guide Cynthia is. Avoid her at all costs." Harassing a business owner simply because that influencer didn't like the way in which they conducted the tour, didn't like their style. There were some people who weren't quite so parasocially involved and were kind of team Cynthia and reached out to Cynthia with concern, helped Cynthia even report the false reviews that were posted about her business. A lot of people even claimed this was a wake-up call for them about Tana's behavior. A lot of the fans who were team Cynthia would bring up a general topic of concern that many fans had become increasingly concerned with in regards to Tana Mongeau, and that was her general hyper focus on drinking over the years, general substance use, as well as possible substance abuse. Many longtime fans of Tana Mongeau, while being fans of her, have not been fans of her substance use. And lately, that concern has grown more and more in intensity. It's a difficult topic to talk about because addiction and substance use is not only demonetized, but also very complicated and very subjective. But because it's such a continual pattern throughout Tana Mongeau's entire career and just life, I think it's something that we have to talk about. It's pretty widely known that throughout Tana's younger years, she partook in a variety of different substances, though initially she tried to hide that. Nothing scares me more than Xanax or people on Xanax. Eventually, Tana would talk more openly about her use of substances. There was even a video of her driving under the influence. I don't even think she had her license. And someone posted her driving under the influence with her friends all laughing at the fact.
Tana, I hope you're high and zoomed out right now, please no.
Why does everyone think I would drive a car on Zoom?
Because you are. What do you mean?
Let's make her more nervous.
Tana, stop! It's a stop sign, Helen! On a complete side note, please no one put this in anything. I'm sorry that I can't build a car movie sometimes it's a movie, but anyways.
This is how people die and their lives get ruined. In fact, there's this influencer, Elijah, who is a much older adult who's in this video. Honestly, after this video, like, you're gross. Elijah is definitely old enough to know better. He should be the most mature one there, and he's acting like a teenager. Why the F would someone post this? Nice friends that she has, not only letting her drive in that condition and joking around to distract her, but filming it and posting it like it's silly and not dangerous. It's irresponsible to film and post all of your irresponsible behavior, especially if you're famous. People are gonna be rightfully I'd be upset with myself and whoever posted this if I were her. Just because she and the others doesn't care about her and their own life, wants to drive under the influence, even though she's only driven 4 times, doesn't mean she's allowed to do this and take someone else's life because of her recklessness. It's effing disgusting. She'll unalive someone this way, and their life would end because of some stupid girl's decision. Tana seemingly cycled in and out of a positive and negative view on her substance use. She either jokes about it and posts videos where she's laughing, partying, etc., or she'll post a video talking about how she's used substances in connection with her mental health and depression. Like in a video she posted in 2019 titled "Letting You In on the Truth About MTV, Depression, and a Life Update." Tana talked about how 2019 was an incredibly challenging year for her, even though it seemed like she had the perfect life. Because mentally, Tana had spent most of the year in the spotlight after her split from Bella Thorne and the premiere of her reality show, as well as her marriage to Jake Paul, crediting all of her destructive tendencies ultimately to what she describes as an abusive upbringing. Spent the next 6 years continuing to bottle in any emotional pain that I could, while I was also snowballing into a bigger and bigger point of fame.
Everything I felt up until that point was something that I just like bottled in.
Also said that when she went on to experience a number of abusive relationships, she chose to continue to numb her pain instead of addressing it. Ever since I was 13 years old, I struggled with numbing things out with anything.
5 to 10 years.
And Tana said it wasn't until she turned 20 years old that she really even realized what it was she was doing. And all throughout that time, Tana was being heavily scrutinized by the public. Tana then admitted that she was addicted to Xanax. I was at the point of taking Xanax where it's not that I was trying to overdose. That drug has killed people I love. I was definitely taking enough where I wasn't trying to kill myself, but I definitely didn't care if I died. And things got so bad that she was forced to confess her addiction to her manager, Jordan, whom she credited with saving her life. But I'll let you know my opinion on that. Just as she was about to begin filming her MTV series, he was like, "So you tried to kill yourself?" And I was like, "No, I just took this amount of pills." And he was like, "If you're taking that much and you know it can kill you, you're okay with that?"
The night before we started shooting season 2, I told Jordan like how much I was taking, and he was kind of like, "So you tried to kill yourself?" And I was like,
While Tana mentions this interaction as if Jordan helped her, as if he saved her and was looking after her, Jordan never pulled the plug on the MTV reality show. He never helped her go to rehab or take a break from work, which would mean he wouldn't be able to profit off of her for a period of time. That is really concerning to me, as it seemed Tana was able to identify that she was in a really bad state and needed help, and went to the person that was closest to her in her life, her business manager and confidant, parental figure, whatever you would like to call him, and instead of him pulling the plug on all the projects they had going on at the time so that she could recover and focus on her mental health, which she said was at an all-time low, he just had her keep going, to the point where she says that year ended up being her biggest year business-wise, the worst year for her mental health. And Tana reached a breaking point when she saw the way that MTV was editing her reality show. Seems like the people around Tana either had the exact same lifestyle as her, were clearly normalizing everything, even her driving on substances, which caused her to normalize her own substance abuse. They were actively profiting off of her, even her problematic brand and persona. So they weren't focused on getting her any help, which would cause her to take time off, which would interfere with money and business opportunities. In turn, there was a period of time where Tana got worse and worse, and experienced trauma from her substance use and abuse. I'm sure that's going to take a lot to recover from. I did Zans with my best friend the night he died. Actually just screamed, "Explain how much coke there was and how effed up I was," to me in the airport as we're surrounded by old people and cops. I just said, "I think I'm going to unalive myself." And someone stopped me and said, "I think the drugs are going to beat you to it, sweetie. There's vlogs where you can see substances on Tana's nose. She's a young, rich influencer. I know it's bound to happen, but man, I really wish for her own sake she would lay off all that crap. I feel like the amount of drugs and alcohol she consumes ages her and is downright frying her brain. Not judging at all. I truly just want the best for her. So much of Tana Mongeau's substance use was so out in the open that it almost became a part of her brand for a while. Tana literally created a weed brand and promoted it off of the frequency and how often she shares the use of smoking weed. I mean, I live in Colorado, so no judgment there. It's very normal here. But when you look at how frequently Tana would talk about how she's addicted to smoking weed, it may start to become a different thing that she's normalizing to the public.
Like that.
What happened? Why?
My lungs are just like failing me right now. Like
your lungs?
Yeah. Like,
well, that's not good.
Yeah, no, I know. Tuberculosis.
Why don't you stop smoking?
Honestly, I'm a addict.
There's no weed allowed on the plane, and Bella's a princess, and I am a mule. I'm sneaking the on the plane. Like, I'm just gonna distract them.
They just made it legal, so I'm so confused.
Yeah, I know. Not fun and fresh. I'm smuggling the weed on the jet. I don't know why I'm incriminating myself right now.
My New Year's resolution is to smoke more weed. Quitting smoking weed is miserable, Lamau. I haven't smoked weed in like 20 hours and I'm legitimately sweating and have the worst headache for no reason. Someone bring me weed in Orlando. Who has weed in Melbourne? Don't bullshit me, haha. Seeing all the assumptions on my love life currently cracks me up. I'm just doing me, editing, smoking weed. I'm actually dating weed. Clip that. Serious question. I just got a dental surgery. So serious that I can't smoke weed for the next 3 days. And as you guys know, I am more in love with it than most people I know. Can you smoke weed through your nose? This is a serious inquiry. While marijuana is fairly normalized across the US and in many different countries, it used to be pretty commonly believed that you can't get addicted to it. There are some studies that say differently, that roughly 10% of users become physically addicted to weed, and you can become psychologically dependent on it. While it might not be as big of a deal as other substances or as debilitating, I still think it's important to talk about and put out there because I think a lot of people aren't as aware of that, especially when influencers like Tana Mongeau heavily normalize its use and overweigh the positives without talking about the possible negative aspects of continual use. So that's of course not the only substance that Tana would do that with. And another one that Tana would constantly casually talk about her overconsumption of is alcohol. Tana frequently talks about her drinking. Times when she talks about drinking, it's accompanied with a night out partying. So for many people, initially, it was just seen as a part of Tana's problematic party persona. Like when you read back most of Tana's drunk tweets, they're almost made out to be goofy oopsies. Well, but that's just silly Tana when she drinks and not, I think you have a problem. Someone, you were so drunk last night. Me, I literally have no idea who that is. Last night, I was too drunk to realize I was next to Justin Bieber for hours. You know you're ultimate level drunk when you get off the phone with the Uber driver and say, why did he sound cute? This is a drunk tweet, but at Jake Paul is so sexy. Okay, bye. I'm so drunk, I just Apple Pay bought a $2,000 mom backpack by accident on my phone. Should I just keep it though? It's cute. I'm drunk tweeting, but I've never been prouder or more inspired by a human than at Logan Paul. What on earth prompted that tweet? I want to know.
No, I'm not saying that this little dude is Martin Luther King, but I'm not saying that he's not. It's not a sure thing. You're not that guy.
While alcohol consumption is very socially normalized, AUD and excessive alcohol consumption can come with a lot of bad health and social consequences. In my opinion, one of the most problematic, but not in a problematic cute way, in a like genuinely problematic way, aspects of Tana Mongeau's entire career is the way that she shares her partying habits and aspects of excessive alcohol consumption almost as if it's cute and funny, almost glamorizing it in a way or making it into a joke. I think almost everyone watching has either dealt with addiction personally or knows someone within their life who has struggled with it. And it's definitely not something to be taken lightly or to convince others to take lightly, especially your young and impressionable fans. But at the same time, it's also very clear that Tana is in denial. And when you look back on Tana Mongeau's story, the way that she drinks is clearly a buildup of her entire life. The way that she views and utilizes substances as a way of coping, making friends and bonding with people, connecting with people in the industry, forgetting about all her problems. All of a sudden, substances become a center for everything in her life, till it becomes such a problem and is so hard to hide that fans really start to notice it. Tana even talked about how she doesn't even remember how her and her co-host and friend Brooke Exposed became friends because of her substance use.
I got fired from my job while I was at Tana's house. So that was like for me when I like secured my spot in the group because all of a sudden I didn't have anywhere to be. So sad. I should use this time now to spread awareness about drug addiction because I don't remember anything from the entire time I met Brooke.
Tana was invited to the H3 podcast live show, which being a live show was broadcasted live and unedited. And most fans couldn't help but notice that Tana seemed extremely inebriated during the show, and fans became incredibly concerned.
I'm ruining my career tonight.
That's right. Oh, they love you,
I'm
Tana.
getting so beyond canceled tonight. I'm
Thanks,
gonna kill myself in front of all of you.
Wait, whoa. In the game. So, let's take a look here. So,
Take a snacks. What?
But Lena looks great.
Thank you. Have sex. Have sex.
I've watched Tana all my life, and I know being drunk and doing and saying dumb things are all on brand for her. This is the first time I've seen the way she acted and actually thought to myself, yikes, and felt painfully uncomfortable watching, to the point where I had to take breaks in between. This is terrible. I feel kinda bad. I've been a Tana fan since 2017, and I know how crazy she can get, but this was sloppy and uncomfortable. You can see Jeff's face, and even Logan's face are visibly uncomfortable. And Jeff whispering in Tana's ear is probably him telling her to cool off. Drunk people are so unpredictable and unaware of what they're saying and how it's coming across. And to be that on a live show as a co-host for your friend who has probably worked so hard on it is effed up. Probably took away from the rest of the host's experience to be able to enjoy it. I really hope Tana finds it within herself to try being sober for a long period of time. One of her old friends, Trevi Moran, who used to drink with her, has been sober for 2.5 years. See, that transformation and growth is insane. I just really hope Tana figures herself out. The live show was very different for many people compared to what was presented as Tana's usual party antics. I think when people saw Tana become inebriated in a party-like setting where it could be justified as somewhat appropriate, or at least she wasn't the only one inebriated, she was surrounded by other people who were also not sober, it didn't seem as alarming or concerning. But for Tana to be so incapacitated at essentially a work event when no one else in the room was, really shone a light on her possible substance abuse problems.
will you keep your friend in order, please, Jeff? He's probably gonna have to cut her mic soon. And it is up
If
to
you told 2017 me this was happening, she would have stopped taking drugs.
I think you're prone to saying very bizarre shit.
You're the top of my suicide note, baby. You're right there. Dear iDubbbz, I'm hanging now. Sorry, we're live.
Tana needs rehab. She said she's sober. Miss Girl, please. I really hope she's not abusing Xanax while drinking, but sadly, that's what it looks and seems like. This is not a regular drunk. Has to be mixing something. Even her so-called friends in the industry continued to encourage her past this point. Jeff Wittick, an influencer friend of Tana's, who was on that live show with her and who has done a podcast with her, seen in a Snapchat where Tana is handing him drugs with the caption, "How I pay for the podcast." Though Tana herself has acknowledged that her using drugs to numb herself only led to her being used by more people in 2021. In the years following, she clearly still struggled with the exact same patterns and cycles, falling right back into the same behavior and letting people still continue to use her and take advantage of her affinity for substances. It's so sad to see all the times I was younger and clearly doing drugs to numb the shit this industry does to you, all the while being on camera. Crazy all the way people in the industry close to me enabled it. So I would be crazier, aka on brand for her problematic brand, and easier manipulated for money. Glad I got out. Did you? Did you get out? Did you? Tana has gone through brief periods of sobriety, particularly when doing 75 hard, which is supposed to be this extreme diet challenge for 75 days, but she did it the Tana way.
Ask you about your diet. You're doing, what is it called?
It's really common. It's a really common one.
So we're doing 75 hard.
Maybe 75 soft.
And she has, at least at this point, admitted that she struggles with alcohol use.
I'm in an era right now where I'm not drinking, and it's such a battle for me.
How long?
I'm 2 months
Okay.
sober right now.
Yeah.
Almost like 100 days, I think. And I've done a lot of stints like that, but I can't get to the point where I really want to accept that I shouldn't drink forever.
Why can't you drink for forever? Do you have a problem where you binge? 'Cause
I
that's
think,
what
I think I'm very much all or nothing.
Yeah.
And I just want to go crazy balls to the wall. And it's I just wish I could take a blue pill that gives me moderation. Because I just don't have as much fun.
No, I get
and
it.
it's hard.
But she very frequently will completely stop her sober streak, including most recently when she posted about drinking while in Europe, resulting in a lot of fans expressing their disappointment or sadness in her relapse or interrupted sobriety. I miss sober Tana. This, my friends, is what we call cross-faded pill.
I'm going to claw my arm off. It's so bad. It's so bad. This has been happening for 2 days where I thought they were hives from stress. And they're not. I keep waking up with them. And they're red. They're little red dots. Mosquito bites are clear.
Why are her friends letting her talk about bed bugs in the middle of a restaurant? Because she's picking up the tab, baby. Getting all of his thoughts out to Tana before Tina, aka her drunk persona, shows up. In an event, I convinced myself I wasn't an alcoholic too. Though a lot of people on Reddit have expressed empathy, at least towards Tana in her sobriety journey. Unpopular opinion, Tana should have never told her audience she struggles with alcohol. The amount of people angry at her, shaming her, and making fun of her because she uploaded a drunk video and is commenting odd things is honestly heartbreaking to watch. Some of the things that can make worse are anxiety, shame, or embarrassment. And I feel like the fact that her entire audience was rooting for her sobriety and she's now drinking again could potentially worsen those feelings and push her further into addiction. Even though I think it was brave of Tana to share her journey and struggles, I think it may have been less harmful for her to protect her peace when it comes to substance abuse issues and not talk about it until she's completely sober like Trevi does now. I also think it was a little reckless of Tana to drag her young fans into this who already have a parasocial relationship with her and feel like her friend. It's so hard for people to watch their loved ones go through the ups and downs of addiction with the constant hope of it getting better and being let down when nothing changes or it gets worse. I think she's created a similar dynamic with her fans regarding her drinking, but in a parasocial way, which just seems a little bit reckless to me. Either way, I hope she's doing okay and has a good support system around her. I'm sure a lot of people watching can relate to having a family member who is going through or has gone through their entire lives, maybe I know personally that many aspects of Tana Mongeau's story, her unconventional childhood, and then the way that she used substances to cope with that, I can deeply relate to with a family member of mine. And it's so hard when you're involved in someone's life and you care so much about them, but ultimately you have no say in their choices, especially when it comes to their own lives and whether or not they want to help or continue down a certain path, unless you're dealing with it in your your own life, I think many people forget how common functional addiction is, where you aren't quite at that rock bottom. So it's so easy for you to convince yourself or for you to want to convince others in your life that you're fine, that there is no problem, that you're not at the point where you need to be completely sober or you need to stop completely, that you're not one of those people just yet. And that's an extremely challenging aspect when it comes to addiction to navigate. Because while many people don't want their loved one to hit rock bottom, it's hard to watch them go through highs and lows and constantly fluctuate through those ups and downs without ever having the realization of, I need to stay 100% sober. And I think that's how a lot of fans feel when it comes to Tana Mongeau. They feel just as emotional because they've been through her career since she was 17, all the ups and downs, and how substances have greatly contributed to it. I think it's fair to say that most people watching, regardless of how you feel towards Tana Mongeau herself, hope that one day she'll be able to stop the cycle that she's been in her entire life of using substances to escape her problems, as it seems that a ton more problems seem to pop up when she continues to do that. Addiction and recovery is an extremely hard topic to talk about, and there are so many people who do not have any empathy for it whatsoever. In general, long-term recovery rate is extremely low, especially without a positive support system, and especially after years and years of a pattern of behavior. My heart goes out to you if you're currently going through that battle. It can also be hard to come to terms with the trauma accumulated alongside substance abuse. How many people used you in your past and took advantage of you when you were in a vulnerable place? One of the biggest stories this year in the YouTube sphere was when Tana Mongeau revealed that Cody Ko slept with her when she was a minor, leading to one of the most shocking and unexpected cancellations in YouTube history. Even though Tana Mongeau and Cody Ko did a bizarre collab on their YouTube channels where she was only 17 and then 18 years old and he was 25, where he made some bizarre comments about his age.
Teach me some slang. Teach me some teen
Okay,
slang.
well, I was gonna like write it
Alright, so
down.
I'm way too old to be on YouTube. She knows a whole bunch of slang and cool words because she's, you know, a teen, whatever.
The two even seeming somewhat flirtatious with each other in the video. Very few people publicly questioned the extent of the relationship between Tana Mongeau and Cody Ko, beside a very vague video that Gabby Hanna made in which she didn't name anyone specifically.
One time, I told a guy, I saw him making out with a girl at a party who was underage, and I pulled him aside and I was like, hey man, you probably don't know, I know she like looks a little older, she's underage. Watch it. And he was like, oh my God, thank you for telling me. And then he
But the thing is, few people ever publicly realized the extent and how far Tana and Cody Ko's relationship went till this year when Tana Mongeau did a live show on her canceled podcast tour on May 30th. And during the show, it was asked who was the smallest person she had ever done it with, or who was the smallest member that she had ever done it with. Tana Mongeau replied, Cody Ko. I can say that because I was only 17.
Who's the smallest dick you've ever had sex with? Oh my God, no one look at me, Cody.
An illegal act.
I can say that. I was literally 17. I can say that. What? Sorry. Delete the video.
It also means that Cody Ko slept with someone when they were underage very early in his career, and then went on to have a massively successful career on YouTube where he became known as the nice guy, the good example, knowing all the while that he'd committed a heinous crime that would completely destroy his image if it had ever gotten out. And then when the person finally decides to talk about that situation, not only do they expose the truth, but they also talk about you for having an extremely small, deserved, but brutal.
It's like they call themselves Tiny Meat Gang. And everyone's mad at me.
Before all of this took place, Cody Ko was a beloved internet figure for at least 10 years, amassing millions of followers and, of course, in turn, millions of dollars. When Tana first talked about the situation with Cody Ko, you would think a statement like that would immediately garner shock and outrage, and a demand of accountability from someone like Cody Ko. And yet, for weeks, the internet internet remained quiet and continued to give Cody Ko excuses.
After it started going viral, like seeing so many people like not believing me. And when you're coming for someone or just telling the truth about someone, I don't even want to say coming for someone. Right. When you're telling the truth about someone and they're a well-liked person versus a not well-liked person.
Yeah.
Because it's like when they're not a well-liked person, like everyone's like, they're so down to get on that bandwagon and be like that. But like if you're saying like something happened with a well-liked person, it's crazy the way it can be like received.
Apart from niche Reddit posts and comments where people were talking about the situation, in the larger YouTube sphere, things remained silent. Tana Mongeau just confirmed her and Cody Ko hooked up when she was a minor. During her podcast tour, she confirmed that her and Cody Ko had sex when she was 17 and he was 25. Am I going crazy? I can't understand how anyone can look at the Cody Ko situation and side with him over Tana. It doesn't matter if she slept with other older guys when she was underage, or if she doesn't seem that upset. Even if she was 18, the power dynamic was still there. She never said she wanted him charged or canceled. Fans are just reacting on their own. It's not her fault people don't want to support a creep. Cody Ko has gone on to amass over 5 million subscribers and become one of the most popular and universally well-liked content creators on the platform, mainly through the series that he called That's Cringe, where Cody would, well, make fun of small or niche videos that people would create on the internet, sometimes for good reason and sometimes not. Which in hindsight, though the videos were funny in nature, was kind of punching down.
Hi, what up, fellow sex havers? I'm here with Noel Miller. A lot of people made fun of me in my last, well, I guess they didn't really make fun of me. A lot of people got angry with me in the last video for making fun of Cola Brandt for losing his virginity as a 20-year-old. Wait, his shirt says virginity rocks.
It's not off to a good start.
Not off to a good start.
I want a girl to be like, wait, how are you still single?
So why are you wearing a fucking shirt that says virginity rocks on it?
I hate to break it to this guy. Literally, no one is ever gonna say that.
Nevertheless, Cody Ko remained well-liked and went on to create a podcast network with his business partner, Noel Miller, called TMG Studios. He also worked with many successful brands in the space. In general, it seemed like Cody Ko just lived a happy, successful life and also married fellow YouTuber Kelsey Kreppel just last year, as well as recently became a father. But unlike Tana Mongeau, it kind of seems like Cody Ko has always had a happy, successful, all-around privileged life. Cody grew up in Alberta, Canada, and Cody and his sister Krista grew up in a two-parent household. His dad, Greg, was a professional cyclist, and Cody Ko followed in his father's footsteps and pursued sports, which helped him when enrolling into Duke University since he was recruited into their swimming and diving team. Cody Ko also pursued a computer science degree and a certificate in markets and management. He even became captain of the varsity swimming and diving team. As a senior, Cody Ko explored his more entrepreneurial passions and developed the iPhone app I'd Cap That, which rose to the #1 free app on the App Store.
You have an app that was at the top of the App Store.
It was kind of just a personal project sort of thing. Like I just wanted to, improve my skills with the iOS SDK. So, captioning photos is not a new idea. It's been around for a long time, but I thought I'd just do it better and I'll do it, frictionless, and it went totally viral.
And I'd Cap That basically automatically adds a caption to anyone's photos.
Yeah.
Are you funny? Did you create them yourself?
I'm pretty funny, I don't know.
While at Duke, Cody also joined a fraternity called Delta Sigma Pi. And in an interview, Cody talked about how joining a fraternity made him unrecognizable to his hometown friends. That was me moving to North Carolina, all of a sudden becoming a frat boy, basically. Like, I changed my identity completely. I went home for the summer and my friends were like, I don't even know you. I also wonder if Cody Ko becoming unrecognizable to his friends also had to do with the the, well, unsavory friendships that he made while at Duke University. Friendships that he maintained well into adulthood. Cody Ko's friend and Duke University classmate Colby Leachman, who also used to appear in some of Cody Ko's videos, is simply put a terrible person to be friends with. Cody Ko's audience discovered that while at Duke University, a female student alleged that Colby and another male student had her, R-worded her, and videotaped all of it. Though Colby and the other person that participated in the act claimed that everything was consensual, as is typical of a frat dude, she was totally into it. Colby Leachman, in all of this, was only put on academic probation, while Cody Ko eventually stopped featuring his good buddy Colby Leachman in his videos once his audience found this out. Seems like to this day, they still maintain a close friendship. In fact, Colby Leachman was in attendance at Cody Ko's wedding and featured prominently in photos and videos alongside the groom and bride, which just really puts into question Cody Ko's moral compass. Cody Ko ended up graduating from Duke University in 2012 with a bachelor's degree. He moved to Silicon Valley that same year. He also continued to work on his app iDubbbz after it was acquired by Silicon Valley startup called Addiction.
21 years old, you just moved out here from North Carolina. You're actually from Canada originally, but you went to school, you just graduated from Duke.
Then 2 years later, in 2014, he quit working for Addiction, left the US on an 8-month-long backpacking trip in Southeast Asia. Throughout his trip, he began to post vines that started to go viral.
Boo! Ha! Come on, I'm sorry, don't cry.
Around that same time, he also created his YouTube channel, but wouldn't start uploading frequently until 2015. In May of that same year, Cody and Tana crossed paths for the first time in Playlist Live in Orlando, Florida. At that time, Tana was also a huge fan of Cody Ko's content, since he had gone massively viral on the platform Vine. So in theory, even though Tana had her own following on YouTube, she was still meeting a much older creator who she admired and looked up to, and the two seemingly spent a lot of time together. Enough time that fellow content creator Gabby Hanna reportedly warned Cody Ko, who was 25 at the time, that Tana was only 17. Cody Ko allegedly thanked Gabby Hanna for informing him and went on and hooked up with an underage Tana Mongeau anyways.
I told a guy, I saw him making out with a girl at a party who was underage. Hey man, you probably don't know, I know she looks a little older. She's underage.
Age of consent in Florida is 18 years old, which means that anyone under the age of 18 years old is legally unable to give effective consent to any sexual activity. Engaging in sexual activity with a minor can lead to serious criminal charges, including statutory rape. Considering that Cody Ko is from Canada, has been working to establish his citizenship in the United States, getting tied up in any sort of legal trouble can also seriously affect that as well. Just a few days after Playlist Live took place, Cody Ko and Tana collaborated on a video uploaded to Tana's channel. A few months later, Tana appeared on Cody Ko's channel.
All right, I'm here with YouTube sensation Tana, is it?
YouTube sensation Tana, is it?
Is it Tana?
Don't ever do this to me again.
I can call you a YouTube sensation. Why can't I call you that? So...
Wait.
By that point, Tana Mongeau had turned 18 years old. Over the years, both parties ended up splitting off and kind of doing their own thing, parting ways, very rarely mentioning one another. Tana would never make a formal video exposing Cody Ko. It seems that Tana would sporadically or very vaguely mention the fact that her and Cody Ko had hooked up during various interviews or podcast episodes, but because Tana was sort of vague on speaking on it, most people never put two and two together and realized that she was underage at the time. Just saw an old clip of her saying she hooked up with Cody Ko and JC Kalen. What the F? What is the story behind that? I had no idea, and that's crazy to me for some reason. Is Cody Ko a good guy? Reddit commenter also replied saying she hooked up with him when she had just turned 18, assuming that was the case because of their two collaboration videos. And I'm guessing this Redditor probably wanted to assume assume that Cody Ko was a good guy and didn't sleep with her when she was underage and in a relationship.
Here she is back in 2021 saying the same thing.
I was 17 at the time, 18. I started kind of hooking up with other people. Shout out JC Kalen, shout out Cody Ko.
You know, over the past few years, Cody Ko became one of YouTube's golden boys, one of the most liked creators on the platform. So I think it was hard for many people to even imagine that he was capable of doing such a thing. And on the other hand, Tana's reputation had taken a serious nosedive since the inception of her channel. There were countless failed businesses that gave her a reputation of being a scammer. There were countless exposés that gave her a reputation of being a liar. But many people's initial reaction of discrediting Tana's story when she came out on the canceled live show, or completely turning it around and blaming her, or just not even caring that she did go through it because it's Tana and she's done so many bad things, so who cares if bad things happen to her as well, is really sad to see. You'd think as a society we would have moved past that point, and yet still we're so willing to look past allegations if a person is charming and likable. Tana further talked about these allegations in a canceled podcast that she posted on June 21st.
I hooked up with Cody Ko when I was 17 and he was 25. Yeah, it happened.
Mongeau clarified that although she feels no trauma necessarily concerning the incident, what Cody Ko did was a crime and she was taken advantage of. Although Tana Mongeau does maintain that at that point in her life, she was just having fun, she does also say that Cody Ko was the adult in the situation and he should have known better.
He was 25. He should have known better.
Yeah, and that's like I think where I settle on that.
What appeared to upset Tana the most and cause more trauma to the situation was all the negative responses that she initially received to her coming forward.
Public's reaction to this has made me feel 10 different types of ways that I didn't feel before. Like I have seen so many comments of people like on some like, but what was she wearing? And then I just like, I feel so bad for all of these young girls because then they see that and then it makes them not want to come forward. Seeing people not believe you is so crazy.
That's fucking awful.
And how much people love him. I know for a fact if you swapped out Cody Ko with someone that like people didn't like that much, I would be receiving so much more sympathy versus like the amount of people in this industry who like want to protect him.
Tana Mongeau also talked about how she wanted to discuss the incident earlier online, but then felt guilted when she received a message from Cody Ko, who messaged her to see if they were okay before mentioning his upcoming wedding.
Like there was a while ago where I think I said something about it online and it was starting to surface, and he texted me like, are we good? And was like, I said yeah, and like he was like, my wedding's coming up, like yada yada. And then now it's like all these Reddit threads, like if my name's on any thread, it's all getting deleted. Like
to me, that also shows that Cody Ko knows how wrong what he did was and knows that the information coming forward could ruin him. So he was trying to mitigate the backlash. Tana Mongeau's story was picked up by the Rolling Stone, and yet still, even after that podcast where Tana discussed it further, a larger audience and content creators remained silent, almost hesitant to talk about it. That was until July 15th of 2024 when YouTuber D'Angelo Wallace posted a 15-minute video titled An Uncomfortable Conversation About Cody Ko, in which he directly calls out Cody Ko over these allegations. D'Angelo Wallace clarified that he wasn't making the video to directly accuse Cody Ko of committing a crime, but instead believed that the allegations should be looked at, not treated as some sort of open secret and just swept under the rug, which it seemed like a huge portion of the internet was trying to do at the time, and which it seemed Cody Ko was doing for many years at that point.
I'm not here to accuse you of committing a crime in this video because I can't do that based on someone else's allegations. Nobody can definitively take these allegations as proof, but at the same time, they should still be looked at and not treated as an open secret and swept under the rug like you've been doing for so many years now.
D'Angelo Wallace's main critique of Cody Ko is just his public silence, which he has still maintained to this day. Tana Mongeau has been met with the most vitriolic victim blaming that D'Angelo Wallace has seen in years. While it seems that a lot of the victim blaming that Tana Mongeau has been receiving is due to her poor reputation, in general, D'Angelo Wallace makes a really important point that this sets a terrible precedent, that if someone runs out of goodwill or the public loses trust in them, they lose their right to come forward.
Tana's personal experience with this isn't one of trauma. In fact, I've seen people defending you by saying, Tana said she doesn't care, so why should any of us care? But that's not exactly what she was saying.
I don't associate or hold it with trauma because I am such a comparative person where I'm like, so many worse things have happened to me.
And even if something isn't consciously internalized as an identifiable source of trauma, the body keeps the score.
I know things manifest in ways other than me directly feeling them. Like maybe I don't feel traumatized in certain aspects from certain things, and other things I do. But, you know, maybe they just manifest in ways other than directly feeling.
The answer to why any of us should care is that a person has tried to come forward about her experience and has been met with the most vitriolic victim blaming I've seen in years. She's been dismissed, discredited, and disbelieved before anybody ever gave her a chance. Because it's Tana, which sets a horrible precedent that if a person runs out of goodwill, they lose the right to come forward with their experiences.
The most traumatizing thing of all of this really was seeing how many people like don't believe people or don't believe me. I feel so bad for all of these young girls because then they see that and then it makes them not want to come forward.
And you, Cody, are part of the reason she's been met with this reaction. Your status as one of YouTube's golden boys has made it possible for you to ignore a situation that almost anyone else would have had to respond to by now.
This is not a new story. Victim blaming of this magnitude has happened throughout history. So often, someone tries to come forward with their story, and instead of them being taken seriously by the public or by an authority figure, focus is immediately shifted onto who they are as a person. What did they do to be put in that situation? What were they wearing? What did they say? Every minute detail of everything they could have possibly done that wasn't perfect, that didn't make them the perfect victim. I was also nervous posting this video because there are situations like Tana's Angels or Tana's Microaggressions where Tana is taking advantage of other people, exploiting them, treating them terribly. And also there are situations where I believe Tana was taken advantage of. I was nervous to put that all into one video for people to interpret. I was nervous that people would shift all the blame onto Tana and discredit any possible stories of her abuse and exploitation because of all the things she's done wrong. Or I was worried that because she has been exploited and abused by some people, that all the things she has done wrong will be completely ignored by some or automatically forgiven. But neither of those things should be true, because the other reality is you can be an abuser who has also been abused. You can be exploitative and also have been exploited. Both sides of that are valid. And that's why I felt like it was really important to make this story in full and share as much of the truth as I possibly could, because Tana is not just a victim or a victimizer. There are many different people within this video, many different figures who should be held accountable for the actions they've committed in this story. Cody Ko is one of those people. But instead of Cody Ko holding himself accountable in any way or addressing his wrongdoings, he's simply tried censoring his comments on his YouTube channel to scrub any mention of Tana Mongeau's allegations. After D'Angelo Wallace's video came out, more and more content creators started speaking on the matter. Guys, it's effing happening. This is such a big deal. Thank God people are talking about it. YouTuber Moist Critical also posted a video titled Cody Ko situation is crazy.
Even though these are still allegations with nothing that's been proven, since there is so much supporting evidence around the claims, it definitely is something that needs to be examined thoroughly, because it is a huge deal. This is a story that's been told even a few years in the past about this situation here. So this isn't something that she just pulled out of thin air. This is actually an allegation that has existed for a long time.
Before this incident came to light, it seemed like Cody Ko had a squeaky clean reputation. Although an old Vine resurfaced where Cody Ko had used racial slurs. in which Cody Ko just posted his apology to his Patreon page rather than his more visible social media accounts, inevitably causing the entire controversy to just get swept under the rug. It's also interesting comparing a good boy content creator and how their racist controversies are handled versus how the problematic woman content creators' racist controversies were handled. Both should be met with an equal amount of backlash, especially since I'm pretty sure Cody Ko was much older than Tana Mongeau when he made those online videos. Cody Ko has not spoken about the allegations as of making this video. He hasn't made a personal statement or made any efforts towards taking personal accountability. The only thing that Cody Ko himself has done is the way that he acted during a DJ gig. Because yes, Cody Ko is also a millennial DJ and decided after his wife had newly given birth and he had a newborn at home that it was just the perfect time to book up a bunch of DJ gigs. Telling you right now, if I had just given birth and had like a few-month-old baby at home, body was going through all those changes, my hormones were changing, I had a tiny little newborn at home, and my husband was like, yeah, actually, I'm gonna be on the road because I booked a ton of DJ gigs that I'm gonna go to and party while you're at home taking care of the baby. We're done here. Because Cody Ko, that's cringe. And on top of that, after all of the controversy came out with Tana Mongeau and the allegations of Cody Ko sleeping with her when she was underage, it seemed like the way Cody Ko decided to respond to this was playing the song Sorry by Justin Bieber at one of his gigs. You know, all's definitely forgiven. He's sorry, guys. He said it. On a track he pressed play to and danced awkwardly to. Besides this very odd attempt at somewhat acknowledging the situation, Cody Ko's podcast company, TMG Studios, which most ironically of all stands for Tiny Meat Gang, was set up by Cody Ko and Noel Miller in 2021, features their own podcasts alongside a variety of other podcasts signed under their network, released a joint statement. TMG Studios. This morning, we shared the note below with the employees of TMG Studios. We wanted to share it with you as well. Our shows will resume in the coming weeks. Thank you for your support. Hi, everyone. We want to start by thanking you all for your patience while we're working to figure out the best path forward for the studio. We know it's been a very strenuous few weeks for everyone, and we really appreciate your willingness to bear with us. You are the most creative and incredible group of people. As we enter into this next phase of the studio, we wanted to let you know that Cody will not be involved in the day-to-day operations at TMG Studios. Interesting that they didn't mention that he would be removed from the company or removed from any financial benefit or any operations behind scenes, just the day-to-day operations where he would be the face. Very similar to how, you know, Cody removed Colby Leachman from his videos when he got backlash for Colby's allegations and featuring him prominently in his videos, but still remain friends with him behind the scenes. Cody wants to remove any effect this is having on your professional and personal lives and the work you and our other hosts have done to make TMG Studios so successful. Noel, Cody's business partner, will continue to lead the team. His top priority remains the life and growth of the studio and its talent. Our audience sees your hard work every week, and we want that to continue. They deserve it, and so do you. We have built something truly special, and he's committed to keeping that alive and well. Sincerely, Cody and Noel. So basically, Cody wants to keep being involved in the business, but just go into hiding virtually. Since Tana Mongeau has spoken out about the allegations, Cody Ko ended up losing over 300,000 subscribers. A YouTube channel known as Cut, which heavily featured Cody Ko in their ongoing series The Button, deleted all videos containing Cody Ko. Noel Miller, Cody Ko's right-hand man and partner in his TMG Studios business, has also continued the TMG podcast alone without Cody Ko.
Before we start this episode, I want to start by saying thank you for just how supportive and understanding you all have been, and patient above all. And understandably, a lot of you want to know what I have to say about everything that's happened. And the reality there is that I'm not in a position to speak about the situation. And at this point, really, the thing I have to focus on is how to move forward.
I think in general, Cody Ko has made truly so much money throughout his career on YouTube that he doesn't really need to come back and continue making YouTube videos. He really can just continue to go into hiding, profit off of the TMG Studios podcast network behind scenes, and never have to speak on this. And at least one part of Tana Mongeau's trauma has been validated by the public. It does seem that slowly Tana is coming to the realization the things that happened to her when she was younger, the extent of how much she was exploited and taken advantage of, was wrong. So why has Tana gone on to do things like Tana's Angels Agency and put other young women into vulnerable situations? This video honestly has given me whiplash throughout the course of creating and researching it. But ultimately, I think why people have a hard time believing that quote unquote problematic people like Tana Mongeau also suffer through abuse and mistreatment is because in society we still have this idea of the martyr or the perfect victim, that in order for someone to be a victim of something, for their story to be believed, that they themselves must be perfect and without any faults of their own, that throughout their story they couldn't have made any mistakes. They must have conducted themselves in a perfect manner in order for their story of abuse to be valid. I also think a lot of victims of abuse internalize that. They hyper focus on everything they did wrong in the situation and blame themselves, when in reality they know deep down that they were taken advantage of, that what happened to them is wrong, but they're so afraid that if they come forward with their story that the blame will get shifted onto them, that they'll be labeled as something terrible and toxic for any minor way that they might not have acted perfect in that situation. Which, how can anyone act perfect in a situation of abuse? For too long, there's been this perception that a victim has to be perfect, flawless, and wholesome, so that when they are used and abused, it's so unrighteous that people are immediately angered and outraged by it. But no matter who you are and what you've done, you can still be abused. Your past, present, and future actions are not something that matters. Abuse is wrong, period. And it seems like Tana Mongeau, in her adult years, is finally coming to terms with the fact that she was abused, whether sexually, whether by people who pretended to be her friend, whether in business relationships or even her own parents. Tana has also spoken about going to therapy, has replaced some of her past relationships with people who seem to understand boundaries and don't take advantage of her vulnerabilities. And in my opinion, from what has been reported, the big question ultimately is, while Tana has made some moves to ensure she isn't being exploited by the people around her, has she done the same amount of work to ensure that she doesn't use all the power that she's accumulated through her massive social media following and the financial fortune that it's brought her? Has she done the work to ensure she doesn't use that power to exploit others? With all the news of Tana's Angels Agency, I wonder if there was a sort of turning point in Tana Mongeau's business life where she decided that people were no longer going to take advantage of her, but she was still okay with taking advantage of others to make money when necessary. And ultimately, the biggest danger of this is in the brilliance of arguably the most successful business adventure that Tana has ever created, the Canceled podcast. In particular, young women enjoy tuning into the Canceled podcast and listening. They resonate with the Canceled podcast and its format, which is at face value a good thing. Problem is that if Tana is also directly exploiting young women, targeting them in her business ventures, most notably Tana's Angels Agency, and the podcast all of a sudden becomes a method with which to reel women in. The Canceled podcast quickly became a massive success. Many fans of the Canceled podcast had claimed to see a more likable side to Tana Mongeau, more chill, laid back, and personable than they'd seen in recent years. A more mature, intelligent, and grown side, leading many fans to hope that Tana Mongeau had grown and matured from her self-labeled problematic past.
Paris Hilton mentored me for a long time, and she really taught me a lot about building a business based off of almost, you know, paying homage to my bio that we started talking about in the beginning, of letting people think you are big, dumb, stupid, blonde, idiot woman and then going behind all of them and just crushing. I was just unhinged. And the other girls that I was competing with were the beauty guru girls who were getting those Neutrogena deals and, you know, those Dove deals and the Coca-Cola deals. Had I switched up to a perfectly brand safe businesswoman in any of that time of my growth, I don't think I would have made it to the point that I'm at.
Harvard Crimson describes the canceled podcast by saying, hosted by Tana Mongeau and her close friend Brooke Schofield, while canceled certainly boasts some of the hallmarks of the out-of-touch creator trope, Mongeau and Schofield have mastered the balancing act of tempting their viewers with stories of inaccessible, romantic LA escapades, but more importantly, connecting with them on relatable grounds. Considering that women, specifically young women, are infamously the most profitable demographic to sell to, it's difficult to argue that the project is mere talk when Mongeau is reaching directly into the marketing pot of gold. While Mongeau and Schofield are neither beyond reproach nor trying to make a feminist statement, there's something to be said for their talent of fostering a cult of femininity. The canceled podcast ended up being so successful that Tana Mongeau and her co-host Brooke Schofield went on tour across the country. Tana and her co-host allegedly went on to make $1 million from the tour.
Do you make over $1 million on tour? What?
I did not think that the merchandise would go as crazy as it did. Our merchandise numbers were like 4 times than what I expected each night.
No way.
And yeah, like I think this tour was to really, this leg of it was to test.
While I've been very charitable to the hardships of Tana's life, especially in the entertainment/creator industry, I do think at this point it is important to point out that Tana lives a wildly privileged life, one where she has very, very minimal consequences for her actions. She can escape accountability very easily. I would argue more easily than the average person. The average person simply could not do the actions that Tana Mongeau has done with 0 repercussions, or at least as minimal repercussions as Tana Mongeau has faced. Even just the fact that she's posted online illegal activities and racist behavior, those 2 things could easily destroy anyone's entire life. But because of Tana Mongeau's privilege and fame, she's able to escape ever having to deal with those consequences in a very literal way. And then on the canceled podcast, Tana would often complain about how hard it is to be on tour and have to work. I've talked about in videos before how I think touring just seems like a really hard thing because you're constantly traveling and performing live in front of tons of people. I couldn't possibly do it. It just seems very hard, but also it is work, and Tana is getting paid for it. It's not like she's still a young person getting exploited by all the people around her. Tour was started because it was a good money-making opportunity. As this Redditor points out, Tana admits she made over $1 million on the tour. That is insane. They have somewhat complained that it's hard and tiring during canceled, which I didn't really care at first, but knowing that they made that much money to speak negatively about having to sleep on a luxury bed and talk for 2 hours. So tired of influencers complaining about having a job. Everyone has to work. You have the easiest, most high-paying job ever. You can't just keep your complaining out of your 1-hour podcast. I don't know, just needed to get that off of my chest. In 2023, nearly 80% of Americans lived paycheck to paycheck. This is a crisis. She is so glaringly out of touch, as most high-paid influencers are. It's so hard not to get frustrated about it. I think it's important to point out that ultimately Tana is a very privileged person who has so many resources at her disposal that can help her heal her trauma, deal with her substance issues. Millions of Americans can't afford. Of course, most listeners of the canceled podcast probably weren't expecting a humble, self-improved health guru who recognized recognizes their privilege in all forms that it manifests. They weren't expecting a miracle. Instead, listeners of the Canceled podcast were able to relate to Tana and the stories that she would tell. Because a lot of her listeners are young women who have grown alongside her throughout her entire career, unfortunately, many of these listeners relate to them when the Canceled podcast hosts are telling their stories of SA, of bad relationships, of people who've taken advantage of them, or on the lighter side, just situations where they get into beef with someone else, drama, friendships that end. Because of its relatability aspect, many of the listeners would rally behind Tana and her co-hosts and the stories that they would tell. For content on the podcast, Tana would often take her private disputes public, and even if she kept the identities of the people she mentioned private, people often found out who she was talking about and inevitably would send them hate and harassment online. Whether it was a sommelier in France who Tana didn't like, or a young influencer who made a vague comment about her on social media. On January 29th of 2024, Tana Mongeau talked about her interactions with Alabama Barker on a Canceled podcast episode. Alabama Barker is the daughter of Travis Barker, a famous drummer, but Alabama has also become an influencer online, and since posting has garnered 2 million followers on Instagram and 4 million followers on TikTok. On this specific Canceled podcast episode, Tana had said that her and Alabama had developed a little sister, big sister relationship ever since Alabama had commented on one of her Instagram posts back in 2019 when Alabama was only 13 years old at the time.
It really surprised me, okay? And I had to go back to our DMs. She messaged me on July 7, 2018, slid into my DMs first.
I don't know. Maybe it's just me having a child myself, but does anyone else think it is extremely weird whenever an adult influencer becomes this close with a literal child? Even if nothing inappropriate ever happens, it's still super weird. In general, Tana Mongeau is just not a good influence for children. I know it's been normalized Tana's entire career with her having close relationships with much older influencers, but that doesn't make it right.
And I think for me, which we always talk about, is like being friends with people that are underage when you're of age. Like, there's like no excuse for that. There's like no reason to be friends with this girl that's like underage.
On top of that, Tana became an influencer at the age of 16, 17. Alabama was only 13 years old when Tana started this big sister, little sister relationship. I mean, come on. Do you have no common sense on what's appropriate and inappropriate? Throughout the years, the two kept in contact, with Alabama allegedly even asking Tana for recommendations on hairstylists.
Response to my story, so pretty, who dyes your hair? We have to hang. Thank you so much. Like, I tell her who does my hair. I'm sending her voice memos. We're going back and forth.
Then Tana Mongeau even invited this young teenager, Alabama, to her 20th birthday party. You know, at the time when Tana Mongeau was doing heavy drugs, hanging out with a bunch of older adults herself was probably wild, and she invited a young teenager to it, someone even younger than her. What were you thinking?
Is like, can I bring 15 people? Like my brother and 83 people and plus whatever. I'm like, of course, we'll take care of you. Let's get you guys a table, like, so you can hang out and, you know, like not be around everyone and like, whatever. Do you know anyone who can do my hair? I set her up in 2021. We go back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. And then it was like, she kind of blew up.
Again, where I'm like, does she not care that the same treatment and the same stuff that she went through is inflicted on more young girls? That she's actively roping them into the exact same thing that she went through? Because I don't care how mature someone thinks they are or how mature they come across as, a 13-year-old should never be going to the same parties as 20-year-olds, especially in the LA scene where so many inappropriate things are happening. Tana claimed in that podcast that she would continue to keep in contact with Alabama Barker, even helping her out in her career when Alabama asked for information on getting a manager.
I need a manager in 2021. I was like, I'll find you a manager. I'm like, I'm really like out here responding to this girl. You know what I mean? I invite her to my birthday party.
But then Tana said that she noticed Alabama had unfollowed her on Instagram.
She's unfollowed me. right? And it's kind of like, okay.
Tana herself has noticed when someone has lacked boundaries in her life or acted creepy towards her when she was way too young. So maybe that's what Alabama noticed with her. Shortly after this, Alabama posted a TikTok video. One person commented, "It's giving Tana Mongeau." And Alabama replied, "No thanks."
One thing I've never been is that type of person. Even when I was like 18, 19, I would never, if someone said it's giving Iggy Azalea, I would have never said no thanks.
Yeah, like what did you do?
That comment confused her since Alabama had called her pretty in the past and asked for information on her hair. Tana also claimed that she was upset because she had defended the teenage star Alabama many times in the past when Alabama was getting criticized online. I didn't know that you're owed something in return for defending someone, but okay. Another thing that I think is really important to point out is that oftentimes Alabama was criticized online for acting older than her age. She dressed more maturely, and many people just thought in general Alabama was acting inappropriately for the age that she was, a very young teenager. Now, I wonder if being invited to parties that 20-year-olds plus were throwing, where a bunch of adults were around, affected that. If Alabama was surrounded by adults who dressed and acted this way, maybe that had something to do with the reason why Alabama herself was dressing and acting that way. Instead of realizing any of that, Tana just sees herself as this charitable big sister figure who looked out for Alabama, invited her to things, gave her resources, and defended her. And so Alabama just leaving a comment saying no thanks was offensive to Tana Mongeau.
I have
Remember when I went to
defended
war
her
for her?
I've defended her on this couch. It just, there's no way, in my opinion, like every time I see that screenshot and I see her saying no thanks, there's no way to interpret that, in my opinion, as not rude. There's a lot of shit I could have made fun of, and there's a lot of shit I could have fucking said, but it was like she's young and everyone's giving her so much hate, and like that's, you just want to be an asshole. I don't know.
Yeah, I think it was mean. Honestly, I do think it was mean.
And in response to this podcast episode, some of Tana's fans who listened and took Tana's side flooded Alabama's social media accounts in defense of Tana Mongeau, some even sending hate comments.
She should have said nothing. She has been up Tana since 2018. Tana has receipts. Crazy because Tana's older and still looks better than Alabama. LOL. Hope Alabama gets that face plastic surgery paid for by Courtney. She needs it real bad.
They even turned nasty, saying that Alabama was ugly compared to Tana, even suggesting that Alabama should get plastic surgery. Now remember, Alabama is still young. She's only 18 years old. Luckily, there were a lot of people who listened to the canceled podcast and realized how weird everything was. Yeah, Tana needs to understand boundaries when it comes to minors. No excuses. She was so casual about airing out Alabama's DMs, but it was such a self-report. There was no regard for it being weird from Brooke either. So if it's that casual for her to party with minors, it leads me to believe that there are other instances of it as well. When I was 20, I had no interest of interacting with any 13-year-old. It's weird. That is also a good point. Even when I was like 18 years old, I cannot think of a single reason why I would want to invite a 13-year-old to my party. Not that I had any parties. By the time I was 20, I was working full time, living with my partner. I cannot imagine being that age, doing that, and inviting a 13-year-old. What? That Reddit post also claims they believe out of these context clues on the podcast, there are probably other instances of Tana interacting with minors. I can't 100% claim that's the case, but I do want to say in the research that I and my team have done, there is certainly a very questionable way in which Tana talks about minors. There was an odd screenshot posted onto Reddit of poor quality, so I don't want to 100% say whether this is real or not, though it was posted alongside other screenshots that were very much real, and it does very much look to be posted on Tana's account with the same account name that she had at that time and everything, in which Tana allegedly posted a tweet that said, "Vlog at 11 11 a.m. Best one so far. My birthday. Lots of tea. I kiss a fan on the mouth. She was underage. There was also a smash or pass vlog that Tana Mongeau posted in which she calls Jacob Sartorius smashable when Jacob was still a minor.
I feel like I have to be drunker to answer Jacob Sartorius. Pass. That makes me uncomfortable. I mean, it's literally true. So Jacob Sartorius.
Pass. Pass.
Why?
He looks like my little brother. He could be my little brother. I could have him as a kid.
But like, does he? Once in a while, I'll see a picture of Jacob and I'm just like, 5 years, man. 5 years. I think that if it was legal, I would Jacob Sartorius.
He looks a lot younger than I thought. He was born blonde. His hair grew out, you know. The routine. Your hair goes out.
Honestly, in 5 years, call me.
It just seems from those posts and statements that Tana has said online that Tana views interacting with minors in a very casual way when it's not cool. It's very serious. I don't know if that's because so many people did the same with her. I don't know if it's because it's so normalized in LA, but it does make me wonder the extent of how much Tana interacted with minors behind the scenes as well. While there were some whispers of controversial behavior and some small minor controversies or controversies that the podcast was able to quickly move on from, overall, the podcast gained a large following and was able to become a fairly likable podcast through a similar system that had made Tana Mongeau so popular in the beginning of her career. So Tana Mongeau is able to be messier and more controversial than most influencers while still receiving minimal backlash, with the usual line of, well, it's Tana Mongeau, what do you expect? But a really smart move for the canceled podcast was bringing on the co-host Brooke Exposed, who at the time wasn't already a well-established influencer. She was just one of Tana Mongeau's friends in her friend group, also someone who would fit really well into the podcast as a more brand-safe version of Tana Mongeau. She had essentially a clean slate with which the audience could project whatever image they wanted to onto her. Besides some initial drama with Tana on the canceled podcast, where Brooke had allegedly tried to steal Tana's ex, known to canceled fans as the Mindy drama, but not entirely relevant, so we won't go down that rabbit hole. Brooke's online brand and image quickly became that of a clean girl through and through. If you're wondering what a clean girl is, in my opinion, very brand friendly Instagram influencer, has all the well curated Instagram photos. They go to Pilates, and if they have enough followers, they're even sponsored by the expensive yoga and Pilates clothing brands like Alo Yoga, which Brooke was sponsored by.
Like, I just got to go on an Alamoves trip. So amazing. You can choose from anything, and like honestly, it's like I could do it right here.
And she does.
This brand friendly image was something that the canceled podcast utilized and Tana Mongeau was able to piggyback off of, and giving the overall look of the show a more brand friendly image. And the canceled podcast in turn, even though it was labeled the canceled podcast, went on to accumulate a ton of brand deals. I'm not saying that it was just Brooke's image alone that helped achieve this. I also think that listeners expected a little bit more from Brooke as well, to almost be the adult in the room. So when Brooke's extremely racist past was uncovered, people were outraged.
As you all know, Brooke Exposed's past tweets have resurfaced on the internet and people are not happy. What do you call a Mexican baptism? Bean dip? Her using the F word. I sure wish I didn't have to dress like a DYKE. This one's giving a little fat phobia. Okay, I'm seeing the pattern here. You guys are getting mad about the words, the derogatory words that she's using. But it wasn't until I saw this next tweet. Guarantee if Zimmerman shot a white guy, this wouldn't even be a story. Newsflash, this wasn't a crime of racism, it was self-defense. This one's gonna be hard. This one right here is a subject that should not even be spoken of unless it's for the right side.
Again, we're doing this again. Brooke Exposed's old tweets that made me audibly gasp and question if she's a real person. Brooke Exposed calling her hair nappier than most African Americans in this country. I said so many accidentally racist things last night. I don't know how I even made it back to America. Huge point of contention was that Brooke was 18 and 18, 19 years old and in college when she made a lot of these tweets, which some people argued was still young and learning, but many others argued she was at that point an adult, was at least old enough to know better, if anything at all, when you're 18, 19 years old. In today's world and generation, most people have been online for most of their lives. So most people are educated at the very least about the consequences of what they post online and that it will stay with you forever. So by 18, 19 years old, you're old enough to know at least that what you post is going to stick with you and you should only post what you believe.
She's 27 now. She was born in 96.
2016, so 8 years ago. And you said she's how old now?
27.
So she was 19?
I mean, okay, 19.
Roughly?
Yeah. 19's like right on the cusp of like knowing. But so anyway, here's what she said. This is from 16. I'd just like to know what percentage of Hillary voters get their political insight from Beyonce. Okay. Anti-Hillary. America is great again.
Just found out that Brooke Schofield reposted this on her Twitter. 1, brutality of a black child is bad enough, but 2, the picture is in reference to Michael Brown, who was just 18 when killed. I think this was the screenshot that made Brooke finally delete Twitter. Brooke reposted a tweet where someone compares Michael Brown, who was only 18 years old when killed, well, to an ape. I know that I live a privileged life because it's still shocking and unbelievable to me when I come across hateful, racist acts like this and understand that people still believe these sorts of things in our society today. And I know that's because I'm not confronted with it on a daily basis, and that's because of my privilege. Top of that, the fact that someone believed this and reposted it and then went on to become a famous influencer. Once more and more people were posting and reposting Brooke's racist past, Brooke addressed it in a TikTok video.
Hey guys, I have had a lot to say about accountability lately and how important it is and how far it can go, and I feel like I'm not taking my own advice. Obviously by now you guys have seen the tweets that are circulating around. They unfortunately are not fake. Those are real tweets, like real things that I said. First of all, I want to acknowledge that I feel the same way about them that you do. I think they're so disturbing, they're wrong, they're horrible, and they're disgusting. Of course, I do appreciate the people who are coming to bat for me and like saying like, you know, it was so long ago and like she's grown and stuff, but like it doesn't fucking matter.
Brooke claimed that her upbringing was conservative and apparently racist, and that being raised in that environment caused her to grow up with that mindset. So she wasn't able to see differently till she became an adult and gained a different perspective.
So I was adopted by my grandparents when I was like 10, and I grew up with them from that point on. And as is true for a lot of grandparents, they're a little bit less progressive than a lot of us are now. And my grandma has dementia, so it was really just like me and my grandpa, and he is a very, very right-wing conservative man, and that was just like the only thing ever that I had been exposed to.
Black TikTok creator made a TikTok. The screenshot of it was posted onto the canceled subreddit, but their account name was blocked out, so I don't know whose account this is. Apologize. But this creator wrote something that I think is extremely valid. Hey guys, so making racist remarks just because you're 18 years old is not an excuse. When I was 18, I never looked at someone differently because of the color of their skin or their background. Does that make sense? Yeah, okay. For me personally, I greatly respect people who have had to grow and change their outlooks and views from that was presented to them in their childhood, because it shows that they've had to do a level of inner work as a person, have almost had to resist their environment to a certain extent. But to spread racist beliefs or hate speech of any kind is a different matter entirely, especially to the extent and amount that Brooke has posted it. It shows on a base level at least the inner way that you view people. If someone has posted very outwardly racist things and has never even spoken about how wrong it felt internally for them to do that, which Brooke never even mentions in her apology. Like, if you are truly just going along with your environment and didn't believe everything that was being taught to you, then wouldn't you just feel so gross making posts like that? Just making those those posts feel disgusting on the inside to you and initiate some sort of change. Instead, Brooke said she continued to feel this way into adulthood.
Truthfully, it took me a really long time. Like, I know some of the tweets I was like 18 and people are like, yeah, like she was old enough to know better. And like, honest to God, you guys, it wasn't until like even after college that I really started to like shift.
And in the comments on Brooke's TikTok, Tana comments something that really pisses me off. I think the reason why it pisses me off is because I've spent a huge portion of this video giving a lot of empathy towards Tana because of her upbringing and background and childhood. But then Tana makes the comment, seemingly alluding to both of their racism in their past. We grew up bad. I love you, and growth from it is the biggest form of prevailing. Someone else comments, y'all aren't the victims in this situation. For Tana to justify racist actions that her and her co-host continue to do into their adulthood by bringing up her childhood, using that as a shield. There are so many other ways that you could bring up your childhood to help other people going through the same thing. But it seems like the main time that Tana Mongeau brings up her rough childhood is when she needs to use it as a shield to deflect from a controversy. Tana eventually apologized for the comment, saying that it was stupid, but the fact that that was her immediate response to the situation makes me again just so disappointed. Also, the comments under Tana's comment are very right. Tana's comment and Brooke's response to this whole situation is really them victimizing themselves. Like they're weaponizing their childhood and their upbringing, which is unfortunate because both women's childhoods and upbringings are actually very tragic things, which I do believe they are victims of in very valid ways. They have valid reasons to call their childhoods traumatic. But then when you take that childhood and you weaponize it to deflect from valid reasons for criticism against you, or use it as an excuse for your bad behavior into your adulthood, you're not actually claiming your trauma. You're weaponizing it. Because not only did Tana herself also post very racist tweets in the past as well, which I'll just put up on the screen since we already talked about it earlier in this video. But another thing that I kind of want to talk about is how weird it is that Tana has branded herself and her businesses as canceled. She's branded herself as the canceled influencer, the problematic influencer. She's put the name canceled on merchandise and sold it to her followers. She's labeled her podcast the Canceled Podcast. Tana has branded herself with that name, proudly even. And I find it a little bit weird. I find it a little weird that Tana's so proud of the fact that she's been canceled when the biggest reason that she has been canceled repeatedly, the most apology videos that she's done for the same topic, has been related to racism. Something a little bit weird about proudly proclaiming that for yourself. Even just calling herself problematic as a blanket word, when those racist tweets would also be under the umbrella of her problematic past, is, well, a little bit weird. Also, continue to associate with other people who just happen to have the exact same history as her. Why is it that so many of Tana's friends in her friend group have racist pasts? Whether it's Brooke Schofield, her podcast co-host, or Tana's friend Ari, who's a known extremely conservative person. Just saw this tweet giggling again at how Brooke Schofield said she only wised up about racism after graduating college. Mind you, she's only 26, 27 right now. So you're telling me she found out black people were human beings 3 to 4 years ago? Ironically, around the same time she decided she wanted to be an influencer. Brooke having only wised up after college. Tana's allegations of racism and microaggression well into her adulthood, surrounding herself with racist people throughout her career, are all reasons why people of color say forgiveness is not owed. Because time and time again, these apologies are bullshit, especially when racist white people don't really need to change. There's no external pressure forcing them to. It doesn't affect their career either way. And so many black creators are extremely frustrated because Brooke Schofield is just one of many white influencers with this pattern of behavior. In a TikTok video, Black creator Cameron Kira said, "Have the same discourse every single year. So who is learning? Who is changing if the same thing happens like clockwork?"
One thing I can guarantee that's going to happen in this world every single year is that y'all will put some white creator on some weird parasocial pedestal. Someone will release their racist tweets, snaps, whatever have you. White people will accept apology that is not for them, and we have the same discourse every single year. So who is learning? Who is changing if the same thing happens like clockwork? Certainly not the creators themselves. That's obvious. To say it wasn't a big deal back then, it was more acceptable back then is crazy, because you want to know what was happening between 2011 and 2015? Trayvon Martin. And what was effectively the start of the Black Lives Matter movement. Now, to say those tweets were acceptable during the start of the Black Lives Matter movement is absolute insanity. So let's put this together, shall we? The creators have not learned, have not grown, have not changed. The management companies have not learned, have not grown, have not changed. The people in the comments accepting apologies that aren't for them have not learned, have not grown, haven't changed. So who has? The only people learning anything in these situations ever are Black people. And what we are learning is that racism will never be a deal breaker for you guys. And I mean, if we're going to be honest, we know that. We're not learning that. We know that. But to see y'all reaffirming that every single year is wild.
And seeing the Brooke Schofield posts, Colleen Berry, who called out Tana Mongeau in 2020, said in an interview, "We're having pretty much an identical conversation 4 years later, so nothing's changed. I think a lot of people are just getting a little tired." Colleen also posted a tweet that said, "I can't wait until the day we no longer normalize these kinds of mindsets and behaviors as mistakes and recognize that white privilege has afforded people spaces to say incredibly violent and harmful things towards Black people with zero consequences for ages." On top of everything, the day after Brooke made her response, she liked a post from one of her friends in their LA circle who was posing alongside Donald Trump. It should also be mentioned that Tana has worn a MAGA hat during a canceled episode. I think why this irks so many people is the feeling that there are so many influencers who will pretend to align one way politically and then behind closed doors feel a completely different way and align themselves with a friend group that all feels similarly. And it's like the signs are all there. You clearly think this way, but then the politics you post online and pretend to align yourself with are a completely different way. Talk about authenticity. This is the opposite of authenticity. Instead, Brooke made a follow-up apology saying that while she was in college, the time that she claimed she still held racist ideology, she had also wrote a paper on racial disparities, which should somehow make people of color forgive her, even though it just proves she was provided ample education to know better.
I wrote my college thesis on racial disparities, so how things like socioeconomic standing, health, housing, income, and so many other things can be affected by your race.
There's a tweet Brooke made where she claims that she began to fake her viewpoints in college in order to get better grades.
I started faking liberal views when writing college papers, and it's so concerning how much my grades have improved since.
Ooh, that one's pretty bad.
So who knows if she even agreed at the time with her paper on racial disparities, or even if she believes in it now, or if she's still faking her viewpoints. What is, well, not as surprising was how split the internet was over this topic, with some people immediately forgiving Brooke and many others wanting to no longer support the podcast. Because of all the publicity that Brooke's past was bringing up, Tana responded to the situation in a podcast without Brooke, and Tana claims that she had grown personally so much since her past.
I might be the last person you guys or anyone wants to hear have a take on Brooke's tweets. I'm not a perfect person, and my hands are not clean in any of this. You guys have known forever about my old tweets that I tweeted in 2013 and 14 and the vines that I were in and the things that I've said, and I've apologized for them a million times, and I'm more than happy to apologize until the day I die. They were hurtful and disgusting and racist, and I know that.
Brooke was absent because she was taking the time to reflect and grow as well.
Brooke is taking the time right now to reflect and grow and learn in a lot of the ways that I did.
And Tana made it sound like Brooke would be absent from the podcast for a while.
From the information I've gathered, it just looks like Brooke's going to be away for a while. Not forever, but just a while.
Because of all the backlash from this situation, a lot of brands either stopped working with them or dropped their collaborations with them. Initially, there were no new podcast episodes and no updates for fans whatsoever. Everything just abruptly stopped, alongside the canceled Patreon that people were paying for and the canceled tour. A lot of fans on the canceled subreddit were just confused. Because there were no statements online, people were asking, is the canceled podcast going to stop or is it going to continue? They were predicting what's going to happen with the canceled tour. Is it going to go on? Is this all a publicity stunt just to drum up more hype for the canceled tour? Others were trying to resell their canceled tour tickets through social media. Since Ticketmaster claimed resale was not available for the canceled podcast tour, making it harder to resell your tickets, a lot of people were posting their tickets in the subreddit, on Facebook Marketplace, wherever they could to try and get rid of their canceled tour tickets. Additionally, the canceled podcast issued refunds for the month of August to all Patreon members. But they didn't even post anything in the month of August. So obviously they should have issued refunds for that. Fans felt overall that they didn't really put much effort into the Patreon.
Hello and welcome to our Patreon. We're so excited.
Oh, you motherfuckers are in for a treat. Because guess what? This paywall is going to help us so much. If you paid for this, thank you. And I promise we won't disappoint.
Oh, I'm scared.
The drama aside, I don't believe you guys would have posted enough content on this platform to make it worth the coin we're paying. And we get a free month, yet you haven't posted anything at all this month. So obviously we should be getting this month free. Confusing. I'm gonna cancel my subscription. A lot of people felt like the Patreon was over-promising, overcharging, and massively under-delivering.
And don't miss out on ad-free episodes, bonus content, first access to tickets, which we're announcing soon, live streams, and much more.
Maybe not outright a scam, but at the very least disappointing for many people who signed up for it. For a lot of people who posted their dissatisfaction, others would reply, "It's Tana Mongeau. What did you expect?" Just because Tana Mongeau has a bad reputation doesn't give her the right to continue under-delivering and disappointing people. Though it does seem that all of this controversy and backlash over the canceled podcast has, to be honest, triggered Tana Mongeau's substance abuse problems. She started posting more content about her drinking and then started posting some odd behavior online, attacking a random commenter and sending hate her way all over Tana Mongeau's teeth. Tana Mongeau got veneers at a very young age. Tana talks about not having a lot of dental work as a child because her parents wouldn't take her to the dentist. So by the time she could afford it, she needed a lot of dental work done. It seems that Tana might have taken that too far at too young of an age and gotten veneers. Simultaneously, at that time, veneers were very popular and a ton of influencers were getting them, making them seem like a desirable procedure. In my opinion, you should be very cautious of influencer plastic surgeons, influencer dentists, or people promoting trending plastic surgery of any sort. These procedures are promoted glamorizing the aesthetics of it and under-reporting the possible risks and negative aspects of getting these expensive, life-altering surgeries done. For example, recently, Tana Mongeau's veneers have been falling out, teeth underneath looking decayed, an issue that has happened periodically throughout the last few years. If you don't know what veneers are, they're a dental procedure that's increased in popularity over the last few years. They're a dentist or dental surgeon, hopefully not some rando, shaves down your teeth so they look like little shark teeth, and then the dentist puts a fake tooth over your shaved down tooth. It can be a solution for people that have serious dental issues, but in the past, veneers were often done on older people because it involves shaving down your actual tooth permanently. I'm not a dentist, but my grandpa is, and he told me personally, again, this is just word of mouth, not actual recommendation by any sort. But he told me personally not to get veneers until I'm much older because it can often lead to you needing root canals. And so you should only do it until you've exhausted every other option aesthetically for your teeth. Either way, what sort of dentist Tana is going to where she has veneers that are falling out on their own? In Tana's TikTok videos about her veneers, TikTok account commented a seemingly not too hateful or harmful comment saying, "I actually hate veneers, and this video def confirms it." An unnecessary comment to leave on social media. In the realm of hate comments, I'd say it's not too bad, but Tana decided to respond to the TikTok with a video response. This again is a sign to me that Tana clearly does not understand the power imbalance that comes with having a large following. By her responding to that comment in a video format, showing a picture of that girl's face and her teeth, showing her account name in full so that people could easily find her in numerous ways and send hate, harassment. Either Tana has no concept of the power imbalance and the amount of power she yields with the following she has, or she simply just doesn't give a single shit. And for many people, they were just not happy with Tana's video, which just felt like an over-the-top mean response to what was just a random comment about her teeth. As someone who makes videos online, I've seen tons of comments about my appearance. It happens all the time. I can no longer defend this glorified bully and liar. Eyes have been open recently. This is coming from a longtime fan and someone who went to the tour and saw them. I've been watching Tana since her dirty ass wall when she lived with her parents. It pains me to say, but I'm realizing she's just a truly awful person. This post, I don't know why, but it just pushed me over the edge. For her to sick her fandom on a random hater and mock their teeth because they insulted her veneers and swollen gums. I can't. I just can't. When is this woman going to grow up? It's clear she's back in a dark place, her drinking relapse again. And while I wish her the best, I just think she's a bad person and I can't support her anymore. It's disgusting to me when people use their fans to bully people. And I know they've been doing this for a while, and this was the final straw because this girl is just a rando. Tana also reached out to the original hate commenter, which resulted in this weird back and forth where Tana even called the commenter, who is a minor, offered to pay for this commenter's dental work and said that she was going to send her money and never actually did. Probably just realizing she never actually wanted to do any of that and just ghosting the girl.
Know or don't know, Tana Mongeau put me on blast last night to her 8 million followers because of a silly little comment that I made. So because of this, she personally reached out to me via TikTok DM. And not even like 2 minutes later, I get a call. So on this call, she's explaining to me how my comment really hurt her feelings. And I obviously explained to her that I'm a minor, so this puts me in an extremely awkward situation. But anyway, I don't know what happened. Tana never sent us our money, which would absolutely change our lives.
Around the same time this happened, Tana started hinting online that Brooke was going to come back on the canceled podcast. Just around 2 weeks after Brooke's racist tweets were released. Apparently 2 weeks is a good amount of time to take accountability and grow. This was all speculated when Tana commented on one of Brooke's TikToks claiming that they were filming a podcast the next day. A lot of fans of the canceled podcast who wished for everything to turn back to normal pre-controversy were excited, but a lot of people were confused. Tana had done this entire solo speech about how Brooke is taking this time off to reflect and grow. But once their finances and the stability of the podcast was affected, all of that was just thrown out the window. Of course, the podcast had become established with both co-hosts, Tana and Brooke, so it was affected when one of them was absent. But I think that it could be argued that honestly, both Tana and Brooke do not need to be platformed. They do not need to be influencers with a podcast with millions of followers. They can just get normal jobs.
There's no shame in having a normal job. Who cares if you were once a very successful influencer? You can get a normal job.
Both Tana and Brooke have inflicted very harmful behaviors online. For some reason, they've made the internet feel like they need to forgive them so that they can just go back to business as usual. But what example does this set for young women today? Like, there's some people in toxic parasocial relationships where they feel like they have to constantly forgive harmful or problematic influencers because those influencers are ultimately charming and likable, despite the fact that they've continually inflicted harm. But these people, these fans, are constantly let down and disappointed when yet again this influencer does harmful or controversial things. Doesn't need to be the case. They don't need to have a platform. They can get a normal job like most people do. But instead, Tana and Brooke continue on with the podcast. Brooke came back on the canceled podcast. They really just pretended like nothing happened at all. Really glossed over it.
Hello and welcome back to the Canceled Podcast. I'm like, do you see her? See, there she is, y'all.
Yeah, squash the rumors. I am not yet kicked off.
When has Tana Mongeau ever said anything and made it abundantly clear and didn't get misconstrued and people completely understood her point and yada yada? Like,
I fear I make some bad points sometimes too.
Hey.
So weird to laugh about this all just a few weeks after acting really serious about it in a video, saying that you condemn racism or condemn your friend for their racist behavior, and then a few weeks later be like, that was funny, you made some bad points there. Wasn't received super well by many canceled fans. Anna commented on a TikTok where she was receiving hate saying, "And why am I getting hate? Can I learn?" She was also wearing a tank top that said, "Only God can cancel me." Okay. Can I learn? You've been doing this for over 10 years. Girl, we've been patiently waiting. She doesn't care to learn. She only cares about the bag. For a lot of people, this yet again tipped the scales. Fans becoming disappointed in Tana, tired of Tana and the canceled podcast. I don't really know if this makes sense, but in the last month, I feel like we've been seeing the old Tana, and it's like she threw all of the growing she did last year out of the window. So I just wanted to know if anyone else also feels like that. I honestly feel like a lot of Tana being cleaned up had to do with how people began to perceive her, and she wanted to maintain that. Now that she's getting shit, I think she's just letting it all go. Tana's a pimp and Brooke's a racist. As a longtime fan of Tana and the canceled podcast, I'm disgusted and disappointed. As a woman in my 20s, I find what's come out about these girls sickening. Tana's involvement in profiting off other workers through Tana's Angels has never been a secret, but now we have proof that she's a liar and isn't as transparent about her brand as we thought. Brooke's past racist tweets are borderline hate crimes. Tana has repeatedly supported men who have abused and cheated on women, stayed friends with horrible creators like the Paul brothers and James Charles, a literal predator, not to mention to her history of tearing down people of color creators like Simply Nessa. Their so-called solidarity on issues like Palestine, months late, seem more like a move to avoid cancellation. I can't support these girls anymore. They continue to play the victim, lack self-awareness, and fail to take real accountability. When they do apologize, it's a joke a few months later. There's a reason LA and other cities can't stand them. They don't stand for what's right.
Now, to be honest, I don't really want to make a conclusion for this video. I've been working on it for forever, as I'm sure most of you can tell, and it's a 5-hour video. I'm sure most of you get the gist of this video without me having to over-explain it. Basically, exploitation is rampant in the entertainment industry, which also comes into play with my next video. I'm sure you probably guessed, a video on Diddy, which my team and I have been working on for months, even before this recent news has come out. So I'm pretty excited for it. But for now, I'm a little bit exhausted. It was just yesterday, the day before posting this, the anniversary of my brother's passing. Really bizarre and weird and hard to process for me. And my mom and I are going on a trip to Spain for 2 weeks, which embarrassingly is my first time ever traveling to Europe. So that's all happening with me. I hope you all are doing well, and I'll see you in the next video. Bye! I did the little, you know, finger click thing I normally do, but you can't see me.